Nie Yan glanced at the ceiling of the monastery. He spotted wooden beams about 5 meters above his head. They were carved with all sorts of designs which looked detailed and elegant on closer inspection. If he wanted to get past those 3 elites, he had no choice but to climb over them by using the ceiling beams. However, there was too little time, and it was dangerous for him to log off in the central hall. He left the corridor to do a bit of grinding outside, after which he found a safe spot to go offline. Setting aside the game helmet on top of his bedside table, Nie Yan walked out of his room to discover numerous large boxes sealed with tape, blocking the hallway. It seemed much of the furniture and items in the house had already been packed away. Nie Yan's mother called out to him after spotting him walk out of the room. "Little Yan, we're going to move to the city in 2 days. Your dad just registered his own company, so we're moving closer to his office. We're planning to transfer you to a high-class prep school in the city as well. I hear they'll be able to teach you a few things you can't learn here, and you'll get a better education. When you have the time, you should say goodbye to your classmates." "Sure, I understand. Mom, let me help you pack." His mother's words reminded him of the previous timeline. His father had moved the whole family to the capital around this time as well. While helping his mother pack, Nie Yan heard his father writing away in the study room. He guessed it probably had something to do with the company. Summer vacation was coming to a close, and the new school year was about to start. Nie Yan thought of Xie Yao. He'd finally get to meet her again. He wasn't sure what she was up to lately. An intense sense of longing washed over him, like the pleasant burning sensation of a strong spirit going down his throat as he recalled her pleasant smile in his mind. It had been a long 10 years, an entire lifetime for him even, yet the feelings he had for her had never faded. In fact, they had only grown stronger over time. During his last year of high school, his heart had been thoroughly snatched away by her. But back then, he had been a hopeless coward, muddle-headed and incapable of confessing his love. All he could do was hide behind a corner and timidly sneak glances at her. Yet the fact that he could even catch a glimpse of her every day left him content to go about his complacent life. This life, however, would be different. He would never repeat the same, disastrous mistakes. Nie Yan helped his mother pack away various household items. Anything that they needed would be stored inside a box. "Mom, we don't need to bring these things. We won't have any use for them anyway." Nie Yan pointed at a medium-sized box full of antiques. He remembered that in his past life, all they did was collect dust and take up space in the basement of their villa. "It's no problem. We can bring a little extra. I'm fine storing them in the basement. We could probably put some of them on display." Nie Yan's mother replied with a faint smile, a hint of nostalgia in her voice. She wore an expression full of reminiscence as she took out some of the items from the box to examine. Spotting the wrinkles that had formed near his mother's eyes as she smiled, Nie Yan was beset with a feeling of melancholy. His mother had grown old before he even realized. She got engaged with his father when she was in her early 20s, giving birth to him less than a year later. Afterwards, his father left to serve in the army for 5 years, but she had never once complained. When the family reunited later on, they lived in constant poverty. She toiled endlessly from morning to late evening every day to help support the household. Her youth quickly faded away. Yet despite the bitter hardship, she went about her life with no complaints. Even when the family became wealthy later on, the relationship between his parents had always stayed strong. His father very rarely expressed his feelings, but he was a man who deeply cared for his family, an aspect about him that Nie Yan respected the most. Shabby as those items may be, he now understood why his mother wanted to bring them along. They carried the memories of the past and a lifetime of countless trials and tribulations, when she along with his father struggled to create a family. Even though those times were full of hardship, they represented a simple kind of happiness. Recalling that his mother had suffered even more hardship in the previous timeline, partially because of him, Nie Yan couldn't help but feel guilty. A strong desire to take responsibility arose from deep within his heart. Whoever dared to encroach on the happiness of his parents in this life, he'd make sure they would forever disappear from the world. "Your Uncle Lin and his family will also move with us. We bought a large villa on the outskirts of the city. It's quite spacious," his mother warmly explained after noticing that he had gone silent. "I understand." Nie Yan nodded and smiled. He carefully packed away all of his mother's things, wrapping them in cloth to prevent them from getting damaged to some extent before storing them in a box. "Your father is planning to give some shares of his new company to your Uncle Lin and Uncle Lu, my youngest brother, your cousin, Ah Chen, and some of our other relatives. Although our situation has gotten a lot better, we mustn't forget those who helped us out. Remember, if it weren't for them, who knows where our family would be right now," Nie Yan's mother earnestly reminded. Nie Yan's father was a deeply sentimental man. He always kept in mind those who had treated his family well in the past. When his father had asked old Lin, old Lu, and his youngest brother-in-law for money, they insisted on not taking interest. The people who did only agreed to because his father was being stubborn. Even then, it still wasn't very high. As for Ah Chen, needless to say, he had done the most for the Nie family. Thanks to Ah Chen running all over the place on his father's behalf, the company could finally be started. So, naturally, he would receive the largest share of the company. As for Luo Ming and his group, they had acted no differently from loan sharks when his parents had asked borrow money from them, not to mention they had hounded him on numerous occasions to pay back the debt despite knowing full well that his parents weren't home. His parents were greatly disappointed that they had such contemptible relatives. Suddenly, there was knocking on the front door. As his mother got up to answer the door, Nie Yan quickly stopped her. Grabbing hold of her wrist, he shook his head and said, "Mom, no need. Let me go answer it instead." Nie Yan was now much more thoughtful than he was in the past. His mother showed a gratified smile. She nodded her head and sat back down. Nie Yan opened the door to the sight of who else but Luo Ming and his loathsome face. "Little Yan, are your parents home?" Luo Ming asked with an awkward yet somewhat ingratiating smile. Scram. Nie Yan's expression frosted over. Back then, his father had only given Luo Ming's group some shares in the company because they had begged shamelessly. Who could have guessed that they'd plot against his father later on, leading to him committing suicide out of depression after losing all control of his company. He absolutely wouldn't allow these events to repeat themselves in this life. "How can you speak to me like that? I'm your uncle." Luo Ming attempted to use his seniority to restrain Nie Yan, but his confidence faltered after seeing the icy glint in Nie Yan's eyes. Just as Nie Yan was about to slam the door shut on Luo Ming, his mother's voice came from behind. "Little Yan, who's at the door?" "Sis. It's your big brother. Little Yan won't let me in. I just want to talk for a bit. I'll leave right after," Luo Ming shamelessly called out. Nie Yan's mother furrowed her brows. "Little Yan, let him in." Although Nie Yan despised Luo Ming, he didn't dare disobey his mother and stepped aside. After Luo Ming entered the house, he was followed by his wife and the other relatives who clung onto him. Luo Ming took a quick glance at the study room, then let out a forced laugh. "It seems my brother-in-law is pretty busy these days, huh?" What do you want? Speak. Nie Yan's mother thought back to the time when she and her husband asked them to borrow money. Luo Ming's group treated them like strangers and even responded with hostility. About the matters in the past, we were in the wrong. Little sister, don't get angry at us. We came here today to apologize, Luo Ming's wife explained. Her grating voice sounded like a squawking duck, making her unpleasant to listen to. Sure, we acted coldly, but we still lent you the money. Now that you've gotten wealthy, you're just going to hang us out to dry. How is that reasonable? You can argue your logic with anyone, and they'll still say it doesn't make any sense. Nie Yan's other aunt sneered. Little Yu's words are a bit crass, but they're still reasonable. A person mustn't forget their roots. Luo Ming's wife added. It seemed one was tasked to play the role of a villain while the other played the role of the hero. Nie Yan's mother frowned. You were more like loan sharks than family. When we asked you to borrow money, did you act like family? Luo Ming's wife and the other aunt's expressions flickered with embarrassment. Based on your family's financial situation at that time, who would dare to lend you money? Even real loan sharks wouldn't take the risk of loaning you money. They wouldn't believe that you'd be able to pay it back. It all worked out in the end, right? Well, you're all well off now. So you suddenly decide to cut all ties with us. Luo Ming's wife shouted in a harsh tone. Exactly. We can find anyone to be the judge. No one in the world would agree with your reasoning. Nie Yan's other aunt pitched in, adding more fuel to the fire. How is it fair that outsiders like Old Lin and Old Lu get shares in your company and we don't? By now, Luo Ming started fuming. Nie Yan's mother was naturally mild-mannered. She wasn't a match for the two aunts when it came to quarreling, nor was she used to dealing with such a stream of slurs. Red-faced and teary-eyed, she shouted, ask yourselves. Old Lin and Old Lu might be outsiders. But have you people ever treated our family as well as they have? Nie Yan clenched his fists. Staring at their ugly, repulsive mugs, he wanted so badly to rush up and beat the tar out of them. Tell your husband to get the hell out here. If he gives us each a 3% share of his company, we'll drop the matter. If he doesn't, we'll find people and let them judge. Luo Ming threatened, directing his voice toward the study room. Nie Yan's father walked out of the study. He stared coldly at Luo Ming's group. Luo Ming immediately shut up. He still felt a sense of dread toward this brother-in-law of his who served in the army. Are you just about done? Get out of my house. I don't care how many thugs you bring. You're not getting a cent out of my company. Nie Yan's father walked to his wife's side and wrapped his arm around her waist. This simple gesture was enough. Her shoulders dropped, relieved from the weight of a crushing burden. Tears rolled down her face as she leaned against her husband. Sister, we came here today to have a civil discussion, but your family is simply too out of line. Luo Ming said, wrinkling his brows. Scram. If I hear any more nonsense out of you, I'll kick you out of the house myself. Nie Yan stared daggers at Luo Ming. Look at your son. Is that how you teach him to talk to his elders? Luo Ming's anger had reached its peak. His hand slapped toward Nie Yan's face. Lost in his rage, he forgot that Nie Yan was longer the same cowardly boy he knew from the past. Nie Yan recalled the unhappy experiences that he had with Luo Ming in his childhood. He had been beaten by Luo Ming more times than he cared to remember, quite ruthlessly too. Many times, he'd been left with deep bruises. His mother would always burst into tears, her heart aching deeply whenever she saw the abuse that she was helpless to stop. Nie Yan grabbed Luo Ming's wrist like a vice grip and fiercely twisted his arm backwards. Let go. Let go now. Luo Ming screamed out in pain. Nie Yan carried Luo Ming to the front of the house. Opening the door, he threw him out. Well, are you going to get the hell out? Or do I have to throw you out? Nie Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness as he swept his gaze over Luo Ming's wife and the others. Ever since he had shot Cao Shu dead, he was no longer the same weak, timid boy. Luo Ming's wife and the others were badly frightened by Nie Yan. They quickly vacated the premises while letting loose a stream of curses. Bang! Nie Yan slammed the door shut. Mom, don't cry. They're not worth your tears. Nie Yan consoled his mother. Although Nie Yan's father found his aggressive actions a moment to be a little strange, he quickly realized something. Presumably, while they were out of town, Nie Yan probably suffered quite a lot under the harassment of Luo Ming's group. It was only natural for him to change. Nie Yan's mother seethed with anger. She felt helpless that she had such a man for an older brother. Nie Yan spent the entire day helping his mother pack. As dusk approached, she went out to buy groceries in preparation for dinner. Soon, the whole family sat at the table, enjoying a warm meal. I've heard the prep school we're sending you to is very nice, but the academic requirements in the capital are much higher. Little Yan, keep up with your studies. You mustn't fall behind your peers. Nie Yan's father patted him on the shoulders. His relationship with his father now seemed much closer in comparison to what it was in his past life. Yes, I'll try my best, Nie Yan replied, simply to please his parents. As for the need to actually study, passing his senior year of high school with full marks wouldn't be a problem. While I was out buying groceries, I heard little Yu has been going around to our neighbors, telling them that we've forgotten our roots, and abandoned along the relatives who helped us after becoming rich, Nie Yan's mother said, sounding quite vexed about the matter. Humph, let them prattle on. Clear is clear, and muddled is muddled. As for who's in the right, anyone with a discerning eye can tell, Nie Yan's father said in an annoyed tone. Mom, Dad's right. Don't let them get to you, Nie Yan comforted. Nie Yan chatted with his parents for a while after finishing his meal. They would be moving to the capital the day after tomorrow. After they settled down in their new home, school would start a few days later. Just the thought of being able to see Xie Yao again left him feeling somewhat excited. A stream of memories flooded his mind. He recalled that Xie Yao should still be single at this time. She wouldn't enter a relationship with Lu Rui until university. Even so, they were all going to the fellow students in the same school. In other words, there was still a chance left for Nie Yan to win her heart. As he thought about this matter, Nie Yan's mood became complex. He entered his room and put on his virtual reality helmet. As he logged back in the game, Nie Yan found himself near the respawned ash-cloaked heretics. Taking advantage of the spawn immunity from the opening of the server, he found a hidden place to blend into his surroundings, activating stealth. From a safe position, he looked cautiously at the three elite to confirm that they were still in the center of the hallway. Nie Yan slowly advanced until he was directly beneath a ceiling beam. He shot a web line from his silk spinner ring which stuck on the beam. Confirming that the line was secure, he jerked his arm back as his body was flung upwards toward the ceiling. Once he neared the beam, he immediately activated the crawler ring and clung on. With the combined abilities of his two rings, he was more than capable of climbing under the beam like a spider. Nie Yan hid behind the ceiling beam while still in stealth. He quietly crept right over the heads of the unsuspecting ash-cloaked heretics. Since they were still in their passive states, it was clear that they had yet to notice him crawling above them. Nie Yan entered the central hall after getting past the ash-cloaked heretics. He was greeted by an ornate and magnificent room with a row of massive pillars on each side and a red carpet laid down the middle. The pillars in each row were about 6 meters apart from each other, with 100 of them in total stretching far into the distance. Inside the hall were a few humanoid monsters in silver armor. They carried huge swords as they patrolled, and were clearly melee attackers. On each side of the hall, in the far corners, a dark gold chest quietly flashed with a metallic light. Nie Yan's pulse suddenly started racing. These were dark gold chests. He hadn't expected this hall to provide loot as good as 2 dark gold chests. This was the benefit of being a pioneer exploring a new area, because a latecomer would never be able to find these treasures. Ordinary chests would respawn after a random period of time, but dark gold chests would disappear forever. Sadly, each chest had over a dozen monsters guarding it. Ignoring those for now, the Nie Yan noticed that one of the patrolling silver-armored monsters was about to reach his hiding spot behind a pillar. Corrupted Silver Paladin Elite Level 33. Health, 5,000 5,000. After seeing the Corrupted Silver Paladin stats, Nie Yan felt a chill run down his spine. There were over 30 of these Corrupted Silver Paladins in this hall, all of which were level 33 elites. If that was true, then he felt that this would be difficult to deal with. Paladin-type monsters usually had high health and attack. Some of them even had specific anti-thief skills. On top of that, these level 33 elites were much higher level than him. He had no chance facing off against them. Creasing his eyebrows, Nie Yan helplessly pondered his options. Using stealth to bypass them as he had the ash-cloaked heretics was impossible. These Corrupted Silver Paladins would certainly notice him. His gaze happened to fall on a certain pillar in front of him, causing him to have a sudden flash of insight. He could make use of these pillars. He smiled at the simplicity of his method, but if he could do things the easy way, then why not? Nie Yan used his crawler ring to deftly climb up a pillar, then dropped down like a spider with the line of webbing from his silk spinner ring. Hanging about 5 meters from the ground, he took out his crossbow of blood. He carefully selected and then locked onto a Corrupted Silver Paladin. Suddenly, 3 bolts flew out in succession. They all hit their mark, dealing 30 points of damage each. Looking at the damage values, he realized that his attack power had truly grown. After being struck, the Corrupted Silver Paladin quickly noticed Nie Yan hanging from the pillar. It tried to rush at him to attack, but all it could do was run in circles around the pillar with no way of getting to him. Since it couldn't jump high enough to reach him, it could only fruitlessly attempt to find a path to him. After the Corrupted Silver Paladin entered the range of Intermediate Demon Hunter's aura, it began to take 50 damage per hit from Nie Yan's steady stream of bolts. Making things even worse for the helpless mob, some of the bolts would proc the armor-pierce property and deal over 150 damage. Under the constant damage and with no way to retaliate, the Corrupted Silver Paladin's health quickly fell to 30% within a short 5 minutes. At that point, it raised its sword and summoned a gray beam of light from above. To Nie Yan's dismay, the mob's health began to rise until it was full. These things have healing skills. That's annoying. Nie Yan resignedly continued his one-sided assault. Generally, these kinds of healing monsters would have a low mana pool that could only sustain 2 or 3 spells at most. The only way to kill them was to first deplete their mana before being able to deal any meaningful damage to them. If only I had some equipment with the mana siphon property. With such an item, the opponent's mana would deplete with their health and it would thus not be able to self-heal. In battle, equipment with this property were the bane of the mana-reliant paladins, priests, and mages. Sadly, the mana siphon property usually only appeared on equipment of at least the sub-legendary grade. As the Corrupted Silver Paladin once again fell to low health, it cast another self-heal, restoring itself to 50% health. Apparently, it could only perform a greater heal once before only having enough mana to cast a lesser heal. Finally, under Nie Yan's unceasing assault, the monster's health fell bit by bit down to 0. At long last, the defeated corpse collapsed onto the ground. Nie Yan had successfully killed a Corrupted Silver Paladin. Elated, he jumped down from his position 5 meters in the air and collected the loot dropped by the monster. The item was a rather special one. Splitting Edge incomplete 1/20th. The Splitting Edge appeared here. Nie Yan's heart thumped in shock and excitement. No one knew better than him just how amazing the Splitting Edge was. In his past life, he had used this exact weapon all the way until level 60. Even though part of the reason for this was his inability to find a suitable replacement, the great properties of this weapon were still the main reason that he could use it for so long. This very Splitting Edge was renowned as the best weapon under level 50. The fragment of Splitting Edge was a silver-white, rhombus-shaped shard of metal. Its surface was meticulously scored with shallow grooves in a design that formed Yemmo's runes, named after their creator, legendary blacksmith Yemmos. According to some historical accounts, Yemmos was still an advanced blacksmith when he first forged the Splitting Edge. Its blueprints would later be copied and passed down to a few select blacksmiths across the continent. The Splitting Edge was a rare, low-level charge weapon which came with a supplementary skill. The charge referred to the fact that the weapon had to be charged to a certain extent for the skill to be activated, so the wielder couldn't abuse it as they pleased. After the skill was released, the weapon would be drained of its energy and the player would have to wait for it to slowly replenish. While charge weapons could be found at higher levels, the Splitting Edge was the only available weapon of its kind for low-level thief players, and it had amazing properties to boot. Outside of sub-legendary and legendary weapons, it ranked as the #1 thief weapon below level 50. It was no wonder players nicknamed it the best vegetable knife in the game. In the previous timeline, Nie Yan at level 39 had run the blood marsh over half a dozen times and spent over 3 gold in the loot auction in order to finally obtain 20 fragments of Splitting Edge. He wasn't nearly as rich back then, so the endeavor had directly transformed him into a penniless wretch. Under normal circumstances, Nie Yan would have to bring a task force of 3 20-man teams, composed entirely of level 30 players, in order to clear out all the mobs in the central hall of the Light Monastery. However, since he had the silk spinner ring and crawler ring, things were much simpler. With several teams working together to clear out an area, a player who wanted a certain drop would have to divvy out money to everyone else in the group as compensation. Even then, they might not necessarily end up with it because others would undoubtedly be eyeing the same thing as well. However, solo clearing was different. All of the drops would belong to Nie Yan. Who knows? Maybe after clearing out all the Corrupted Silver Paladins in this place, he'd have a complete Splitting Edge to himself. Having taken down the Corrupted Silver Paladin, Nie Yan glanced at his experience bar. It had filled up to about 17%. These guys give pretty good experience. I guess this isn't a bad spot to do some leveling. Nie Yan began the process of clearing out all the mobs in the area. He employed the same method as before, as a stream of crossbow bolts sent Corrupted Silver Paladins collapsing to the floor one after another. After killing his 5th Corrupted Silver Paladin, a bright radiance enveloped Nie Yan as he leveled up to level 19. He was fast approaching level 20. Nie Yan had collected 5 Splitting Edge fragments so far, one for each Corrupted Silver Paladin killed. He scanned up ahead. Many more were still left, especially around the two dark gold chests. Both chests were surrounded by hosts of monsters. The drop rate for fragments is decent. Thud. Another corrupted silver paladin collapsed. Walking to its corpse, Nie Yan picked up a piece of equipment and a small book. Paladin's Prayer quest item. Description: carry the Paladin Prayer with you on your journey to seek out the true fates of the 10 holy paladins. You will uncover astonishing truths. Quest 1: Kavana's death. Description: Bruin succumbed to his ambitions after the death of Kavana. He abandoned his faith, and so began a merciless massacre. The former hero turned his blade against his comrades. Objectives: find Kavana's corpse. Retrieve his Paladin medal. The Paladin medals represented the glory of the 10 holy paladins: Kavana, Bruin, Bertrand, Kramer, Crispim, Sandman, Clive, Hazelden, Basile, and Chadwell. When they brought their Paladin medals together, they could make contact with the Archangel Talid. According to lore, Talid was still guarding the gates of the Death Realm even though he hadn't made an appearance in nearly a millennium. Paladin's Prayer was a slightly dilapidated, one-handed hammer with a seemingly ordinary appearance. However, Nie Yan could feel formidable divine power surging through his arm as held it in his hand. Any other Paladin weapon paled in comparison to the might that radiated off this hammer. A quest item. Nie Yan didn't know who completed the quest related to the legend of the 10 holy paladins in his past life, nor was he knowledgeable of how it concluded. However, since it had to do with the lore in the game, he was certain the grade wasn't low. As Nie Yan read through the quest summary, his eyebrows jumped in surprise. It was actually a legendary quest. Seems like this quest doesn't just end with the Light Monastery. Nie Yan turned his focus to the book. It was somewhat damaged, but he could still make out the words on the cover as belonging to the ancient common language. He deciphered the meaning of the silver gilded characters. Legend of Kavana. Nie Yan flipped open the book as large segments of ancient text greeted his eyes. Kavana revered the will of God, a devout follower of the light, and advanced holy paladin. Archangel Talid, child, may the light protect you. Kavana encountered Bruin, Bertrand, and many others like him. They fought bravely and valiantly against the atrocities committed by the dragons while enacting the will of light. So began the legend of the 10 holy paladins in the Glennon province. The appearance of the young dragon girl, Vanita, created a rift in the group. Kavana set her free, returning her to Karat. Kavana's corpse lay in the central hall of the Light Monastery. Even in his eternal rest, he desired everlasting light for all. The rest of the text was too damaged to read any further. The book had simply gone too long without proper care. Nie Yan could only make out intermittent sections of the text. His only option was to make an educated guess. Kavana and Bruin were joint leaders of the 10 holy paladins. They resisted the dragons together. The group later captured a defenseless dragon girl. Kavana insisted on releasing Vanita, but others in the group opposed this. The disagreement led to the 10 holy paladins disbanding. Kavana died later on, and the ambitious Bruin began massacring the other members of the group. The story goes on from there. Kavana's corpse was laid to rest in the central hall of the Light Monastery. Nie Yan climbed up a pillar and surveyed the place from a higher vantage point. At the end of the hall, on top of a white stone platform above a long flight of stairs, he spotted a giant crystal coffin. So Kavana's final resting place is over there. I should clear out all the mobs here first. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Nie Yan shot at a nearby corrupted silver paladin, drawing its aggro. It rushed over but could only helplessly circle around the pillar as he let loose a steady stream of bolts. Nie Yan suddenly received a message from Tang Yao. Where are you right now? Tang Yao asked. Light Monastery. What are you doing all the way over there? Tang Yao was shocked. He remembered that the Light Monastery was a level 30 to 35 map. Guo Wai and the other higher-ups had actually played around with the idea of exploring the map with several 20-man teams. However, the matter was left unsettled in the end. After all, these sorts of expeditions would entail enormous risks. The guild simply couldn't afford a huge loss in manpower. It was better to wait for all of the priests to learn revive first. At that time, they could go there whenever they wanted. I'm doing a quest. How's leveling? After I got to level 26, my leveling speed slowed down by a lot, and Heaven Breaker is catching up fast, Tang Yao said, sounding quite vexed. Heaven Breaker was probably going to hit level 26 soon. He wasn't confident in being able to preserve his number 1 spot. Wait for me to come out. I'll take you guys to some other place to train. What about Yao Yao and Sun? What level are they? Both of them are level 24. Yao Yao and Sun had risen in level pretty quickly. Of course, with Tang Yao tirelessly grinding mobs, their leveling speeds naturally wouldn't be slow. How long before you come out? I'd say a few hours or so. I'll be finished by then, Nie Yan replied. He estimated 2 hours would be enough for him to clear out all of the corrupted silver paladins. Alright, I hope sooner than later. It would be a heavy blow to Askickers United if Tang Yao couldn't maintain his position at the top of the leaderboards. Nie Yan checked the Starry Night Potion Shop's overview window. He had already accrued over 300 gold, which after accounting for inflation was roughly equal to 100 gold from when the game first released. With the average level of the player base rising, players had much more money to spend, so the consumption of consumables also gradually increased. The amount of business the shop received naturally followed accordingly, from earning about 50 gold a day when it first opened to almost 200 gold now. This was a huge step forward. Even though daily operational costs were quite high, the profits raked in every day by the shop were even higher. Since he was in no short supply of gold, there was no harm in buying a few junior magic bombs. A batch of bombs was priced at 20 gold, slightly expensive, but he was just able to bear the cost. When Nie Yan got back, he planned to take Tang Yao with him to the Everlasting City. Although it was a level 40 map, they wouldn't face any problems leveling there with the help of the junior magic bombs. Just as Nie Yan was about to continue clearing out the corrupted silver paladins, he received a notification that made his heart sink. The matter he was most anxious about had finally happened. Black Hell has obtained the 5th chapter from Volume 1 of the Book of Order, Chapter of Equality. You will be notified of the player's updated location once every hour. Coordinates: Link Town, 385.382.582. A player had gotten the Chapter of Equality. By coming into possession of the chapter, Black Hell was also able to see Nie Yan's location. It was the same in his past life as well. Every chapter owner were pitted against each other to determine who all the chapters would belong to in the end. Nie Yan and Black Hell would inevitably face off. In the previous timeline, chapter owners resorted to all sorts of unscrupulous means to seize the chapters from their rivals: traps, ganging up, ambushes, assassination, putting up bounties, and so on. Even so, all 6 chapters had never fallen into the hands of one person in his past life. At best, 2 chapters came into the possession of a single person while 4 others owned a chapter each. After being left untouched for so long, the dusty history books of the Atlanta continent would open once more to record the feats of the current generation. Both sides could spy on each other. This was a dangerous game. You couldn't predict when or where your rival might appear in front of you and launch a surprise attack. You couldn't stay in one place for too longer. Otherwise, the opponent would be able to lock onto your position. If it was only 1 versus 1, Nie Yan was confident in winning. However, if the opponent brought a bunch of people to surround him, then it would be hard to say who would come out on top. Thankfully, Nie Yan was a thief. He had a certain class advantage when it came to fleeing. As for Black Hell, he still didn't know what class they played yet. Anyone capable of retrieving a chapter from the Book of Order wasn't as simple. Nie Yan pondered for a moment. He would focus on retrieving the chapter of justice first. As for the remaining 2 chapters, one was in Black Hell's hands, giving him a definite target, while the other was still out in the wild. He needed to move quicker. Otherwise, if the chapter of honesty fell into the hands of another player, things would become even more troublesome. A certain problem weighed on Nie Yan's mind. He had never heard of a player called Black Hell before, not even in his past life. So he was in the dark regarding the opponent's strengths and weaknesses. Reportedly, the chapter of harmony was meant for priests. It could substantially boost the effects of all healing skills, something which was particularly useful for holy priests. As for shadow priests, it could also enhance the effects of curses. It was originally hidden in the level 25 map, Murky Quagmire. The Murky Quagmire was an extremely inhospitable map. It was the perfect breeding ground for sludge slimes, living beings made out of toxic goop, highly resistant to physical attacks, and reeked of an awful stench. It was also filled with poisonous gases, so players would take constant damage as soon as they entered. The only reliable method of preventing yourself from getting inflicted with the poison status was to regularly receive blessings from a priest. Antidotes were also effective, but they had limited durations, not to mention the cost. As such, a party of 5 leveling here would generally consist of at least 2 priests. Paladins could explore the map by themselves with some difficulty, but it was impossible for other classes. On top of all that, the chapter of harmony was said to be hidden in the heart of the Murky Quagmire. That was the region where the poisonous gases were the thickest. Even Nie Yan didn't know what lurked in there. This sort of place wasn't somewhere a group could explore, unless half of its members consisted of priests. But if that was the case, who would deal the damage? Even if someone organized an expedition to explore the map, the group size couldn't exceed 5 players. At least 2 of the members had to be priests while the stats requirements for everyone were very high. The person who retrieved the chapter of harmony ultimately belonged to one of the following classes: Holy Priest, Shadow Priest, and Paladin. Black Hell had a very low chance of being a Paladin. It was more likely that he played Holy Priest or Shadow Priest. After all, the chapter of harmony didn't have much of an effect on classes aside from the priest, while only the chapter of justice corresponded to the Paladin class. With the scope narrowing down by a lot, Nie Yan tried hard to recall the properties of the chapter of harmony. Just in case it possessed some formidable abilities, he would be somewhat better prepared. The first skill of the chapter of harmony was called Circle of Healing. It could instantly replenish the health of all team members in a certain range. It was naturally extremely useful in team battles. The second skill was called Empower Status Magic. It would bolster the effects of all blessings, and all curses would transform into something much more terrifying. Therefore, the chapter of harmony was also known as the Trial of Light and Darkness. The chapter of harmony was fully deserving of being one of the best items for priests. Nie Yan remembered that the owner of the chapter of harmony in the previous time was a priest called Black Heaven, one of the 7 archbishops. He was said to have joined Sapphire Shrine later on, becoming their chief priest. Black Hell, Black Heaven. These names are pretty close. Are they related to each other? It seemed the opposing side didn't consist of only a single person. The situation had become a lot more complicated. A powerful priest could easily rope in a bunch of people. Those who were good at socializing would usually find themselves with many friends the moment they entered the game. Nie Yan rubbed his temples. The only reason he had put off retrieving the chapter of harmony for so long that he had no way of setting foot into the Murky Quagmire, nor had he ever been there in his past life. So he was completely unfamiliar with the map. Even if he wanted to go, he'd still have to bring a top-notch priest like Leader Young 7 along with him. However, this undoubtedly entailed its own risks. A single priest entering a level 25, who knows what sort of trouble might pop up. Any priest that could reach that rank of archbishop was an extremely rare talent. In the stronghold sieges several years from now, an archbishop would transform into a support machine of war. A single blessing could sharply increase the stats of a crowd of players. A single group heal could restore a crowd of low-health players back to full again. They grew even more perverse after learning the divine resurrection skill. It could revive a player without any restrictions or penalties. Although the normal revive skill could also bring a fallen comrade back to life, it wasn't free from drawbacks. Some players would lose experience. Others would revive in a weakened state. However, divine resurrection could bring players back from the dead to full fighting strength. Of course, the skill also had its own limits, such as a 3-day cooldown for example. Even the fastest variations still need a full day to come off cooldown. At this point in the timeline, Black Heaven hadn't joined Sapphire Shrine yet. He should still be in the Dark Hero Guild. If he could pull Black Heaven over to his side, it would be largely beneficial to Ass-Kickers United. However, with the emergence of the chapter of harmony, both sides would have no choice but to stand at opposite ends. Nie Yan couldn't help but let out a dejected sigh. Ah, an archbishop. What a pity. Out of the 7 archbishops, Whispering and Leader Young 7 were already in Nie Yan's camp, and Black Haven might still join Sapphire Shrine later on. As for the 4 others, he heard that Guo Wai had been in talks with one, but he didn't know if they came to an agreement or not. In the previous timeline, one of the 7 archbishops had joined Sapphire Shrine, another was in Bloodthirst Blades, and 3 more were in the game organization, Azure Falling Sky. The remaining 2 were solo players. Even Victorious Return and Holy Empire didn't have a single archbishop. It was regrettable, but naturally, they had plenty of bishops. If Ass-Kickers United had 1 archbishop in the future, then they would hold a significant advantage over others. But what if they had 2? Well, one could only imagine. In any case, Nie Yan could afford not to offend Black Heaven or Black Hell, then he would try as much as possible to do so. If he could take out something to trade, or purchase the chapter of harmony, then that would be the best outcome. Nie Yan sent Black Hell a message. The receiver has blocked all incoming messages outside of team or party chat. During specific moments when a player didn't want to be interrupted or to avoid harassment, they might close off their chat or create a blacklist so they wouldn't receive messages from others. Black Hell had closed off his chat. It seemed Nie Yan's plan of negotiating with the opposition had gone up in smoke. If they ended up meeting in battle, then there was nothing he could do about it. Near the Link transport point. Here was the most flourishing town around Kalor. Thanks to there being quite a few high-level maps in the vicinity of the town, many professional players opened up shops here. The land here wasn't expensive as it was in Kalor. You only needed to spend 10 silver to purchase a small plot. Opening a shop didn't cost much money either. With a few people scrounging up some money together, it was still possible. A good deal of players set up their shops here, making the commerce in the town prosper in an unprecedented manner. The streets flowed with a steady stream of players. As two priests, Black Heaven and Black Hell, strolled around the town, they were frequently approached by other players looking to form a party, but they would always bluntly refuse. Black Heaven was a holy priest with the somewhat immature appearance of a 17 to 18-year-old boy. He wore a pure white robe with a golden falcon stitched to the side of his collar. This was the symbol of the Temple of Light. It signified that he had learned Templar magic for his class. This sort of priest was greatly sought after by the large guilds. As for Black Hell, he was a 26 to 27-year-old youth. He wore an ash-gray robe with the symbol of a viper embroidered to his cuffs using dark gold and silk, clearly indicating his status as a shadow priest. Shadow priests were the least played class in the Viridian Empire. They were proficient in curses and crowd control magic on top of being able to heal. However, a shadow priest's healing ability was noticeably lackluster in comparison to their pure support-focused counterpart. In terms of outputting damage, they were decent, but they couldn't match up to a mage's. Of course, skilled shadow priests were very powerful. Only, the difficulty of mastering this class was simply too high. On top of being good at casting curses, crowd control, and healing, they were also responsible for dealing damage. If the player didn't have over several dozen skills in their skill bar and couldn't use them smoothly and skillfully, they would find it very hard to contend against other classes. The shadow priest class Black Hell chose was just that kind of rarely picked class. Big brother, who do you think that Nirvana Flame is? He was actually able to get a hold of 3 chapters from the Book of Order, Black Heaven asked. While the two of them were training in the murky quagmire, they had accidentally stumbled into the centermost region. They were unable to use return scrolls there. Only after narrowly escaping death numerous times in a row were they able to retrieve the Chapter of Harmony. He had been instantly killed and sent back, while Black Hell was luckily able to get away because he had happened to obtain a potion of nothingness previously from running a dungeon on Specialist. Yet that Nirvana Flame was surprisingly in possession of 3 chapters. After obtaining the Chapter of Harmony, Black Hell suddenly found that 3 chapters from the Book of Order were actually on a thief called Nirvana Flame. He had to admit that such a matter possessed an irresistible attraction. If he could kill Nirvana Flame, he would be able to get another 3 chapters at once. From what I could dig up, he seems to be part of Asskickers United. He's pretty famous as well. He definitely also knows our location. Black Hell frowned. Although he could be considered a veteran in Dark Hero, the guild had already declined considerably. Even when organizing a team for dungeon runs, he was forced to recruit players from outside the guild. How could such a guild contend against the newly emerged powerhouse, Asskickers United? Whether they could even protect their own chapter was another problem to consider. In a 1 versus 1, he feared absolutely no one. However, if Asskickers United sent a squadron of thieves to surround and snatch the Chapter of Harmony from him, there was nothing he could really do to resist. So he's one of the bosses of that guild. That's going to be a little troublesome, Black Heaven said worriedly. If Nirvana Flame sent a group of thieves to watch them every day, they would definitely collapse under the pressure. Against the might of a guild, they were undoubtedly vulnerable. I hear they have a feud with Victorious Return. What about it? Are you suggesting we seek asylum from Victorious Return? Black Hell raised his eyebrow. Although he had received invitations from multiple guilds, he had never once entertained the thought of leaving Dark Hero. Seeing Black Hell's sharp eyes gaze over at him, Black Heaven hurriedly lowered his head. We absolutely cannot let anyone know that we have the Chapter of Harmony. Our only option is to find and kill him, then take away the 3 chapters from his corpse. That way he'll have no way of locating us anymore. If worst comes to worst, we'll pull together 2 gold and use it to run away to another city, then we'll figure out what to do from there, Black Hell said. If they could intercept Nirvana Flame in the wilderness, he had absolute confidence in taking him down in a 1 versus 1 situation. But he's in the Light Monastery, Black Heaven said. That was a level 30 area. Only large expedition groups would go to such a place. We'll just have to wait until after he comes out, Black Hell replied. They could only patiently wait for an opportunity. Before then, they couldn't stay in the same spot for too long. Otherwise, they'd be surrounded by Asskicker United players. Nie Yan really didn't want to form an irreconcilable enmity with Black Hell. He wanted to talk with the other player first, to avoid the use of force if possible. Regardless of how the talks went, however, he would definitely try to get the Chapter of Harmony by fair means or foul. After being merged into a single item, the 6 chapters in Volume 1 would be on par with a piece of legendary grade equipment. The importance of such an item to his future plans was absolutely critical. Better yet, the completed Volume 1 was bindable and would no longer drop if he died. I'll wait and see, I guess. It's not like Black Hell can hide when I get hourly reports on his location. Nie Yan continued picking off the corrupted silver paladins one by one. Finally, the area around the first dark gold chest was clear of monsters. After killing so many corrupted silver paladins from afar, Nie Yan recognized the need for a good ranged weapon. He still had his eye on the sub-legendary Dualahan cavalry crossbow. Although it had a massive strength requirement, he could meet it with the use of equipment and skills that boosted his strength by the time he was around level 70. Even if he could only equip it by the time he reached level 80, it wouldn't be too late. He absolutely had to craft this crossbow. Nie Yan broke off his reverie, looking at the level 30 dark gold chest in front of him. Its level was a bit too high for him, but he was able to just barely unlock it because his lockpicking specialist gave a +1 level boost to unlocking chests. System, opening treasure chest. Estimated completion, 3%, 7%, 5%, 9%. It took over 3 minutes of unstable progress for Nie Yan to finally succeed in unlocking the chest. System, you've unlocked a dark gold chest. Lockpicking specialist has gained 5 points of proficiency. 5 points of proficiency in lockpicking specialist. So many. Pleasantly surprised, Nie Yan opened the chest and took out a thick book and a piece of dark gold leather armor. He quickly appraised them to view their properties. The book was jet black with a bronze gilt around the edges. Ornate designs decorated the cover, along with some large text written in ancient common. Skill book, Hellfire, Hell Magic. Description, allows the user to manipulate fire from the depths of hell to attack the opponent. Requirements, 2 sets of gestures, 2 sets of syllables, intermediate arcane sigil must be inscribed. 150 intelligence, 5 focus, 5 willpower. Forcefully casting this spell without meeting the necessary stat requirements will result in the player being put in a weakened state, reducing all stats by 80% for 2 days. Properties, area of effect spell. Cast range of 3030 meters. Increase burn damage. Residual burn scales with focus and willpower above 5. Cooldown, 2 days. Restrictions, Arcane Mage, Elementalist. Hell magic was just like Elemental Hall magic, a high-ranking type of magic. A spell from one of these magics had far higher attack power than a normally accessible spell. The high power of these spells corresponded to their high usage requirements and cooldowns. Casting Hellfire required a significant amount of preparation. The player would have to find a seller and purchase an intermediate arcane sigil. They'd need to spend an hour and 2,000 mana inscribing Hellfire into the sigil. Furthermore, they'd often have to drink a potion to make sure didn't run out of mana midway. Finally, 2 sets of syllables and gestures had to be performed before the spell could be cast. After which it would go on cooldown for 2 days, and the process would have to be repeated once more. All of these prerequisites were naturally rewarded with an alarmingly powerful spell. An area of effect spell with a range over 3 kilometers was incredible. On top of the damage, the spell even had residual burn effect that scaled with the caster's focus and willpower. For a high-level mage, focus and willpower were extremely important stats. They would allow the player to regenerate mana faster, summon more magical energy during a set casting time, and naturally deal more damage. For example, if a mage put 10 points each in focus and willpower, they could deal 100 more damage compared to having 0 points in each stat. So even though a mage would focus primarily on raising their intelligence, they still needed to pay attention to their focus and willpower, especially when picking equipment. As Nie Yan looked at the Hellfire skill book in his hands, joy lit up his face. Ass Kickers United finally had a spell from the high-ranking magics. To any guild, the significance of having such a spell was extremely high. But who should he give the skill book to? Nie Yan first thought of Tang Yao, but with Tang Yao's lazy personality he would most likely not want to deal with such a complicated spell. Just to make sure, Nie Yan messaged Tang Yao with Hellfire's properties and asked, "Do you want to learn this spell?" "What a powerful spell. This Hellfire spell of yours is so much stronger than my meteor." Tang Yao exclaimed, "But I'd need to spend an hour every few days to inscribe the sigil. I don't want it. Also, I recently learned Firestorm, so you should find someone else in the guild to learn Hellfire." "Ah, spending an hour inscribing the spell means that I'm not leveling up during that time. I'm actually better off with just Meteor and Firestorm." "Alright then. Since you have Firestorm, I'll be giving Hellfire to someone else in the guild." When handing out a benefit like the Hellfire skill book, Nie Yan would obviously prioritize the members of the guild who had signed a contract over those who didn't. Of those, there were several arcane mages and elementalists. The most skilled player from this group would receive the Hellfire skill book. Although Tang Yao had the highest level, his experience was mainly from grinding and Nie Yan's advice. In terms of technical skill, the arcane mages and elementalists who had signed the guild contract were probably better than him. He decided to delegate the task of choosing an owner for the skill book to Guo Wai. Nie Yan put away the skill book and looked at the other piece of loot he had received. Skywalker leather armor dark gold. Requirements, level 30. Set items, Skywalker leather armor, Skywalker bracers, Skywalker boots. Properties, defense 102 to 108, dexterity plus 19, defense level plus 1, damage reduction rank 3 defense against magic attacks plus 20%. Weight, 7 pounds. Restrictions, thief can be equipped by any faction. Nie Yan looked at this dark gold Skywalker leather armor. The Skywalker set was the best set of armor for level 30 thieves. In his past life, someone had relied on this very equipment set to kill a mage who had a 5-level advantage over them thanks to the boost in survivability. After all, as a set of dark gold equipment, the properties were bound to be good. Even though the Skywalker leather armor wasn't particularly suited for his fighting style, its boost to his survivability was unquestionable. If he could really get himself the complete level 30 Skywalker set, he could prioritize on improving his own damage without worry later on, for example, by socketing the set with strength gems and so on. Since he had found one piece of the Skywalker set here, the other 2 pieces of the set were bound to be here as well, considering this entire section of the map was explored by no one else but him. "I can't wear this for now." Nie Yan put away the Skywalker leather armor in his bag. He proceeded to hunt the rest of the corrupted silver paladins in the map, drawing them out one by one. With everything in order, Nie Yan cleared out the crowd of corrupted silver paladins surrounding the other dark chest. After which he walked over and opened it. Just like Nie Yan predicted earlier, he found the 2 remaining pieces of the Skywalker set in the other chest. Skywalker bracers, dark gold. Requirements, level 30. Set items, Skywalker leather armor, Skywalker bracers, Skywalker boots. Properties, defense 82 to 88, dexterity plus 12, strength plus 15, damage reduction rank 3 defense against magic attacks plus 20%. Weight, 1 pound. Restrictions, thief can be equipped by any faction. Skywalker boots, dark gold. Requirements, level 30. Set items, Skywalker leather armor, Skywalker bracers, Skywalker boots. Properties, defense 72 to 85, dexterity plus 10, balance plus 5, swift run rank 3 defense against magic attacks plus 20%. Weight, 3 pounds. Restrictions, thief can be equipped by any faction. Nie Yan needed to equip all 3 pieces to see the true effects of the set. He wasn't knowledgeable of what the set effects of the Skywalker set were. In the previous timeline, he was still wearing a mix of silver and gold equipment at level 30, while his hope of ever obtaining a set of dark gold equipment such as the Skywalker set was merely a fleeting fantasy. Let alone dark gold chests, back then, he hadn't opened more than a few gold chests. At that time, he had never been the first to explore any map, nor did he have the ability to search for traces of dark gold chests. In this life, however, his circumstances were completely different. Finding the 2 dark gold chests made Nie Yan very happy. A Hellfire skill book and the full Skywalker set, not a bad haul. In addition, he also had 26 fragments of splitting edge in his bag. When he returned to the city, he could find an intermediate blacksmith to forge the complete weapon. As for the leftover fragments, he could throw them in the guild treasury. There were definitely going to be others who would want them in the future. Nie Yan scanned the central hall. The floor was littered with corpses. The crystal coffin up ahead was the only thing left to attend to. Although his goal was exceedingly close, Nie Yan was still on high alert. He couldn't discount the possibility of a boss emerging in this area. Nie Yan ascended the flight of stairs. The crystal coffin was right before his eyes, reaching up to his waist as he stood beside it. Sculpted from pure and transparent crystal of the highest quality, sparkling and limpid, it reflected a splendid radiance under the lights of the central hall. A silver-armored NPC lay unmoving inside the crystal coffin. Through the transparent crystal, his features could be clearly seen: fair complexion, blonde hair, and a handsome face befitting a hero. His entire body emitted a faint, gentle glow. He appeared divine, dignified, with both arms crossed around his chest. A paladin's sword rested right beside his coffin. Both his eyes were closed. His serene appearance made it seem like he was still alive, as though he could awaken at a moment's notice. He was probably the paladin who had died, Kavana. According to the history of the Atlanta continent, he was a figure from the end of the Dark Era. In other words, his corpse had been resting here for almost a millennium. Yet there wasn't any signs of rotting. Nie Yan looked over at Kavana's legs. A thin piece of paper floated just above his body, emitting a bright resplendence that dazzled the eyes. This was the item that Nie Yan had been searching for, the chapter of justice. At this moment, two crisp system sounds rang out. You have discovered Kavana's crystal coffin. Quest progress, search for clues. Find out the cause of Kavana's death. Nie Yan examined the crystal coffin. It was tightly sealed. He was unsure of how he should proceed. If he tried opening the coffin by force, it'd surely trigger a chain of dangerous events. He absolutely wanted to avoid such a risk. The chapter of justice hovered in right front of Nie Yan. It was but an arm's length away, but he was helpless to retrieve it. He considered the two system notifications. Find out the cause of death. What? Am I supposed to cut open the body and perform an autopsy? It doesn't matter. He shook his head. I'll get the chapter now, then I'll try to complete the quest if I can. If I can't, then so be it. Let's see. There should be a special mechanism to open this thing. Nie Yan searched around for a bit, uncovering some inscriptions on the side of the coffin. Nie Yan examined them. This was some sort of prayer. Dear Sir Kavana, you have the tolerance and kindness of a saint. I hope you rest in peace. As I face the sea breeze of the silent gulf, I often think of you. If I had a choice, I wish I could have been born as an ordinary human girl instead. That way I wouldn't have to stay here all by myself. I'd be able to die peacefully by your side. I'd no longer have to abide by my promise to you of staying in exile for several millennia. I ask that you forgive the sins of my clan. I hope that my people can receive redemption. Dragon Girl Benita. Nie Yan's mind trembled as he read through the text. It mentioned a specific location, Silent Gulf. If he wanted to uncover the truth behind Kavana's death, that was the best place for him to look. Nie Yan recalled a legend of the Silent Gulf he'd heard in his past life. It told of a mysterious girl, possessing an otherworldly beauty, who appeared once every 10 days on an isle. She would stand near the reefs just before dawn, silently gazing at the horizon until the morning sun arose, whereupon she would quietly depart. Many players had attempted to acquire a quest from her, but they would always return with nothing to show for their efforts. After a while, most players gave up, and the girl's background became an unsolvable mystery. She had come to be known as Watcher Benita. Logically speaking, even a dragon would gradually grow old after 1,000 years. Yet according to the rumors from his past life, Benita still appeared as young and beautiful as ever. Benita regularly appeared on the isle, even up until the time Nie Yan stopped playing. It seemed no one had completed the quest related to Kavana in his past life. Well, considering it's a legendary quest line, I guess there's a lot of connecting quests. I'll probably have to unravel many mysteries to progress. Nie Yan was struck with inspiration as he read Benita's appeal near the end of the text. In keeping with the highest etiquette among paladins, he expressed his profound respect to Kavana's corpse by placing his right hand over his chest. Once Nie Yan completed the gesture, the top of the crystal coffin gradually melted away, and the chapter of justice gently floated up. Success. Pleasantly surprised, Nie Yan reached out to grab the chapter of justice. Its brilliant glow faded upon making contact with his hand. At the same moment, Kavana's corpse dissolved into countless specks of light which gently floated up toward the ceiling before finally fading away. Nie Yan could see Kavana's spirit within the specks. He was shrouded in a divine radiance. A pair of angelic wings sprouted from his back as he disappeared into the light. After everything was over, a silver white object fell into the coffin. It was the medal of the 10 holy paladins. Nie Yan stored the medal away in his bag. He didn't bother examining the properties of the two items he had just obtained. Instead, he eyed the scroll clutched tightly in his hand. If at all possible, I really hope I won't have to waste this unknown transfer scroll, Nie Yan muttered. The central hall violently shook the moment he aired his thoughts. Damn it, time to run. Without hesitation, Nie Yan sprinted toward the exit. He crushed a haste scroll and activated Shadow Dance, giving himself a sudden burst of speed. His figure flitted across the red carpeted floor, leaving behind after images, as he covered over 30 meters in a short period of time. A moment later, a black transfer gate materialized beside the coffin, and a figure shrouded in darkness stepped out of the gate. It was an NPC in black armor. He was incomparably ugly. His skin was pale as ash, and inky tentacles sprouted from his skull. He was like an ancient fiend who had awakened from antiquity. Wretched fool, you dared to release the soul of Kavana. The black-armored NPC's voice seemed to come from the region of the damned, sinister and terrifying. With a wave of his hand, a black aura fell over him, and he gained an explosive increase in speed. He sprung towards Nie Yan, like an arrow released from the bowstring. The distance between both sides rapidly shrunk. Nie Yan felt a piercing chill behind him. It seemed like a sinister, frightful aura of death was about to devour all of his strength. Deterrence. Nie Yan didn't know if the skill would have any effect. In any case, it was worth a try. The NPC only paused for a split second. His speed didn't decrease at all. He slashed down with his great sword, sending a ghastly sword light flying toward Nie Yan's back. Nie Yan shot out a web line from his silk spinner ring which stuck to a nearby pillar. With a jerk of his hand, his body flung into the air, narrowly avoiding the NPC's attack. He immediately activated the crawler ring's ability and clung onto the pillar. He quickly skittered toward the ceiling like a spider, looking to escape outside. The NPC arrived at the base of the pillar shortly after. Only then did Nie Yan get a chance to inspect the son of a bitch that was pursuing him this whole time. Fallen Paladin Bruin Elite Level. Health. It was Bruin of the 10 Holy Paladins. However, right now, he looked no different from a monster. It seems the storyline for this quest is a lot more complicated than I thought. As a fallen paladin, Bruin didn't have many long-range skills, so he had no way of getting to Nie Yan. He gave a mighty swing of his great sword. Boom! The pillar instantly collapsed. Nie Yan could see web-like cracks spreading where the pillar connected to the ceiling. Chunks of rock began raining down. Nie Yan felt something suddenly come loose. The section of the pillar he was on had collapsed. It looked like he was going to be crushed among the falling rocks in the next moment. He leapt to the side, rolling to break his fall, and narrowly avoided being buried under a pile of rubble. He rushed out of the central hall. Bruin caught up, then slashed down with his great sword, sending a gigantic crescent wave of black energy flying toward him. Nie Yan activated the unknown transfer scroll. In the next moment, he was engulfed by the surging wave of black energy. However, as the attack sought to obliterate him, his figure completely vanished. After activating the unknown transfer scroll, Nie Yan didn't know where he had been teleported to. He just knew there were several dozen black bears in the vicinity. He hastily activated disappear, then began making his way out. When he found a relatively safe region, he took out a return scroll. A bright radiance enveloped him 20 seconds later, and he was teleported back to Kalor. As he recalled his brush with death just moments ago, a bead of cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. However, something worth rejoicing over was that he had obtained the chapter of justice. In addition, he had also gotten Kavana's medal. Nie Yan glanced at the nearby players walking around. Finally, he felt like he had returned to civilization. Since he still hadn't cleared his red name, all the players that had noticed him looked on with amazed expressions. Nie Yan ignored these gazes as he made his way to his personal storage. While he walked, he examined the properties of the 2 items he had recently obtained. Medal of the 10 Holy Paladins special item. Properties, strength plus 20. Holy Descent, grants 3 seconds of immunity to all magic. Movement speed plus 20%. Increases the effects of all holy magic by 20%. Cooldown, 2 days. Restrictions, Righteous Guardian of Order. Nie Yan had believed that the Medal of the 10 Holy Paladins was only a quest item. He didn't expect it to be an equipable accessory. It was a piece of paladin equipment that bolstered the effects of all holy magic. However, anyone could equip it as long as they belonged to the righteous faction. Even though he didn't have any holy magic, the other effects were pretty useful for PvP. 3 seconds of immunity to magic would allow him to ignore all crowd control effects. When up against mages, especially those who had many skills that could lock a player down, the first attack had to be a guaranteed kill. While not long, 3 seconds was more than enough for him to get close to his target. At his current movement speed, he could close a gap of 9 meters in around 3 seconds, and that was excluding the effects of any speed buffs. Unless the opponent also had an escape skill of their own, they would surely die while he was immune to all magic. Nie Yan shifted his focus to the Chapter of Justice. Chapter of Justice. Description, the first chapter of Volume 1 of the Book of Order. A fragment of a legendary item. Whoever shall possess this chapter will receive the inheritance of the God of Light. Your mission is to spread the glory of light. Properties, receive 2 stat points and 1 mastery point every 5 levels. Focus plus 15, willpower plus 15, resilience plus 16, jump plus 15, reflex plus 15, movement speed plus 16. Arrival of the Saint, grants immunity to all debuffs. Increases the effects of all holy magic by 200%, and gain 30 willpower for 5 minutes. Cooldown, 10 days 1/10. Holy Ray Shining, transforms Holy Ray into a group target skill, empowering damage by 3-fold, and increasing cast range to 3030 meters. Purifies all evil creatures. Cooldown, 2 days 1/2. Restrictions, can only be bound by a member of the Righteous Guardian of Order. After doing what he needed in his personal storage, Nie Yan set out to the Ass-Kickers United Guild headquarters. Guo Wai, Zhao Li, and Hao Cheng were still busy with guild business. In fact, ever since the guild was established, they had never found any free time to level. The benefit to that, however, was that they had become quite skillful in handling administrative affairs. Although the guild still required individuals who were especially talented in administration, they wouldn't feel at ease handing over that responsibility to others. Aside from that, Guo Wai had also recruited a few people from his family's firm. He put them in charge of combing through the backgrounds of every guild member. They had managed to weed out countless moles that were sent by Victorious Return and other guilds. Nie Yan looked over the list of players who had signed a contract with the guild. There were over 100 individuals in total, each a peak talent in some respect. It could even be said to be a galaxy of talent. 11 of them had the potential to receive a Shadow Dancer, Magister, Archbishop, or similarly ranked title later on. They consisted of Sun, Leader Young 7, Teodi, Undying Scoundrel, Blue Yarn Thread, Blowhard Summer Bug, and so on. Altogether there was 1 Archbishop, 2 Shadow Dancers, 2 Guardians, 2 Sword Saints, 2 Magisters, 1 Sage, and 1 Templar. Even right now, they displayed immense talent. Each one of them received generous treatment from Ass-Kickers United. They had access to the best resources in the guild. The Starry Night Potion Shop would supply them with plenty of potions, pills, and other consumables every day. Nie Yan himself had invested over 100 gold into them. They could form teams and find excellent teammates whenever they wanted. As a result, they were growing at a rapid pace. These players had secured more resources because they entered the game relatively early. The fact that they were talented and hardworking, along with a myriad of other factors working in tandem, allowed them to reach the pinnacle in the previous timeline. And in the present timeline, Nie Yan had bettered their conditions in every aspect. All in all, given the proper environment, a genius would always rise to the top. Teodi, Undying Scoundrel, Blue Yarn Thread, and Summer Bug were chatting near the entrance of the guild headquarters. As they were prepared to set out and level, they saw Nie Yan walking over. They all greeted him courteously. "Hello, Boss Nirvana Flame," Teodi called out. He was a 20-odd-year-old man in shiny bright paladin armor. He had a full set of gold-grade equipment on, several pieces he had obtained by himself while the rest had been provided by the guild. At the current stage of the game, he was only a slight bit lacking in comparison to the top elites of Withered Leaf. "Hello boss," Undying Scoundrel greeted Nie Yan. As an elementalist, the elemental resonance set he wore was already the best level 20 set a player of his class could get. They were all peak players of Kalor in Nie Yan's past life, yet they were all gathered here right now. Nie Yan nodded, acknowledging them with a faint smile. He hung around for a while to chat, which made them feel slightly honored. From the moment they joined the guild, they could tell that the astonishing resources of Ass-Kickers United was in no way inferior to those of behemoths like Victorious Return. Nie Yan and Tang Yao's identities were shrouded in a dense fog of mystery that no one could see through. Nie Yan rarely showed himself in public. While with Tang Yao, almost none of the guild members had ever seen his face aside from in the videos Guo Wai had uploaded. As a result, they had come to revere these two figures in their minds. They didn't expect Nie Yan to be so approachable. It was quite a surprise. "You guys are now the elite members of Ass-Kickers United. The guild has provided you with the best environment and resources it has to offer. So I hope you guys can show the guild your worth in the future. Accomplish great things, and the guild will never mistreat you," Nie Yan said. He had already spent quite a bit on them. As long as one or two of them reached the same heights as they did in the previous timeline, it would be worth the investment. "Boss Nirvana Flame, you can put your faith in us," Teodi, Undying Scoundrel, and the rest said in unison. Afterwards, Nie Yan met up with Guo Wai. "Here, give this to the person you think is the most suitable out of that lot." Nie Yan handed the Hellfire skill book over to Guo Wai. The appearance of the skill book instantly attracted the attention of everyone around them. It was high-level magic. Even among the large guilds, high-level magic was extremely scarce and highly sought after. Needless to say, the skill books for them didn't appear very often. Even if you took out 5 or 6 full sets of gold-grade equipment to trade for the skill book of a high-level magic, the other side might not necessarily be willing. It was reported that Victorious Return had mobilized over 700 core members to deal with a Lord-class boss for the sake of such a skill book, suffering several hundred casualties before finally obtaining it. No one in Asskickers United had learned high-level magic. Many guild members felt this matter to be quite a pity. But the appearance of the Hellfire skill book signified that Asskickers United also had the ability to obtain a high-level magic. There are several arcane mages and elementalists who've been performing pretty well. Let me think, Guowai said in a slightly distressed tone. Finding a reliable person to learn Hellfire was extremely important. It would be wasted in the hands of an unskilled player. Nie Yan felt reassured about these members who had signed contracts with the guild. All of them would learn high-level magic at some point in the future. It was only a matter of now or later. I'll let you handle it, Nie Yan said. He deposited the 16 pieces of equipment as well as the 6 extra fragments of splitting edge that he had obtained from the Light Monastery into the guild treasury. By the way, how goes the search for top-quality magic redwood logs and fire source crystals? I've already found a seller. They're from another guild, but the price is somewhat high. We're still in the middle of negotiations. If you find it suitable, we can immediately purchase them, Guowai answered. He couldn't help but wonder what in the world was Nie Yan going to do with these materials. How much are they asking for? Nie Yan asked. Top-quality magic redwood logs and fire source crystals were high-level crafting materials. They were fairly uncommon in the today's marketplace, and most guilds generally wouldn't be willing to sell them. They're asking 30 gold for 3 fire source crystals and 10 top-quality magic redwood logs, Guowai replied. It was a huge sum of money from his point of view. Accept the offer. Send the materials to my personal storage. You can withdraw the money from the Starry Night potion shop, Nie Yan said nonchalantly. Before he had reached level 60 in his past life, if something had a price of 30 gold, he wouldn't dare to even consider it. However, his circumstances in this life had completely changed. Besides, he had gotten used to the feeling of being rich and imposing. It was only 30 gold, nothing more. A successfully crafted sub-legendary crossbow would be worth 200 gold at the very least. At the later stages of the game, particularly when siege battles were in full effect, every large guild would profit immensely from the taxes they reaped in their respective territories. By then, with so much surplus capital, an ordinary sub-legendary item selling for 500 to 600 gold wasn't an uncommon sight. Sub-legendary gear was godly in the eyes of all players. Although he temporarily couldn't equip the Dullahan cavalry crossbow, he'd be content with just sneaking a few peeks at it inside his bag every now and then. Alright, I'll make the purchase right now. Guowai nodded, no longer hesitating. Since Nie Yan didn't balk at spending 30 gold to purchase these materials, he was certain they were important. The crafting of the sub-legendary crossbow wasn't guaranteed to succeed. There was a chance of failure. However, since he already had the necessary materials on hand, he might as well give it a shot. As for who to pick for crafting the crossbow, Advanced Blacksmith Cade was the best choice, but it would probably be expensive. When requesting an NPC to craft a weapon, all you needed to do was provide the weapon's blueprint, necessary materials, and pay a fee. If the crafting failed, then the onus was on you, and the blueprint would be returned regardless of the outcome. As long as Nie Yan still had the blueprint, there was no harm in trying. He had enough materials to make 2 attempts anyway. After finishing his business, Nie Yan left the guild headquarters. Aside from the Dullahan cavalry crossbow, he also needed to forge the splitting edge. In the previous timeline, the highest average market price for the splitting edge was more than 30 gold. Many players were already level 60 to 70 around the time Nie Yan started playing the game. So the marketplace was filled with splitting edge fragments, selling for about 10 silver each. If you ran a dungeon, then you could get them for significantly cheaper. Even then, collecting 20 fragments would still cost around 3 gold altogether. However, at present, Conviction had only been open for a few weeks at most. Even an offer of 100 gold couldn't garner a splitting edge. Level 30 dungeons still weren't released yet, and very few teams dared to explore level 30 maps. So how could there possibly be any to sell? Nie Yan's current set of gear consisted of various pieces of equipment he picked up along his journey. If he wanted to get a full set of powerful equipment, he'd have to expend quite a bit of effort. Gearing himself up from head to toe with godly equipment would be very difficult. The various big shots from the guilds of his past life had poured in a lot of blood, sweat, and tears trying to accomplish such. His current achievements could already be regarded as extraordinary. According to the progression of the game in his past life, at around level 20 to 30, players shouldn't even dream about seeing the shadow of a piece of sub-legendary equipment. At best, some lucky ones would be able to find a few fragments. However, out of the thousands upon thousands of fragments, just how many would be fused into a complete piece of equipment? Now that was hard to say. It wasn't until level 100 that the leaders of the major guilds were able to wear so-called godly, sub-legendary equipment. As for Nie Yan, he at least had definite goals. The first was completing Volume 1 of the Book of Order, the second was crafting the Dullahan cavalry crossbow, and the third was gathering the remaining 2 fragments of Sulgate's shadow. Nirvana Flame added another dozen or so pieces of level 30 equipment to the treasury. Seems like it's mostly stuff for paladins this time. Hey, guys, where do you think the bosses go off to train? Blue Yarn Thread, Summer Bug, and the others discussed. Beats me. But you know, there's one thing I'm certain of. A level 30 gold grade set I can equip has finally appeared. I'm warning you guys. I want that Soul Judgment set, so nobody fight me for it. Teodi shouted in high spirits. He examined the new gold grade equipment in the treasury. Each piece cost almost 3,000 merit points. However, to an elite player like him, such an amount wasn't hard to obtain. He could receive 1,000 merit points for every piece of level 20 gold grade equipment and 200 merit points for every piece of silver grade equipment donated to the treasury. All he needed to do was contribute a bit more to the guild. I have a Hellfire skill book with me right here. Guowai approached the group. He shared the information of the skill book with everyone in the chat. Boss Watchful Snail, give it to me. I'll spend 20,000 merit points. Undying Scoundrel exclaimed in excitement. Undying Scoundrel had performed pretty well recently. He was also one of the most skilled mages in the guild. He was quite suited to learn Hellfire. Guowai turned to Summer Bug. As a top arcane mage in the guild, he was qualified to compete with Undying Scoundrel for the skill book. Summer Bug shook his head. Give it to Undying Scoundrel. I have 2 small scale spells already. I don't need a high level magic for the time being. Besides, I usually level together with him, so it doesn't really matter which one of us learns the spell. Alright, it's settled. The skill book goes to Undying Scoundrel. Guowai nodded. Thank you, boss. Undying Scoundrel giddily took the Hellfire skill book from Guowai's hands. How's the team doing now? Nie Yan asked Resplendent Blade Light. Aside from providing some important advice every now and then, he didn't really concern himself with the matters of the elite team because he had full faith in them. Everyone's doing fine, Blade Light responded. We've recently cleared the level 20 Shadow Marsh dungeon on normal difficulty. With Nie Yan's guidance, their progress had vastly outstripped that of the major guilds. They were all curious. Just where did Nie Yan get all his news? Maybe he had an inside source. Is everyone working together well? How's the team synergy? Young 7 is the best right now, but Nie Yan is also very strong. Everyone else on the team can also be considered an elite player of the game. Ass-Kickers United really has a lot of experts. Resplendent Blade Light couldn't imagine how Nie Yan had gathered all these skilled players into one guild. Back when he was in Unhindered, him and Hey Joe Black Amazing were the only powerhouses in the guild. Everyone else was only so-so. However, after joining Ass-Kickers United's elite team, he found himself with teammates that were his equals. Dungeoning with experts was definitely much more enjoyable. While the other major guilds were still trying to clear Shadow Marsh for the first time, Ass-Kickers United's elite team had already cleared it on normal and were starting on hard. The equipment they swapped out or didn't need was all placed into the guild treasury to strengthen the auxiliary teams. These dozen or so auxiliary teams were already trying to clear Shadow Marsh for their first times. Another 3,000 players from Unhindered have followed me into Ass-Kickers United now. However, there's no way to tell if any are spies sent over by Hey Joe. After all, these people are all latecomers who have worked under Hey Joe for a while now. It's unlikely that none of them came with malicious intentions. Aside from them, the vast majority of these brothers will gradually become loyal members of Ass-Kickers United. Don't worry about it. I'll just have Little Worm, Watchful Snail, and the others keep watch over the new recruits. Even if there are some spies, they couldn't make much of a storm anyways. Nie Yan laughed off the idea. It's not like they could get the entire guild to revolt or anything. With just the people who came over from Unhindered, they wouldn't even be able to make a wave, much less a storm. There were many players trying to join Ass-Kickers United every single day. Even Nie Yan couldn't imagine the extent to which his guild would grow in the future. In his past life, Ass-Kickers United would already be considered a large guild. However, because of the stir Nie Yan had been making, the future might end up completely different. How many people are left in Unhindered now? Nie Yan asked. About 20 to 30,000. I understand Hey Joe's character very well. With his abilities, even though so many people left the guild, it still doesn't affect Unhindered too much. Resplendent Blade Light really was too embarrassed to talk about the issues that resulted in his falling out with Hey Joe. The current Unhindered had over 20,000 players, giving it a respectable amount of strength. However, it paled in comparison to the current Ass-Kickers United. What's more, Ass-Kickers United was still in its rapid development phase, so it would vastly outstrip Unhindered in the near future. You guys keep playing, then. If you need anything, just let Watchful Snail know. Nie Yan knew that with the financial clout held by Ass-Kickers United, any reasonable request made by the elite team would be as good as fulfilled. Edgeless has deposited Fire Source Crystals X3 and top-quality Magic Redwood Logs X10 into your personal storage. The materials I asked Woe Why to purchase have arrived. Nie Yan ran to his storage to retrieve the materials, then made a trip to the Starry Night Potion Shop to withdraw 50 gold, before finally heading over to the smithy of Advanced Blacksmith Cade. As he walked through the familiar streets of Kalor, he thought back to when he used to buy bat teeth from players and sell them to Blacksmith Cade for his first significant profits. Back then, he busied himself going back and forth many times just for a few silvers. Now, after less than a month, he was the secret owner of the Starry Night Potion Shop, the founder of the Union of Assassins, and the true leader of Ass-Kickers United. For things to change so rapidly was truly unfathomable. Snapping himself out of his reminiscing, Nie Yan walked into the Cade smithy. It had been upgraded to Tier 2 since his last visit, so it was much more spacious than before. Sir Demon Hunter, what have you come to my humble shop for? When Cade saw Nie Yan, he immediately became respectful. The hierarchy system within Kalor was extremely strict. As a mere advanced blacksmith, Cade was not permitted to show even the slightest disrespect to a demon hunter like Nie Yan. If he did, he would immediately be hauled out to trial and punished, even if he was on good terms with the offended. I would like to have 2 items forged. First, I would like to have a splitting edge forged from these fragments. Because of the status that accompanied a demon hunter, Nie Yan had no need to appease or haggle with Cade the way an ordinary player might. Combining a splitting edge from its fragments would normally cost 50 silver. You only need to pay 60% of the listed price, so that would be 30 silver. Blacksmith Cade took the 20 splitting edge fragments and began to forge. A warrior who had been standing in the Cade smithy saw this exchange. Witnessing advanced blacksmith Cade treat Nie Yan with such reverence, he was shocked into a momentary daze. Nie Yan eyed the warrior who looked to be in his mid-20s. He wore a pretty good set of armor. The warrior was reserved but still showed signs of a noteworthy bearing. Nie Yan used transcendent insight and saw that his name was Reborn. The name was unfamiliar to Nie Yan. Hello there. Reborn walked over to greet Nie Yan. Hello. Nie Yan nodded indifferently. He wasn't really interested in making connections with players he didn't know. You're here to have something forged, right? Blacksmith Cade treats you very respectfully. I have a set of materials with me that I want him to forge into a weapon. Do you think you could help me negotiate a price? Reborn asked. In conviction, players could get up to a 10% discount by haggling with an NPC. The success of the negotiations depended on both the player's ability to haggle and their influence in the area. Haggle. Nie Yan revealed an uncomfortable expression. He had always hated negotiating with NPCs for anything. My weapon would require 7 gold to forge. If you can get me a discount of at least 70 silver, I can give you half of it. Seeing Nie Yan's somewhat impatient look, Reborn quickly offered him a bit of profit. Generally, a piece of equipment that would require 7 gold to forge would be considered one of the highest quality. However, to Nie Yan, this bit of money didn't count for much. Nie Yan replied, if you trust me enough to give me the materials, I can immediately obtain a 40% discount. Reborn looked at Nie Yan doubtfully. This person shouldn't be trying to con me out of these materials, should he? Nie Yan didn't want to talk more than was necessary, so he watched Cade work at his forge for a while. After working himself into a sweat, the blacksmith finally finished forging the splitting edge. Holding the completed weapon, blacksmith Cade walked over to Nie Yan. Sir Demon Hunter, the splitting edge has been completed. Cade handed the weapon over to Nie Yan. It was a sharp dagger about 7 inches long, with jagged teeth lining its sharp edge. Its shape allowed it to easily penetrate an enemy's armor and cause residual bleed damage. Its weight felt just right in Nie Yan's hand, giving a very familiar feeling. After all, he'd used this very dagger from around level 30 all the way to level 60 in his past life. Splitting edge dark gold charge weapon. Requirements, 120 strength, 100 dexterity, 20 willpower. Properties, attack 206 to 299, plus 10% chance to pierce armor, plus 10% chance to inflict bleed damage for 5 seconds. Blast, innate skill. Once fully charged, the weapon will blast the energy out when inside an opponent's body, dealing extra damage. Charge, 0/100. Attack speed, 2.9. Weight, 5 pounds. Restrictions, thief, can be equipped by all factions. This dagger was truly one of the most overpowered weapons before level 50. Both the armor piercing and the bleeding abilities were extremely deadly. The blast skill was especially helpful, and it even did a lot of damage to bosses because it ignored defense. Charge weapons generally had a willpower requirement. If a player's willpower was not high enough, forcibly using the weapon would result in a backlash. Willpower would also affect the charging speed. A higher stat value would allow the weapon to charge faster. With Nie Yan's 37 willpower, for example, he'd be able to charge the weapon by roughly 20 points every day. The max energy capacity for blast was 100 points. The more energy that was stored up, the higher the damage of the skill. With only 20 energy, the skill would do roughly twice his attack power as damage, not to mention it would ignore all armor. It was effective against both players and monsters, regardless of how high their defense was. Once the skill was activated, all of the energy in the weapon would be emptied at once, no matter how much was stored up. Now that he possessed a charge weapon, as long as it had enough energy stored up, he would even be able to effortlessly kill some particularly tanky warriors. For an ordinary player, having 10 willpower was already considered impressive. But Nie Yan far exceeded the average player by having 37 willpower, thanks to the stat bonuses he gained from the chapters of the Book of Order. He could draw out even more might from the Splitting Edge. Nie Yan equipped Splitting Edge to his primary weapon slot while switching Blood Pact to his secondary. His attack power shot up explosively. His total attack power wasn't calculated by simply adding the attack of his primary and secondary weapon together but rather with a special formula. Around 20% of the attack power of his secondary weapon would be added to that of his primary weapon. Nie Yan checked his current attack power. It was almost 430. For a thief player, such a value was incredibly frightening. It wouldn't even have any trouble dealing with plate-armored warriors. Reborn prudently observed Nie Yan. His figure seemed familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. He suddenly remembered. He had seen Nie Yan before in the video of Asskickers United battling Victorious Return. This person was considered a celebrity. He recalled once more how respectfully Blacksmith Kate had treated Nie Yan. Was there any reason for such a person to swindle him? Reborn called out, "Brother, I'll give these materials to you. Please help me get this sword forged. Aren't you afraid I'll try to swindle your materials?" Nie Yan asked with a raised eyebrow. He was slightly surprised. The other party was willing to hand over their precious materials to a total stranger. What do I have to be afraid of? That dagger in your hand should be worth more than my weapon, so why would you care about the few materials I have? Reborn had quite the discerning eye. Nie Yan's Splitting Edge was worth at least 30 gold. He could tell the dagger wasn't ordinary with a simple glance. What's more, he felt that a person of such high status would surely care about their reputation. If his materials really did end up being swindled, he could just upload the video online to the official forums, and Nie Yan would lose all standing in the game. Nie Yan pondered for a moment. At the current stage of the game, anyone that could take out this much money to forge a weapon wouldn't be lacking in personal resources or strength. Besides, it didn't require much effort on his part to lend Reborn a helping hand, and he'd also be sowing some good karma for the guild. All right, give me the materials, Nie Yan said. He wondered just what kind of weapon Reborn wanted to forge for it to cost so much. Sure. Reborn sent Nie Yan a trade request, then placed all the materials in the trade window. Nie Yan's screen began filling up with all sorts of materials, around a dozen items altogether. He scanned through them, estimating their total value to be at least 10 gold. Now that he had seen the materials, he knew exactly what Reborn wanted to forge. It's for the Flamecross sword. Nie Yan interrupted. It was regarded as one of the very best among procurable level 30 weapons. He gazed at Reborn meaningfully. In order to obtain so many expensive materials, you either had to possess a certain amount of influence or be filthy rich. You know what I want to forge. Reborn was taken aback. He hasn't even seen the blueprint. How does he know? Did someone else forge it before me? A trace of doubt lingered in his mind as he placed the blueprint inside the trade window. It's for a great sword. It's not a bad weapon, but the strength requirement is quite high. I know. 280 strength. I have to socket some of my gear with strength gems, then I should be fine when I hit level 30. Nie Yan pressed confirm on the trade window. He walked back to Blacksmith Cade, handing over the materials and blueprint for the Flamecross sword. Blacksmith Cade looked over the blueprint, then began forging the weapon. Are you the boss of Asskickers United? Reborn asked. With how the situation had developed so far, Nie Yan knew that even if he wanted to stay low-key, it just wasn't possible anymore. He nodded his head. Yes, I am. Is your guild's elite team still looking for members? No, the elite team is currently full. Guild members can only try their hand at joining one of the auxiliary teams. If their performance is good, maybe they'll get a chance to join the elite team. Our auxiliary teams aren't bad either though. They've already moved on to the Shadow Marsh dungeon, Nie Yan answered. Why do you ask? Are you considering joining? Reborn was shocked. Let alone auxiliary teams, even the elite teams from most large guilds were only starting to run Shadow Marsh. He didn't expect the progression of Asskickers United to be so frighteningly fast. Wow, they're already so far ahead. He had only asked the question on a whim, but now he was actually tempted to join. I'm going back to discuss this with some of my friends. If they're willing, maybe we really will join your guild, Reborn announced. He had started the game together with his friends. This wasn't a decision he could make by himself. Sure, Nie Yan nodded. While they were still chatting, Blacksmith Cade finished forging the Flamecross sword. It was a gorgeous, 2-meter great sword that reflected a flame-red luster. It costs a total of 4 gold and 20 silver, Nie Yan informed. He opened up a trade window and placed the Flamecross sword inside. The two players confirmed the trade. Thanks, you've saved me so much money. How about I give you half? Reborn expressed his gratitude. Nie Yan waved his hand. No need. Reborn looked at Nie Yan thoughtfully. He decided not to force the issue. It might be that 1 gold was nothing in the eyes of the other party. He wondered if he should persuade his friends to join Asskickers United. It seemed like a very formidable guild. Reborn's group could never come to a decision on which guild to join. Some of them had their eyes on Victorious Return. Others liked the idea of joining Holy Empire. Still others wanted to wait and see. As for the newly established Asskickers United, although they had scouted out the guild, they never had any real intention of joining. No matter how meteoric the rise of a newcomer, they could never shake the solid foundations of the well-known, established powerhouses. After handing the Flamecross sword to Reborn, Nie Yan gave Blacksmith Cade the blueprint and materials necessary to craft the Dullahan cavalry crossbow. Sir Demon Hunter, I have to warn you that I'm not fully confident in crafting this crossbow. There's a 5% chance of failure. Are you sure you wish for me to craft it? Blacksmith Cade informed, a trace of hesitation discernible in his voice. Yes, Nie Yan nodded. The odds of success were greatly in his favor. If the crafting really did fail, he could only blame his poor luck. Sir Demon Hunter, the labor fee is 30 gold. This is the most sophisticated crossbow blueprint I've ever seen. I ask that you wait a while. Crafting it may take up to an hour, said Blacksmith Cade after receiving the blueprint and materials. Just as Reborn was about to bid farewell to Nie Yan, he overheard the conversation between him and Blacksmith Cade. His mind reeled in shock. Demon Hunter, what kind of title is that? At the current stage of the game, players with titles were few and far between. No wonder Blacksmith Cade acted so respectfully to him. On a different note, just what kind of crossbow had a labor fee of 30 gold? Not to mention Nie Yan received a 40% discount with the Demon Hunter title. It meant the original cost was 50 gold. So how valuable was this crossbow? It was probably worth upwards of several hundred gold. Even 100 gold could get you quite a few sets of dark gold equipment. Reborn drew in a big breath of air. He originally believed himself to be quite extraordinary for commissioning a great sword with a labor fee of 7 gold. Thinking of it all, he revealed a self-mocking smile. An ordinary player would be doing quite well for themselves if they had 10 silver in their pockets. Who could have known that as soon as he compared himself with Nie Yan, 7 gold would suddenly become nothing more than chump change. Nie Yan couldn't just sit around the smithy for an hour. That would be a huge waste of time. He informed Blacksmith Cade that he'd be back later to pick up the crossbow. He turned to Reborn and said with a faint smile, well, I'll be taking my leave. Oh, right. Reborn snapped out of his daze. He nodded. It's about time I go back as well. My friends are waiting on me to run a dungeon. Both of them walked out of the smithy. Nie Yan headed straight for the Starry Night potion shop. Gazing at Nie Yan's gradually receding figure, Reborn had a thoughtful expression on his face. The Starry Night potion shop had grown. Every day, it received the business of a tremendous number of players. Even though the front of the shop had been expanded several times over, there still wasn't enough space. Nie Yan eventually selected 2 plots of land from other locations, where he opened 2 more tier 2 shops which would become branch locations. The players arriving to purchase potions were diverted to the 2 other shops. Nie Yan opened a tier 2 tinkerer shop on the plot adjacent to the Starry Night potion shop. It would sell all sorts of tinker goods. Although the market was still in its infancy, it had great potential for growth in the future. After finishing his business at the Starry Night potion shop, Nie Yan withdrew another 100 gold. He teleported to Tasoyi village and purchased 10 batches of magic bombs in preparation for his trip to the Everlasting City with Tang Yao. Although it seemed excessive to spend 100 gold on magic bombs, by the time they went through all of them, they would make back 50 to 60 gold from all the loot they would pick up from leveling there. They wouldn't use up too many other supplies either, so he could make everything back and then some if they picked up 1 or 2 top quality items. Nevertheless, in the whole of Kalor, only Nie Yan dared to be so frivolous. The daily income of the Starry Night potion shop was ever increasing with no signs indicating anything but a more prosperous future. It would become an ATM machine with an inexhaustible supply of money for Nie Yan. After Nie Yan finished preparing some of the essentials, the hour was almost up. He walked back to Blacksmith Cade's smithy. Sir Demon Hunter, I fulfilled your request. Here's your newly created heavy crossbow. Blacksmith Cade placed a large crossbow on the table. The Dullahan cavalry crossbow was about 1.5 meters long. Its main body was crafted out of magic redwood logs. In the eyes of any player, it was a very sophisticated piece of equipment. The surface of its limb engraved with all sorts of magic runes made the crossbow look all the more impressive. A thin metal thread, stretched very tautly, acted as the string. It was created from the enchanted blackvein gold, which was known for its resilience. Embedded at the core was the fire essence extract. A ball of scarlet red flame endlessly burned within. If a bolt passed through, it would be enchanted with the blazing element of fire. The Dullahan cavalry crossbow also required a higher grade of bolts. Ordinary ones would disintegrate when they passed through the small flame. At the very least, Nie Yan would have to purchase a tube of bolts priced at 1 gold or higher from an NPC shop. If this heavy crossbow was any bigger, it would start to resemble the ballista used to defend the towns and cities. Its immense size was frightening. Nie Yan exerted all his strength to lift up this crossbow, but he could barely get it off the table. It actually weighed 56 pounds. With his current strength, there was no way he could use it. He examined the properties. Dullahan cavalry crossbow, sub-legendary. Requirements, 800 strength. Properties, attack 307 to 327, 30% piercing damage, 30% chance to deal 3x critical damage, plus 100 fire damage, pentabolt shot. Range, 52 meters. Firing rate, 25. Weight, 56 pounds. Restrictions, thief, paladin, warrior. The attack power was good, and the range reached impressively far. If he camped out in one place with this crossbow, he'd be like a mobile archer tower. Better yet, its killing power was extremely astonishing. Too bad it had a steep requirement of 800 strength. A pure strength build berserker, after putting all their points into strength, learning a bunch of strength boosting passive skills, and equipping themselves with a full set of strength boosting equipment on top of socketing them with strength gems, would still have to wait until they were level 50 to reach 800 strength. As for a thief aiming to reach 800 strength at level 50, it was next to impossible unless the player lucked out by getting a full set of godly equipment. Nie Yan put away the Dullahan cavalry crossbow in his bag. Let's leave it in here for now. I'll figure out some way of equipping it later on. He retrieved the blueprint for the crossbow from Blacksmith Cade. After walking out of the Cade smithy, Nie Yan felt refreshed. He had finally obtained his own sub-legendary weapon. In the previous timeline, he had never owned even a single piece of sub-legendary equipment. Back then, he could only gaze enviously at those people showing off the properties of their godly equipment on the official forums. With the Dullahan cavalry crossbow crafted, Nie Yan proceeded to his personal storage to retrieve the level 20 thief set, the Eternal Night of Silence, that he'd gotten in his trade with Withered Leaf. He sent a message to Tang Yao. Come to Kalor. I'll take you to level. Finally. I've been losing my mind over here grinding scaled frogs. Tang Yao grew excited after hearing that Nie Yan wanted to take him somewhere else to level. He activated a return scroll and arrived back in Kalor. A short while later, Nie Yan met up with Tang Yao at the transfer area. Where's Yao Yao and Sun? Didn't they come with you? Nie Yan asked after seeing that Tang Yao was alone. No, they said they didn't want to drag us down. The 2 of them can hunt scaled frogs by themselves now anyway, Tang Yao answered. Nie Yan pondered for a moment. If Yao Yao and Sun did tag along, the experience shared between 4 players would be pretty meager. They really were better off hunting by themselves. At their current levels, the experience from scaled frogs was still pretty good. Although the drain on supplies was high, with them constantly having to spend money to restock on smoke powder, the value of the loot they'd pick up would more than make up for the costs. Besides, if they sold the surplus equipment to the guild, Guowai would surely compensate them fairly. That's fine too. It's not like leveling on scaled frogs is slow either. Yao Yao wants to bring Yu Lan, Blue Feather, and them along with her. She wants to help them get their levels up as well. Nie Yan nodded. After the matter with victorious return outside Black Flame Forest, Yu Lan's team became loyal members of Ass-Kickers United. Bringing their overall level up was the same as increasing the strength of the guild. Go prepare. We'll set off soon, Nie Yan said. The leaderboard showed that Heaven Breaker was already level 26. He wasn't sure how far behind Heaven Breaker was in experience, but he definitely couldn't be allowed to surpass Tang Yao. Right, I'll be all good in just a moment. Tang Yao deposited all of the loot he picked up into the guild treasury. He made a trip to the Starry Night potion shop to restock on consumables, and then to the general shop to buy a few return scrolls. Once Tang Yao was back, the two of them stepped into the Kalor transfer point. They each spent 15 silver to teleport to Kemento town. The town was almost completely empty when they arrived, save for a handful of NPCs walking on the main street. All of the maps in the vicinity of the town were too high of a level for the current player base. So very few, if any, players had a reason to come here at present. In the previous timeline, Kemento was the most prosperous place for gem trade. There were several high-level maps nearby that were rich with gems, particularly Everlasting City. It produced the greatest quantity of high-quality gems. Almost every day, jewel crafters would arrive here in hordes to purchase those gems. Both of them left Kemento, heading south where they entered a region of plains. After traveling for 10 minutes, a magnificent golden castle came into view. Tang Yao gasped in astonishment. This golden castle was even more striking than the central district of Kalor. It took up an enormous area, while at the center was a tall, majestic dome that reflected a dazzling splendor. The Everlasting City was a remnant of the Dark Era. The atrocities committed by the dragons forced many races to find ways to defend themselves. They constructed unassailable fortresses and powerful automatons to protect their people. Even at the peak of the dragon race's dominance, the main forces of the dragons failed to take this castle. As a result, it became known as the Everlasting City. With the passing of the Dark Era, humans gained control of this land. The goblins, the original inhabitants, suffered banishment because of their ugly appearances. Although the Everlasting City had never fallen, the ingenuity of the human mind was boundless. They took to the skies on griffins, from where they released a poisonous fog, soaking the land and exterminating every last goblin. When one race conquered another, there was only the cruel loss of lives. Savage acts weren't limited to only the dragons. Such was the history of the Everlasting City. To the players, however, it was simply a level 40 map. What spawned there were mechanical golems, machine-type monsters. Nie Yan and Tang Yao arrived just outside the entrance of the Everlasting City. The 6-meter-high iron gates which were tightly shut emanated a heavy, stifling pressure. Nie Yan exerted all his force to push open the gates. Inside the city were open streets that were about 10 meters wide. He occasionally spotted 1 or 2 skeletons, roughly the size of a child, sprawled out across the ground. They were the remains of the goblins that once inhabited this place. In their eternal rest, they cursed the humans who murdered them. You stay here. I'll do all the aggroing and mobbing, Nie Yan instructed. He could only rely on the magic bombs to take down the mechanical golems. Tang Yao's slow speed made him unsuited for the task, and his spells wouldn't leave so much as a scratch on them. Simply put, his only purpose here was to leech experience. How do we get that energized crystal core you talked about? Tang Yao asked. It doesn't drop from the regular mechanical golems. Every now and then, a blue one will appear among them. They're level 50 instead of level 40. They drop energized crystal fragments. We need to collect 100 of them to make an energized crystal core. Isn't that a bit too simple? Nie Yan shook his head. There's a total of 130 blue mechanical golems in the outer ring of the Everlasting City. They won't respawn after being killed. Finding 100 will be difficult. We also have to take into account that blue mechanical golems have 3 times more health than ordinary mechanical golems. We can only get so many energized crystal fragments in a given day. As for whether we can find 100, that'll depend on our luck. The other option was to kill a legendary mechanical golem, but that was equivalent to a Lord-class existence. He put aside that thought for now. Nie Yan activated stealth before setting out. He spotted 6 groups of mechanical golems in the distance, each roughly 20 to 30 members in size. Almost all of them were made out of a grayish metal. Built in a shape that somewhat resembled a drum, they were the automatons of a far-gone age. They were tall, clumsy, and walked fairly slowly. Mixed among them were a few blue-colored ones. He inspected them with transcendent insight. Gray iron mechanical golem, level 40. Health, 3,000 3,000. Blue armored mechanical golem, level 50. Health, 8,000 8,000. Blue armored mechanical golems could only be encountered if you were one of the first to set foot into the Everlasting City. The loot they dropped was fairly good. However, they would disappear after the map was explored. The legendary mechanical golem would drop an intact energized crystal core after being killed for the first time. It would no longer do so in successive spawns. There were only 2 energized crystal cores altogether in the entire map. All of them were machine-type monsters. Furthermore, elite mechanical golems would only appear in the central district. So the outer district was the best place to train by using magic bombs. Nie Yan cautiously approached the group of mechanical golems until he was within shooting range. He took out his crossbow and fired at one of them. Ding, ding, ding. 3 bolts struck the same target. -1. -1. -1. Nie Yan's sudden assault alerted all 20+ mechanical golems in the group. They charged at the offender, looking to pummel him into meat paste. They were still level 40 monsters after all. Although they were considered slow and clumsy relative to other similarly leveled monsters, they were only somewhat slower than him. Nie Yan hastily fled. As he passed by a different group of mechanical golems, he shot another round of bolts, aggroing them as well. In this fashion, he continuously aggroed them. Eventually, he had almost 300 to 400 mechanical golems in a densely packed mob chasing after him. Mother of God! Tang Yao shouted, as he stared at the enormous mass of metal barreling towards Nie Yan. Nie Yan led these mechanical golems through the open streets. He turned around and threw an object from his hand which resembled a black metal ball. It flew high up, creating a parabola, then fell from the air into the crowd. Boom! The magic bomb exploded, wreaking havoc as an enormous tongue of flame engulfed the nearest 100 mechanical golems. As soon as it appeared, it departed just the same, leaving behind a cloud of black smoke. The scene was quite spectacular. -600, -600, -600. A dense swath of damage values blanketed the sky. The mechanical golems caught in the blast radius were scorched black, as if they had been covered in soot. The aggro of these mechanical golems grew more concentrated. They furiously pursued their target. Nie Yan noticed the magic bombs had come off cooldown. He turned around and threw another one. The magic bomb fell from the sky. Boom, yet another explosion swept through the crowd of mechanical golems. Every time the magic bombs went off cooldown, Nie Yan threw the next. The third, the fourth, and finally the fifth found its way into the crowd of monsters. Boom. The explosion blasted the mechanical golems into piles of scrap metal, littering the ground. Roughly 70 or so mechanical golems died. Nie Yan gained a surge of experience. 2 bursts of bright light enveloped him, accompanied by the ringing of 2 crisp system sounds. He looked at his character information. He had leveled up twice to level 21. Holy crap. So much experience. Tang Yao exclaimed in excitement. He directly went from level 26 to level 27 with 37% of his experience bar filled. Mechanical golems had very high health and defense, and they were already high experience monsters to begin with. Now, with Nie Yan and Tang Yao killing them at such low levels, the experience they received was even more ludicrously high. On top of that, they were killing them in large groups. A person could hardly imagine the explosive pace they were leveling at. Bomb after bomb was thrown into the sky, only to fall back to the earth. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions shook the outer district of the everlasting city. As if the autumn gale had swept up the fallen leaves, what remained of the mob of mechanical golems was only bits of broken scrap metal. Nie Yan had risen to level 23. Tang Yao had hit level 28. Let's go pick up the loot, Nie Yan said to the dumbstruck Tang Yao. He checked his bag. He had only gone through 39 magic bombs. He still had plenty more left. That was merely the appetizer. Tang Yao blankly stared at his level. Since he found out Nie Yan also played Conviction, he had seen him do one crazy move after the other. To a certain extent he had grown numb to it, but even so, he still found the situation hard to believe. He had grinding scaled frogs for 2 days straight without leveling up even once. Yet in a short span of time, he had directly gone from level 26 to level 28. What a fierce leveling speed. He could almost imagine the reaction on Heaven Breaker's face. That unlucky fellow desperately tried to level up, and right as he was about to reach his goal, the opponent suddenly shot up by 2 levels, widening the gap again. Just how demoralizing of a blow would that be? You can go and look for the loot. I'm going to allocate my points, Nie Yan said as he surveyed his handiwork. The remnants of the destroyed mechanical golems filled the streets, stretching out for almost 60 meters in front of him, with all sorts of items scattered out in between. All right, Tang Yao replied. He flipped over the frames of the mechanical golems, picking up the loot that had dropped. Nie Yan looked over his character page. He had 9 stat points and 5 mastery points to allocate. Without the slightest hesitation, he put all 9 points into dexterity, bringing it up to 137 points. He only needed another 23 points to reach 160 dexterity. Soon, he could equip the Scarlet Poison Ring, and then he'd receive another significant boost in attack power. Socketing a couple of dexterity gems should do it. As for the 3 mastery points, Nie Yan allocated them into intermediate cloaking, advanced marksman, and advanced dual wielding. The effects of masteries grew more pronounced at higher ranks. Cloaking, for example, weakened the effects of an opponent's awareness, making it much harder to detect him. Generally, players with only 20 to 30 awareness would be completely incapable of sensing him through stealth. Dual wielding added 30% of the attack power of his secondary weapon to his primary weapon, allowing him to deal even more damage. Finally, marksman boosted his attack power by 10% and increased his firing rate with a crossbow or bow. After allocating his stat and mastery points, Nie Yan joined Tang Yao in picking up the loot from the ground. The two of them were like scavengers as they searched through piles of debris, occasionally bending down to pick something up. Before long, all of the loot had been collected. I found 5 energized crystal fragments. How about you? Tang Yao asked. He was noticeably anxious about how many fragments were collected. I found 2 fragments, Nie Yan replied. The first wave of mobs gave them a total of 7 energized crystal fragments. Nie Yan traded his fragments to Tang Yao. In merely one wave, they had already gathered 7 fragments. It was pretty decent progress. However, fragments would become harder to find the more they collected because blue-armored mechanical golems wouldn't respawn. Nice. We already have 7. Tang Yao said in excitement, his hope quickly rose. Nie Yan sorted through the drops. They had made quite the haul, a few life gems too, and strength gems too, several pieces of level 40 silver grade equipment, and so on. He estimated the total worth of all these items to be around 15 or 16 gold. It cost him about 19 golds worth of magic bombs to deal with the first wave of mechanical golems. All in all, he was down 3 to 4 gold. But then again, spending that much had allowed him and Tang Yao to level up 4 and 2 times respectively. It could be considered quite cost efficient. Get ready. I'm going to aggro the next wave, Nie Yan said. Even though the magic bombs in his bag would only last him for another 4 rounds, that was more than good enough for him. As Nie Yan and Tang Yao frantically leveled, an uproar erupted outside. Young Sparrow Hawk, who had stagnated for a while, had yet again explosively risen in level, leaving Heaven Breaker behind in a trail of dust. However, the community's reaction was relatively subdued compared to last time. Everyone was already accustomed to Tang Yao's perverse leveling speed. Even though people were surprised, no one was foolishly running to the official forums to accuse him of cheating on behalf of Heaven Breaker. As for what the other players on the leaderboards thought, well, that was their own business. Tang Yao had triggered another leveling frenzy among the top players. The difference this time was that many of them had done their research on how to go about taking down much higher level mobs. Granted, it was costly, but there was also the potential for significant profit. Even some players on the leaderboards began setting their sights on power leveling through hunting monsters way above their level. The bonus experience was simply too hard to pass up on. With Tang Yao serving as the role model, they were extremely enthusiastic. However, good and bad fortune walked hand in hand. Some died, losing levels and their spots on the level leaderboards, while others soared up high and made their way up the ladder. As for Nie Yan, all of this went by him, he simply didn't care. He spent his time mobbing mechanical golems with Tang Yao instead. Nie Yan aggroed 400 to 500 mechanical golems into an imposing horde behind him. He threw magic bombs into the sky, one after the other, before they fell down into the crowd. Boom, boom, boom. The mechanical golems were swept up in the blasts. Like harvesting wheat, they collapsed to the ground, more than 100 at a time, until none were left standing. The ample experience caused Nie Yan to soar to level 26, while Tang Yao reached level 29. Nie Yan again put all of his free stat points into dexterity, bringing it up to 146. He was still 14 points short of his goal. However, gaining these last few points didn't pose much of a challenge to Nie Yan. He merely had to replace a piece of equipment or socket one or two dexterity gems. With the mechanical golems disposed of, Nie Yan and Tang Yao searched among the scrap metal once more for loot. They found 6 fragments from the second wave of mechanical golems. Hey, Nie Yan, look over here, what do you think this is? Tang Yao asked in excitement. He had picked up a brightly glowing blue crystal, about the size of a thumb, from among the remnants of a mechanical golem. Because of the energized crystal fragments, he paid special attention to anything that remotely resembled a crystal. Nie Yan stared blankly at the crystal between Tang Yao's fingers for a moment, then suddenly became ecstatic. Every type of energy crystal was exceedingly uncommon and precious. Often, they had some rather unique applications, like the energized crystal core. The drop rate of energy crystals was only around 1 in 50,000 in the whole of Everlasting City. With tens of thousands of players hunting here, an energy crystal might drop once every few weeks. However, the lucky player that got their hands on it would instantly turn rich. The money they'd earned from selling it was enough to let them purchase a full set of dark gold equipment with some change to spare. It was the same as winning 5 million yen in real life. Energy crystals were classified by color, red being the lowest grade and the most commonly seen kind. As for blue energy crystals, they were extremely uncommon, valued several times higher than red energy crystals. Above that were purple energy crystals. However, they were even harder to come by than legendary grade equipment. They had only cleared 2 waves of mechanical golems. Who would have thought a blue energy crystal would drop? Nie Yan couldn't help but let out an appreciative sigh. Being the first to explore a map really brought along many happy surprises. Let me see, Nie Yan said. Tang Yao handed the energy crystal over. Nie Yan examined its properties. Evolution crystal, single use, allows a summoned creature to permanently possess evolution energy. Below was a whole bunch of information pertaining to the crystal, including an explanation on its use. It was actually an evolution crystal. Nie Yan couldn't help but sigh at his luck. It was one of the rarest types of energy crystals. It could make summoned creatures undergo a qualitative change, granting them low-level intelligence and a persistent summon duration. For example, feeding an evolution crystal to an arcane fairy would trigger a transformation, giving the creature an evolved ability which was selected at random. However, using it this way was clearly a waste because an arcane fairy already had a persistent summon duration. If Nie Yan used undead right to take control of an undead monster and fed it the evolution crystal, it would become a permanent summon. But since the level of summoned creatures couldn't be raised, it wasn't a good idea to use an evolution crystal at lower levels. It was best to find a pet that could level up. In the previous timeline, someone had fed an evolution crystal to their mantis-type pet. That catalyzed its evolution into the infamous phantom mantis which could stealth and ambush like a thief. It was a terrifying existence back then. The price of an evolution crystal would remain high, even at the later stages of the game. There was no need to ever worry about it depreciating in value. Can this thing revive my arcane fairy? Tang Yao asked with a hint of expectation. He hoped that the evolution crystal was the same as the energized crystal core, possessing the ability to revive a summoned creature. No, Nie Yan shook his head. Ah, forget it, you can keep it, Tang Yao said. He wasn't the least bit interested in the evolution crystal, let alone having any thoughts of feeding it to his arcane fairy. Nie Yan wondered if he would get a chance to use the evolution crystal in the future. After all, things like pets were too rare. Out of 30 to 40,000 players, maybe 1 or 2 of them would own one. He didn't have any thoughts about using it on a summoned creature for now, since most of them couldn't be leveled up. Only if he somehow got his hands on an extremely rare summoned creature would he consider using this evolution crystal. Nie Yan stored the evolution crystal away in his bag. Even though he had spent 100 gold on this trip, there was nothing to feel regretful about because the value of the evolution crystal far surpassed that amount. It was in no way inferior to a sub-legendary item. After clearing 3 more waves of mechanical golems, Tang Yao hit level 30. He allocated his points without much thought. Before reaching level 60, he would add 4 points into intelligence and 1 point into focus. As for Nie Yan, he just hit level 29. Because he was responsible for most of the damage, he received a larger share of the experience. He had completely used up all 200 magic bombs. Not a single one remained. Apart from the evolution crystal, the estimated value of all the other stuff they looted was around 80 gold. Of course, it couldn't all be transformed into money at once. Are we going to keep buying magic bombs to level up? Tang Yao asked. This kind of leveling was undoubtedly fast, but it was also very costly. If they continued this trend of burning through gold to level, the Starry Night potion shop would quickly go broke. How many fragments do you have now? Nie Yan asked. 36, Tang Yao replied after looking in his bag. He was still a long ways off. Of course we're going to keep going. I'm going back to shop. There should be enough money left to support us for today, Nie Yan replied. Reviving Tang Yao's arcane fairy was also an important matter. The money spent could always be earned back. In fact, when he included the evolution crystal, they had made quite a bit more than they'd spent. As for a potential lack of funds later on, he still had plenty of ways to reap a profit. Just as the two of them were about to go back to buy more magic bombs, they received an urgent message. Something had happened over at the guild headquarters. A feeling of unease unbeknowingly crept into Nie Yan's heart. Nie Yan and Tang Yao took out return scrolls and returned to Kalor. Stepping out of the transfer point, they hurried to the Ass-Kickers United Guild headquarters. Guo Wai and many other important members of the guild were gathered in the meeting hall. They all stood up when the two arrived. Nie Yan and Tang Yao were greeted by a dozen or so members, including Resplendent Blade Light, Leader Young 7, Undying Scoundrel, and Azure Yarn Thread. All of them wore grave expressions. It was clear they had been discussing something grim beforehand. You guys are back. Guo Wai stepped forward to greet them. What happened? Nie Yan asked. Guo Wai would have never called them back so anxiously were it not something urgent. It's unhindered. I don't know how, but they discovered the whereabouts of our main team and sent a force of over 1,000 players to surround them. We suffered 18 casualties. Luckily, Blade Light and Young 7 were on guard. They managed to escape, thanks to the rest of the members shielding them, Guo Wai explained. As soon as he found out that the main team had been ambushed, he hurriedly notified Nie Yan and Tang Yao. On top of that, he sent out a large number of guild members to rescue Blade Light's group, but it was already too late. A team of 20 players surrounded by over 1,000 enemies never stood a chance. The battle ended quickly and without any fanfare. Blade Light and Young 7 surviving was purely a fluke of luck. Nie Yan's expression turned gloomy. Losing 90% of the main team was a devastating blow. Every single member was a precious treasure to the guild. They had splendid achievements under the leadership of Blade Light and Young 7. However, this incident would set them behind by at least half a week. Were any of the members killed branded with red names? Nie Yan asked. If one of them died while under the PKer status, consequently dropping all their gear, then that would be even more depressing. It would basically be the same as losing a member of the main team. No. Luckily, Bladelight and Young 7 showed restraint. They didn't let the other team members attack first. It was good that no moles had snuck their way into the main team. Otherwise, if a situation like what happened outside of Black Flame recurred, they would have taken an even heavier hit. But even so, the losses were still considerable. Nie Yan was fuming with anger. He hadn't gone to Unhindered looking for trouble, but they had come banging on his door. He would not let them off lightly. It's our fault. This wouldn't have happened had we noticed the signs earlier, Young 7 said, referring to himself and Bladelight, the two leaders of the team. As he recalled the teammates who had died for his sake, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of pain in his chest. They had put in great effort to suit each member up with the best gear available. Who could have known that it would end up falling into the hands of Unhindered? He couldn't help but blame himself. This matter arose because of me. I didn't expect Hey Joe Black Amazing to act against us, Bladelight said. He should have anticipated such an outcome sooner. He had taken away so many people from Unhindered. How did he think the other side was going to react? It would be strange if Hey Joe didn't already hate him to the bone. However, because Asskickers United was far stronger than Unhindered, he mistakenly believed that Hey Zuo's common sense would prevent him from doing something extreme like ambushing them. So he had never considered him a serious threat. What's happened has happened. Nothing will come out of blaming yourself. However, this matter isn't as simple as it seems. Nie Yan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Whoever acted against his people shouldn't expect to keep their heads. As the boss of the guild, it was imperative that he settle this grievance. I've just received word that Unhindered has joined Victorious Return as a branch guild. Guo Wai announced to everyone. No wonder they acted so arrogantly. No longer able to hold himself back, Undying Scoundrel blurted out, "Boss, we should go after those bastards." He was good friends with several members of the main team. All of them were killed in the ambush. Calm down. Let's hear what the boss has to say, Azure Yarn Thread, sitting beside him, placated in a cool voice. Nie Yan wrinkled his brows at the new revelation. Even at a conservative estimate, Unhindered had at least 20,000 members. Although they weren't very powerful, in part because Bladelight had taken away almost all of the guild's top rankers with him, a force of 20,000 to 30,000 players couldn't be looked down on. If all of them joined under the wing of Victorious Return, it would definitely have an impact on the future. Guo Wai and the others stared at Nie Yan, waiting for his decision. Only now did Azure Yarn Thread and Undying Scoundrel sense the change in the atmosphere of the meeting hall. It seemed that the person who called the shots in the guild was Nie Yan all along. What are we going to do? Should we declare war on Unhindered? Guo Wai asked. The guild's main team had been essentially wiped out. If they didn't respond, it would be seen as a sign of weakness to the outside world. However, declaring a full-on war meant they would have to invest a significant amount of resources and manpower to deal with the forces of Unhindered. Moreover, he felt with utmost certainty that Victorious Return would take part as well. In such a scenario, the growth of the entire guild would slow to a complete halt. Even Victorious Return didn't dare to rashly war with another guild, to say nothing of Asskickers United. Now was the time for rapid expansion. By starting a war, they would be crippling the future of the guild. Besides, even if they won, they still wouldn't be able to eliminate Unhindered. All members of Asskickers United were anxiously awaiting the decision of the higher-ups. After being bullied to such an extent, they were no longer willing to suffer in silence. This matter could not simply be ignored. If the person that moved against them was Heavenbreaker, they would still be somewhat able to endure. After all, Victorious Return was the top guild in Kalor. They had great influence. Everyone was in collective agreement that by showing restraint now, there'd inevitably be a day when they would take them down. However, what was Unhindered? It was nothing more than some small guild. If even small fry like them could wantonly shit and piss on their heads without fear of retaliation, then what reason would they have left to stay in the guild? Nie Yan's decision would directly influence the future direction of the entire guild. We were infiltrated by moles from Unhindered. It's because we didn't take enough precautions to guard against something like this that they were able to lock down on our positions. Should we give that explanation to the guild members? Young 7 asked. He understood that going to war with Unhindered was a fruitless endeavor. It would only drag them into a deeper hole. A group had already left to surround Unhindered's forces. The situation could take a turn for the worse at any moment. No need. Nie Yan shook his head. This wasn't the best solution. Victorious Return was monitoring the situation closely. If Asskickers United tried to weather out the storm, they would go on the offensive, making sure that their cowardice was known to all corners of the community. There would only be one conclusion. The low-ranking members of the guild would lose all respect for the higher-ups. Everyone, look at the forums. Guo Wai said. Following the incident, he had been paying close attention to the forums. A new thread had popped up with a video of Unhindered's forces surrounding and killing the members from the main team of Asskickers United. There was even a caption under the video with the following words of provocation. Asskickers United, do you have the balls to fight us? Fuck. Nirvana Flame, let's destroy them. Tang Yao could no longer hold himself back. Where's Unhindered right now? Nie Yan inquired. According to the information I received, Unhindered's forces are at Kiln Firewoods doing a group clear to level up. They're likely waiting for us to arrive. Our members won't be able to endure any longer, especially those who were previously a part of Unhindered. They're hollering for us to let them go over there and settle the score. I've told every group captain to pacify the members under them, settle down for now, and await your orders, Guo Wai replied. Take note of the people who are trying to stir the pot. When all of this is over, boot them from the guild, Nie Yan said. They were definitely sent over by Hey Joe to incite the guild members into taking action. However, it wasn't suitable to deal with them at such a sensitive time. That would have to wait until the matter was settled. This is probably one of Heavenbreaker's schemes, Bladelight said. He understood Heizuo's personality well. He wasn't the type to do something unless there was something in it for him. If Victorious Return hadn't promised him some sort of benefit, he definitely wouldn't have gone out of his way to offend Asskickers United. If Victorious Return is pulling the strings from behind the scenes, it'll be useless no matter how much of our forces we send. Instead, we might actually end up falling into a trap, Guo Wai expressed his concerns. However, if they didn't respond to the provocations, with Unhindered making such a scene at Kiln Fire Woods, it was a clear indicator that Asskickers United had chosen to submit to humiliation. From then on, the members of Asskickers United would never be able to lift their heads in public again. This was a naked insult. Nie Yan coldly smiled. Heavenbreaker was truly deserving of his reputation for coming up with such a heinous plot. However, Asskickers United wouldn't stand idly by, waiting to be plucked off like sitting ducks. Nie Yan analyzed the situation. As it currently stood, Asskickers United was stuck between a rock and a hard place. If they declared war, the forces they mobilized were guaranteed to be eaten by Victorious Return in one gulp. But how could they not fight? With Unhindered getting so cocky at Kiln Fire Woods, all eyes were on them. Maybe Holy Empire, Sapphire Shrine, and Battle-Crazed Alliance were also watching how Ass-Kickers United was going to handle this matter. Asking them to join the fray was definitely impossible. Their relationship with Nie Yan wasn't at that level yet. Ass-Kickers United didn't have any outside support. Kiln Fire Woods, let me think, Nie Yan muttered. He couldn't be any more familiar with that map. It had karst topography, rock formations everywhere. It was a forested region full of iron trees, which was inhabited by level 25 rock monsters. Below the ground was a huge underground world known as a region of death. It spawned level 25 viperflies that hid in dark crevices and corners. They often attacked in groups, appearing when least expected. If you were bitten, your whole body would become paralyzed. As a result, very few players dared to go there to level. The underground world had a total of 7 entrances, all of which were well hidden. Nie Yan suddenly had a very dangerous thought. Kiln Fire Woods. Nie Yan turned to Guo Wai and said, have some people go to the Starry Night potion shop to retrieve some anti-paralysis potions. Tell them to hurry. How many do we need? 100 bottles should do. Is that really enough? Guo Wai asked in surprise. Nie Yan nodded. It's enough. He turned to the rest of the people in the room and asked, any of you interested in massacring Unhindered with me? Me. Tang Yao shouted. Yes, Undying Scoundrel also joined in. Me too. Many of the members in the room volunteered enthusiastically. Nie Yan swept his eyes over the fired-up crowd. They were the cream of the crop, the best, and suited with the best gear the guild had available. Even when compared to the top elites of Victorious Return, they wouldn't be found lacking in any respect. They were some of the most highly skilled players in Kalor. A group like this was enough to execute his plan. Nie Yan turned to Guo Wai and said, beside the anti-paralysis potions, tell Bird hand over anything else, intermediate health potions, intermediate mana potions, intermediate invisibility potions. He continued, today, we're going to spill a river of blood. Guo Wai nodded. All right, I've informed the subordinates making the errands. What exactly are you planning to do? Zhao Li asked. We'll be throwing ourselves into a quagmire by sending too many people. We're better off with a select few, Nie Yan replied. There were certain advantages to smaller numbers, particularly in the aspect of mobility. He was going to oppose Unhindered by employing guerrilla tactics, which would allow him to properly teach them a lesson. With just you guys. Zhao Li stared at Nie Yan in shock. Yep, just us is enough, Nie Yan said. Instead, too many people would make them larger targets. A lot of guild members are still leveling outside. Do you want me to call them back? Guo Wai asked, slightly worried the number of people in Nie Yan's group wasn't enough. Nie Yan shook his head. No need. Let them continue. Seeing that Nie Yan had made his decision, Guo Wai knew any further attempts at dissuading him would prove fruitless. He helplessly sighed, all right, just be careful. Please. I still think that it's extremely dangerous for you to go with such a small group. Nie Yan turned around and said in a strict tone, there won't be many of us on this operation, and it'll be dangerous. Those of you who don't want to take part can leave now. Those who are willing to stay, state your names. Blowhard Summer Bug. Leader Young 7. Undying Scoundrel. Young Sparrow Hawk. Blue Yarn Thread. Nie Yan looked over the crowd. None of them shrunk away from the task. He gave a satisfied nod. Good. I'm glad to know that we don't have cowards in my guild. Boss, what are we going to do? Undying Scoundrel asked. Go prepare first. We'll be getting a delivery of potions soon. I'll explain my plan then. Make sure you get some extra supplies. We're going to have a very long and hard battle ahead of us. Nie Yan said. He wanted to stock up on intermediate flash powder and some other items that might be of use as well. On a different note, he could now wear the set of level 25 gold equipment he'd gotten from Withered Leaf. Its stat bonuses would give him enough dexterity to finally equip the Scarlet Poison Ring. Young Sparrow Hawk, stay here. You don't have to take part in this operation, Nie Yan said to Tang Yao. What? Why? Tang Yao asked, unwilling to be left behind. We can't afford to have you dying and dropping levels, Nie Yan replied. He was a thief. Under normal circumstances, he felt confident in his ability to survive. He couldn't say the same for the players in the group, especially the mages. The difference was that if the other members died, their equipment could be replaced, and their levels could be grinding back without suffering many repercussions. However, if Tang Yao died, it would shake the entire guild. Tang Yao was silent for a moment, then let out a reluctant sigh. Fine, I understand. Nie Yan did a headcount of the people present, Resplendent Blade Light, Leader Young 7, Undying Scoundrel, Monochrome, Blue Yarn Thread, Blowhard Summer Bug, Miracle Dancer, and Edgeless. Including himself, there were 9 members altogether. Blade Light was a fighter, Young 7, a priest, the Elementalist, Undying Scoundrel, Blue Yarn Thread, a paladin, Blowhard Summer Bug, an arcane mage, Miracle Dancer, a holy mage, and finally the 2 berserkers, Monochrome and Edgeless. Guo Wai, Zhao Li, and Hao Cheng definitely couldn't take part. They were too far behind the others in level. Even if they did tag along, they'd only be throwing their lives away. 9 people were enough. In the previous timeline, they were all players who received the penultimate titles for their respective classes. Just as Nie Yan finalized all of the members of the strike force, someone burst through the doors of the meeting hall. Big brother, I heard we're going to duke it out with Unhindered. Sun exclaimed, panting for breath. Right, we're going to give them a taste of their own medicine. Nie Yan said with a smirk. A taste of their own medicine. Are all of the guild members going? Sun asked in surprise. Nope, just us few. Let me go too. I promise I won't drag you down. Sun begged. Although Sun couldn't yet compare to his peak self of the previous timeline, he was already displaying astonishing skill. After receiving Nie Yan's personal guidance for so many days, he had shown remarkable improvement. Previously, he was able to take on 3 equal-leveled players from Victorious Return before dying. Now, he could manage that without even breaking a sweat. On top of that, he was a thief, so his self-preservation abilities were definitely a step above the rest. Nie Yan nodded his head. All right, you can come. Is there anything else you need me to do? Guo Wai asked. Ass-Kickers United was constantly forced on the defensive. The players of the guild had been bullied for far too long. Nie Yan's group had no choice but to dive into danger and settle the matter. Nie Yan's eyes filled with a frigid coldness. He originally wanted to avoid directly coming to blows with Victorious Return, to wait until the guild had grown enough to deal a decisive strike. However, since they kept finding ways to move against him, he had no qualms about executing his plans ahead of schedule. Otherwise, people really would start to believe that his guild was easy to bully. He turned to Guo Wai and said, I want you to monitor Victorious Return and Unhindered's forces closely. So long as you discover any movement, immediately report it back to me. Other than that, I want you to pick 100 of the most skilled thieves in the guild. They have to be completely reliable. Assign them the best equipment, and order them to repeatedly launch ambushes on the players from victorious return. Nie Yan had a special purpose for setting up such a task force. Thieves held an absolute advantage when mounting sneak attacks, engaging and retreating as they pleased. Even if there were many of them, they were still extremely adaptable. They could be split up into smaller groups to take on multiple operations at once, as well as be gathered back together to deliver a frontal assault on the teams of victorious return and unhindered. It would be perfect if they could locate the main team of victorious return. More often than not, you didn't need thousands of players to annihilate a rival guild's elite team. 100 thieves could do the same job. Guowai's eyes lit up. We can turn this 100-thief task force into the ultimate weapon of the guild. By providing them with the best skill books, equipment, and other resources and benefits, the players will treat joining the task force as an honor. He really was worthy of his family's business background. Despite Nie Yan only briefly touching on the subject, he immediately realized the benefits of this proposal. I'll let you handle the arrangements. Give them priority on all the thief equipment in the guild. If they end up dying during an operation, make sure to properly compensate them, Nie Yan said. He fully trusted Guowai's ability to handle the tasks given to him. Don't worry. I know what has to be done. I'll make sure that other guilds will cower in fear whenever the 100-thief task force is mentioned. Guowai confidently declared. Ass-Kickers United might not rival the other major guilds in the number of members, but they weren't inferior in the number of experts. Even if other guilds followed suit and created similar task forces later on, he'd make Ass-Kicker United's the most famous, the most renowned. Nie Yan made his decision. Ass-Kickers United wouldn't become the largest guild, but it would definitely become the guild with the most top players. It was only because they had focused their efforts on recruiting talented individuals into the guild that they were now able to form the formidable 100-thief task force and still have manpower to spare. The group went about preparing for the operation ahead. Nie Yan traveled to Tasoi village to buy several batches of flash powder. He gave at least 5 pouches to each member. Furthermore, the potions from the Starry Night potion shop had arrived, intermediate health potions, intermediate mana potions, junior magic amplification potions, anti-paralysis potions, and more. There were 600 to 700 bottles in total. The sheer number of expensive potions was enough to dazzle everyone in the room. Nie Yan divided the potions equally among the group, with everyone receiving almost 70 bottles each. Every member of the group was ready to go. They'd stocked up an excess of consumables. Nie Yan got Guowai to give skill books to those that could use them, the 2 mages in particular. They received a few long-range spells that would definitely prove useful. Nie Yan also put on the set of gold equipment. It was an ability-based set that consisted of gloves, leg guards, cloak, and leather chest armor. It boosted his speed considerably and added 37 points to dexterity, allowing him to equip the Scarlet Poison Ring without a hitch. His attack power soared to 502 points. It had reached such a terrifying degree that he could deal almost 400 damage against cloth armored classes. Even against thick plate armored warriors, he could still deal 200 to 300 damage. He also received a set bonus, erase presence plus 10%, movement speed plus 20%, critical plus 12. It could be considered very formidable. Even the members of the guild were unaware that Nie Yan had quietly set off with his special strike force. They all moved separately. 20 minutes later, they converged just outside of Link Town. The party of 10 quietly advanced towards Kiln Fire Woods, staying completely out of sight of other players. Kiln Fire Woods was unusually lively. Around 8,000 players from Unhindered had set up camp here, driving away all other players. Their members could be seen leveling everywhere in groups of 50 to 60 or 100. Back in Kalor, everyone was paying close attention to the movements in Kiln Fire Woods to see the response of Ass-Kickers United. After all, Unhindered had struck a nerve with this newly arisen superpower by ambushing their main team. With them being so arrogant, would Ass-Kickers United finally retaliate? Everyone was watching intently, but there were no movements from the other side. The players from Ass-Kickers United were still leveling outside. None of them had been summoned to the guild headquarters. If Ass-Kickers United truly did turn out to be cowardly, all of its members would suffer the disdain of the player base, and in the future, not a single person would want to join the guild. There was a lava cavern just outside of Kiln Fire Woods. Its entrance was shrouded in pitch black darkness, allowing no one a glimpse inside. It emanated a sinister feeling. As of late, no players dared to enter this cavern. It was labeled a region of death because of the players that had ventured inside, not a single one made it out alive. Nie Yan's group entered the lava cavern. They traveled further along the tunnel, occasionally hearing odd noises echoing out from deeper within. Boss, are you sure we can get to Kiln Fire Woods from here? Amidst the darkness, a hesitant voice rang out. Are you sure they'll come? Hey Joe turned to the 3 players who were sent over from Victorious Return to act as supervisors. All the preparations were set. If the forces of Ass-Kickers United emerged, regardless of whether they arrived in thousands or tens of thousands, they would find themselves immediately surrounded and ambushed by a force that dwarfed them by at least several fold. If Ass-Kickers United ignored the provocations, Victorious Return would spread word of their cowardice to all facets of the internet so that they'd never be able to raise their heads out in public again. Inversely, if they tried to retaliate, no matter how many players they sent, Kiln Fire Woods would become their burial place. In either scenario, their reputation would still suffer a heavy blow. Ass-Kickers United had nowhere left to retreat. The group from Victorious Return was led by a paladin called Yulong. Clad in the level 25 Holy Knight Radiance set, he emanated the aura of a soldier. His face was calm and tranquil, making it difficult for anyone to ever know what he was thinking. Even Hey Joe, the guild leader of Unhindered, didn't dare to slight him. He was the second in command in all of Victorious Return. He was originally the leader of the Dragon Drive gaming organization. However, after some financial investments, Heaven Breaker eventually brought them under his banner, and Yulong himself benefited by gaining a 20% share of Victorious Return. It was precisely because of the elite members of Dragon Drive propping up the entire guild that Victorious Return was able to reach the apex. Even Heaven Breaker treated Yulong with an air of politeness. In terms of skill, Heaven Breaker was somewhat inferior to Yulong, though that was par for the course considering he wasn't a professional player. In fact, much of his game knowledge actually came from Yulong. In order to preserve his prestige in the guild, it was necessary for him to be higher than Yulong on the level leaderboards. Yulong naturally knew his own position, which was why he always lagged behind Heaven Breaker by a step. Even Heaven Breaker didn't know Yulong's true strength. Every time they sparred, Yulong would purposefully hold back, letting him win. Of course, Heaven Breaker understood the meaning of such a gesture, so he never questioned it. The two men maintained an extremely delicate balance. In the eyes of the guild members in the outside world, however, Yulong was much less well-known than Heaven Breaker. Does it matter? Yulong faintly smiled. However, I don't believe they'll just sit and do nothing. If they don't come, they'll be mocked as weaklings. If they come, even though they'll be annihilated by our combined forces, they can still preserve their honor. If I belong to the higher-ups of Ass-Kickers United, I'd choose the latter option. Hey Joe naturally understood this logic. But at present, Ass-Kickers United hadn't shown any signs of movement. He truly couldn't tell what exactly they were intending to do. Just wait patiently. They won't be able to last past today. Even if their higher-ups can stick it out, I'm afraid the lower-ranking members aren't nearly as steadfast. It's only a matter of time before they riot. When that moment comes, I want to see exactly how they'll clean up the mess. Yu Long said. The situation developed as planned. Everything was under full control. There was a reason why they were targeting Ass-Kickers United in such a way. Their growth surpassed all expectations. It was starting to become a huge cause for concern for both Yu Long and Heavenbreaker. At the rate things were developing, if they didn't suppress them now, Victorious Return would soon be overtaken by them. Furthermore, the relationship between Ass-Kickers United and Holy Empire was far too close for comfort. Add Sapphire Shrine and Battle-Crazed Alliance into the mix, and even the joint forces of Victorious Return, Radiant Sacred Flame, and the several other guilds they were secretly allied with could only play second fiddle. However, Ass-Kickers United was truly too low-key, to the extent that it was incredibly difficult to find any information that could be used against them. Even the members of the guild never wore their guild emblems when going out to level. It gave Victorious Return a feeling of not knowing what to do. Now, they'd finally found an opportunity, and they weren't going to let it go. After meticulously laying out a trap, they succeeded in forcing the enemy into a position where they were unable to advance or retreat. The next step was to see how they were going to respond. Yu Long was slightly curious about the guild leader of Ass-Kickers United, young Sparrow Hawk. Just what was it that allowed his guild to soar so quickly to prominence? Victorious Return had fought for dominance in every popular virtual reality game. Only after 6 years of development were they able to reach their current level of achievement, possess a foundation that would make others sigh with admiration, and become an undisputed powerhouse. Yet Ass-Kickers United, despite the fact that no one had ever heard their name before, somehow attracted enough experts to establish an elite team. One that could clear over a dozen of the main scenario dungeons in a single day. Did this occur just because their guild leader had risen to the top spot on the level leaderboards? Yu Long shook his head. It would never be that simple. He had a premonition that Ass-Kickers United would become Victorious Return's greatest obstacle on the road to dominance. While Nie Yan and the other players in his group traveled through the dark tunnels of the lava cavern, they found themselves besieged by hordes of viper flies lunging at them from every nook and cranny. These creatures hidden in the darkness were the perfect ambush predators. The cave was densely packed with such monsters. So many monsters. Undying Scoundrel cried out in alarm. The team got into a defensive formation, ready to fight off these viper flies, when Nie Yan suddenly made his move. Deterrence. After Nie Yan activated the skill, the viper flies quickly retreated one after the other, opening up a path forward, no longer daring to approach his group. Whoa, what kind of skill is that? It's so miraculous. Blue Yarn Thread, Blowhard Summer Bug, and the others stared at Nie Yan in shock. It seemed like he was a never-ending box of surprises, always bringing out one amazing thing after the other. Deterrence, it's a supplementary skill from the Demon Hunter title, Nie Yan replied. A title. They hadn't yet obtained even the lowest ranking of titles, let alone some flashy, advanced one like Demon Hunter. Not just young Sparrow Hawk, but your level is also super high. The two of you level way too quickly. After all of this is over, you should take us leveling with you. Yeah, Edgeless and the others in the group echoed off one another. Edgeless was a fairly quiet person for someone who played a berserker. He normally wasn't fond of talking, but even he gradually opened up to everyone in the group. In the previous timeline, his distinguished name rang like thunder in the ears of all players. He was one of the strongest sword saints. Not just him, all the players here were going to be the pillars of strength for the guild in the future. Nie Yan thought for a moment, then said, after we settle this matter, I, your selfless boss, will take a big hit by helping each of you reach level 30. Afterwards, you'll be on your own. Yay! Long live the boss! Cheered the crowd. If they trained together with Nie Yan and Tang Yao, it wouldn't merely be experience grinding but rather all-out power leveling. No one would believe that you could go from level 26 to level 28 in only half an hour. But Nie Yan and Tang Yao accomplished such a feat. As the group of players fraternized more and more, Nie Yan gradually found himself becoming their beloved and respected leader. Towards their almost fanatical gazes of reverence, Nie Yan truly felt a little flattered. After all, they were future shadow dancers, guardians, sword saints, magisters, and so on. These dazzling titles signified the apex of their respective class, something an ordinary player could never hope to reach. Nie Yan suddenly had an idea. What if he brought these elite players with him to level in Everlasting City? That way Tang Yao could gather 100 energized crystal fragments in no time. What's more, the top of the level leaderboards would be overrun with players from Ass-Kickers United. How spectacular of a sight would that be? These contracted players were closely tied to the interests of Ass-Kickers United. They were very reliable. So long as he had them sworn to secrecy, it was unlikely that they would leak any information about Everlasting City. However, there was a slight problem. Even if Nie Yan withdrew everything from the Starry Night potion shop down to the last copper, he still wouldn't have enough money to afford the magic bombs needed to get all these players to level 30. He could only let them think of a way themselves. Several of them could form a party, sharing the burden equally. If they sold whatever they found, they could just barely scrounge up enough gold to make do. He only feared that by the time they got their levels up, they would have already become poor wretches saddled with unseemly amounts of debt. That was exactly why this would remain an idea for the time being. His main priority was dealing with the current matter at hand. Nie Yan and company finally reached the exit. Stepping out of the cavern, they hid themselves behind some boulders. There was a lot of player activity in the distance. Presumably, they belonged to Unhindered. Sun and I will scout ahead. Nie Yan said. Naturally, the task of finding a safe path would go to the two thieves. Boss, be careful. You too, Sun. Nie Yan nodded. While his body gradually turned illusory, he gave a faint smile before departing. Sun set out in a different direction. The woods were dead silent. The Unhindered players hadn't the slightest inkling that a group from Ass-Kickers United had silently arrived. The way they saw it, this was the hinterlands of the Kilnfire Woods. If a fight broke out with Ass-Kickers United, the first signs of activity would surely be near the borders of the map. They felt completely safe. However, at present, Nie Yan's group noiselessly appeared among them. There were at least 200 Unhindered players in the vicinity, divided into 3 groups. All of them were located in different locations, clearing out mobs in their respective areas. One group was 100 members in size, while the other 2 were 50 each. Nie Yan and Sun scouted further ahead. About 17 minutes later, they had a clear picture of the surroundings. Even if they alerted Unhindered's forces by attacking one of the groups, it would still take the nearest groups at least 5 minutes to reinforce them. Simply put, they had to finish the fight and retreat all within 5 minutes. Nie Yan and Sun regrouped with the others. Boss, how'd it go? Prepare to move out. We're going to take down the 100-man group in the east first. We'll have to make it quick, Nie Yan said. They were outnumbered 10 to 1. It might be a little challenging, but it definitely wasn't impossible. The 10 players who arrived were the elites of the elites. Meanwhile, the players on the opposing side were nothing more than ordinary players. He estimated that even the strongest players among them didn't surpass level 20. But even so, Nie Yan's group still had to properly plan things out. It was essential for the area of effect spells of the two mages to cover as many targets as possible for the battle to quickly end. Are you guys prepared to be branded as PKERs? Nie Yan asked, sweeping his gaze over the faces of the group members. Some were still juvenile, others were mature. However, all of them showed firm resolve. It's just a red name. With you supporting us, we have nothing to be afraid of. Edgeless said in a straightforward manner. Yeah, we're already eating your food and drinking your wine, so what's there to fear? Undying Scoundrel's words made the rest of the group burst out in laughter. I guess it's settled then. Let's go get some exercise, stretch our legs, and cut down some fools. Nie Yan revealed a cold, murderous smile. Anyone who offends our guild dies. Bubbles of volcanic gas trapped beneath the kiln firewoods would occasionally find their way to the surface, erupting forth into the atmosphere as scorching jets. The temperature here was much higher than in other regions. It was similar to arriving near the crater of an active volcano. Only the hardiest of plant life could grow in this harsh environment, such as the resilient iron palm trees, lush with dense canopies that seemed to cover the earth and hide the sky. It was said that magma regularly flowed beneath the kiln firewoods, ever ready to erupt. Level 20 molten rock monsters spawned inside the kiln firewoods. They possessed high health and defense. A player would even take fire damage if they got near them. However, they were relatively slow and lacked long-range attacks. Add this to the fact that they gave good experience, and it became clear why they were the perfect mobs for mages to level on. Molten rock monsters were covered in thick plates of stone, roughly 2 meters in height, and resembled bulldozers when they moved. A dense cluster of 100 unhindered players was currently battling over 20 molten rock monsters in a corner of the map. With the warriors forming a human wall, the mages in the rear let loose a wave of spells which arced through the air before bombarding the group of monsters. Boom, boom, boom. The concentrated shelling of magic killed over 10 molten rock monsters. Before long, another wave of spells rained down from the sky, annihilating the survivors. The mages who were low on mana took out various consumables or sat down to recuperate. Those who didn't expend as much prepared for the next bout. Roughly 5 seconds later, about 20 molten rock monsters appeared in the previously cleared area. The spawn rate of these mobs was astonishing. Evidently, Unhindered didn't lack people with good taste. They secured such a top-notch leveling spot. 5 mages sat on the ground, resting and chatting together. They were at the very end of the backline, far away from any action. Boss, our former brothers over at Asskickers United are telling us to join them. Should we go? A skinny arcane mage with a slightly wretched appearance asked the holy mage beside him. The holy mage called Bird Person 1 shook his head. Joining Asskicers United? That's suicidal. Didn't you see that Hey Joe joined forces with Victorious Return to deal with them? Unhindered doesn't amount to much, but do you think Victorious Return is a good guild to provoke? Asskickers United is doomed. Skinny Strip, we might not mind you talking about this since we're a tight-knit group, but under no circumstances should you bring it up to other members in the guild. Skinny Strip awkwardly chuckled. You definitely won't find me doing something that's stupid. Forget it, let's rest some more. We still get experience either way. They chatted in a relaxed manner, completely unaware of the imminent danger. Nie Yan and Sun snuck up on the group. Their daggers flickered with a cold light while hidden within the shadows. The unhindered players in the distance were leisurely fighting the mobs. Following the plan Nie Yan drew up earlier, Edgeless, Monochrome, Undying Scoundrel, and the others were already in position. Seeing that everyone was ready, Nie Yan shouted in the party intercom. Kill. All 10 players moved in unison. Nie Yan pounced on Bird Person. His actions were lightning quick, and his dagger pierced through the air, streaking towards the back of the target's head in a brilliant flash of light. Smothering strike. Bird Person suddenly felt something odd, as if an alarm bell was going off in his head. It was an enemy attack. But before he could even get up, it was long over. After stunning him, Nie Yan ended his life with a slash to the throat. Bird Person went limp and collapsed to the ground. In a panic, the mages in the group stumbled to their feet. Nie Yan turned, dashing towards them. With a vital strike, he stabbed one of them in the neck. It was a critical hit. The target was insta-killed. Another mage fell to the ground. Nie Yan moved on to his next target. He activated Assassinate, stabbing the third mage in the stomach, and promptly followed up with Lacerate, disemboweling him. The mage let out a shocked gasp, mouth wide open in horror as 2 huge damage values floated up above his head. He crumpled to the ground like a wet rag. On the other side, Sun's movements weren't slow either. He took down one of the mages with a dashing strike, then pounced on the last member of the group that wanted to escape. With a smothering strike followed by Assassinate, his dagger pierced through the cloth armor protecting the mage's chest, causing him to drop dead. From the moment Nie Yan and Sun emerged to them taking down all 5 mages, no more than a few seconds had passed. It was practically like a flash of lightning or the strike of a matchstick. They were direct and efficient. Nie Yan and Sun reactivated stealth and dashed towards the next group of squishy targets. In particular, they aimed for the priests. Meanwhile, from every direction, Monochrome, Edgeless, Blue Yarn Thread, and Resplendent Blade Light were each charging down a slope. Clad from head to toe in thick plate armor, they resembled tanks as they steamrolled through all obstacles. Heroic strike. Edgeless roared. The blow sent a mage flying outwards. Flame slash. His blazing great sword transformed a priest into rays of light. He resembled a god of slaughter, tearing through everything in his path. In the blink of an eye, he had already killed 6 players. Who could have imagined that this normally reserved boy would release such a formidable, murderous aura in the middle of battle? The others weren't weak either. As they slaughtered a path open, unimpeded, a head would roll with every 10 steps taken. They swept up everything before them. Numerous spells ruthlessly bombarded them, streaking through the air like tongues of fire. Yet they were fearless, radiating an awe-inspiring aura. Blue Yarn Thread fetched an intermediate health potion from his bag. Drinking it, his health instantly restored to full. Divine Strike. His sword lit up, shining with a brilliant light, as he cleaved a priest in half. He also cast a lesser heal on Monochrome. All the while, Leader Young 7 never stopped supporting them from the rear. Rays of gentle light fell over them. On top of the healing from the health potions, they didn't lose the slightest bit of momentum under the concentrated bombardment of magic. In a short span of time, more than 20 unhindered players died. Seeing these 10 players that seemed to resemble living embodiments of death, the nearby mages felt their insides churn in horror as they frantically turned tail and fled. The enemy is attacking. It's Ass-Kickers United. As the mages in the backline cried out for help, the warriors who were holding off the molten rock monsters hastily turned back to rescue them. Charge! Charge! With no one locking the molten rock monsters down, they charged out into the fray. It was a scene of utter chaos. A few molten rock monsters sent several mages flying with a sweep of their enormous forelimbs. The players moved about the area hectically. While the mages wanted to flee, the warriors wanted to rush in. On top of that, the warriors had unintentionally brought several dozen molten rock monsters with them. On a nearby hilltop, Miracle Dancer killed a mage who ran over in his direction with a holy smite and a holy strike. He turned to Undying Scoundrel beside him and asked, "Are you done yet? It's been so long already. How are you still not finished?" A horrifying, boundless amount of fire elemental energy was gathering around Undying Scoundrel. It was enough to make anyone pale with fright. Blowhard Summer Bug cast an arcane flame burst followed up with an arcane fireball at an enemy in the distance. Bang, they were sent flying. He made short work of them. Witnessing the deluge of fire elemental energy flooding towards Undying Scoundrel, the nearby unhindered mages wore blank expressions. Giving up all hope, they turned tail and ran, despising the fact that they couldn't grow another pair of legs. Just where did these bunch of killing gods come from? Undying Scoundrel was still in the middle of casting a frightening area of effect spell, and at this point, no one was capable of stopping him. The unhindered players were running around like headless chickens. Most of them didn't have the mind to notice Undying Scoundrel on the hilltop. Some paladins more mindful of their surroundings charged over, wanting to kill him, but they were all blasted away by the magic of Miracle Dancer and Blowhard Summer Bug. Nie Yan and Sun also gave a hand, clearing away any player who drummed up enough courage to try and stop Undying Scoundrel. Edgeless, Monochrome, get out of the way. Blade Light, Blue Yarn Thread, quickly retreat. After the four of them received the early warning, Edgeless, Monochrome, and Blade Light activated charge, fleeing the area. Blue Yarn Thread activated Indomitable Will. He wasn't the slightest bit slower than the three warriors. The four quickly withdrew from the battlefield. In that moment, Undying Scoundrel finished making 2 sets of incantation gestures and chanting 2 sets of incantation syllables. An enormous sphere of fire emerged over the battlefield. It churned and rolled before smashing down to the ground like a giant meteor. Boom! A massive explosion engulfed the several dozen warriors from unhindered caught at the center of the spell. After the giant sphere of fire struck the earth, it blossomed into countless embers that rained down on the players in the surroundings. It was gorgeous like a display of fireworks in the evening. The scattered embers were the same as fireballs, killing over 60 unhindered players at once and scorching the earth clean of any life. The raging fires of hell would devour every creature in its path. After the flames subsided, only 10 or so players remained, somehow surviving by lucky fluke. Staring at the land swept clean of life, they wore foolish expressions. Almost nothing was left, save for a giant crater that was made by the impact of hellfire. The nearby surroundings were burnt black. Over 60 players were killed all at once. Not even the 20 or so molten rock monsters were spared. They were turned into ashes, swept up by the blowing wind. Not a single trace of them could be seen. What a dreadful spell. If this sort of spell was used in a large-scale battle, as soon as the giant sphere of fire fell, at least 600 to 700 players would perish. From being completely white, Undying Scoundrel's name was instantly branded a deep crimson. It was breathtaking. His kill count was 67. Damn, you're going to be famous. That hellfire brought you to a whole new level of red names. Blowhard Summer Bug cried out. What an awesome spell. Miracle Dancer was almost speechless. Hellfire was simply too frightening. It was his first time witnessing the destructive might of an advanced magic. The 10 or so survivors wanted to run, but Nie Yan and the others quickly caught up to them. Blood-curdling screams rang out, filling the air. Most of them died trying to escape. They were simply no match for Nie Yan's group in terms of speed. In just 2 to 3 minutes, nothing was left of the group of 100 unhindered players. They had killed a ghastly number of people. Besides leader Young 7, everyone else had red names. How many escaped? Nie Yan asked. 2. Did you record the video? Nie Yan asked Blowhard Summer Bug. He had the best view up on the hilltop. There, he was able to get a clear picture of the events on the entire battlefield. Recorded. Blowhard Summer Bug nodded. Good. Now we can post a reply to those unhindered players calling us out on the forums. Nie Yan coldly smiled. This was the most effective way to strike back at victorious return and unhindered. Only 100 players were killed. This was merely the beginning. The official forums were abuzz with activity because of the provocative video released by Unhindered. The players from Unhindered frequently jeered at Ass-Kickers United in discussions related to the video. Even though the members of Ass-Kickers United would attempt to refute, they simply lacked the ammunition to fire back. Numerous members expressed dissatisfaction over how the executives of the guild handled the situation, or rather the lack thereof. Many of them were so riled up that they were itching to start a massacre in Kilnfire Woods. But very soon, a response was posted to the video. It was another video along with a few brief sentences. It was a recording of Nie Yan and the other 9 members slaughtering a large group of unhindered players. 10:09 players killed, 153. Ass-Kickers United doesn't rely on an advantage in numbers. 10 of us are enough to massacre unhindered. A hair-raising video followed by a domineering reply. It sent shock waves rippling through the community. It depicted warriors and paladins sweeping through everything before them, thieves taking lives like they were reaping wheat, and mages dealing damage that would make people faint from fright. Most awe-inspiring of all was the part where Undying Scoundrel annihilated over 60 players in a flash with hellfire. It was truly breathtaking. Nie Yan's group mowed through the players from unhindered like they were chopping up fruits and vegetables. They displayed an unprecedented degree of skill in PvP. It couldn't help but draw sighs of admiration. What a powerful group of individuals. Was that really the might of Ass-Kickers United? The words paired along with the video carried a bit of suspense. It ignited even further discussions among the players on the forums. 10:09 153 players killed. Did that imply that the vengeance of Ass-Kickers United was far from over? The line that followed got many people fired up. Ass-Kickers United doesn't rely on an advantage in numbers. It was a brutal slap to the face of Unhindered. So what if they ambushed the main team of Ass-Kickers United? It took 1,000 of them to deal with 20 players. Even then, some of their targets still managed to get out alive. Was that really worth bragging about? The opinions on the forums quickly changed. Ass-Kickers United retrieved its honor. The implication was clear, just 10 of our members killed over 150 of your players. Let's see if you can still act so arrogantly now. Finally, there was the overbearing declaration at the end. 10 of us are enough to massacre unhindered. Could 10 people really massacre all of unhindered? Everyone was eager to find out. The community immediately brought the reply video to the top of the forums with their lively discussion. It was shared and posted elsewhere countless times, often labeled with various eye-catching titles. The 10 slaughter gods. 10 massacre 100, piling up a field of corpses. The might of Ass-Kickers United. Such posts were by no means an uncommon sight. The players of Ass-Kickers United were very demoralized. Many of them couldn't even bear to check the official forums anymore. Every once in a while, a few people had the urge to go and sling some insults back, but they just couldn't bring themselves to actually do it. They felt consumed by sadness, and the inaction of the guild executive served to dishearten them further. All of that changed in this moment. The video released by Nie Yan and the others was a cool breeze blowing through their hearts, sweeping away all the bitterness and disappointment. In its place, they found indescribable excitement. Some of them were so moved that they started shedding tears of joy. The higher-ups finally made a move. The members of Ass-Kickers cared greatly for their guild. They didn't wish for it to become the laughingstock of the community. When the guild members watched the video, their hearts burned with an even more ardent fervor. This was because Guo Wai told them that Victorious Return and Unhindered had laid out a trap in Kilnfire Woods. The entire guild mobilizing to retaliate was exactly what the enemy wanted. So Nirvana Flame and the other higher-ups came to a decision. They would massacre Unhindered with only 10 people. The players of Ass-Kickers United firmly imprinted the images of Nie Yan and the other 9 members into their minds. These 10 people, without help from any outside force, restored their faith in the guild. The guild chat flooded with words of support for Nie Yan and the others. Nirvana Flame is awesome. We're going to duke it out with Victorious Return and Unhindered. Whoever's afraid is a son of a bitch. We should all go there. Let's massacre Victorious Return and Unhindered. The guild members were impassioned. The guild had so many people leveling outside, yet they sent 10 members out on a suicide mission. How could they just sit still and watch? Enough. Are you guys idiots? Do you want to die? Did you all just forget what I told you? I want you to settle your asses down. No one's going anywhere. Keep leveling where you are. When you're needed, Nirvana Flame will naturally call on you. Guo Wai scolded in the guild chat. He managed to quell them for the time being, but he could still sense their smoldering enthusiasm. Players would regularly check the official forums, paying close attention to any new developments. No one knew whether Nie Yan's group would end up dying or actually succeed in massacring all of Unhindered. Regardless of the outcome, their feats would be talked about for a long time to come. Near the borders of Kilnfire Woods, He-Jo was getting jittery. His heart was welling up with an indescribable feeling of nervousness. It didn't make sense that there were still no signs of movement. It was at this moment that he received an update from a subordinate. He was informed of the over 100 casualties they suffered. Ass-Kickers United had retaliated. How many of them are there? He-Jo asked, feeling a hint of uneasiness. There were only 10. Are you telling me over 100 of you were killed by only 10 people? He-Jo yelled, sounding extremely flustered. Standing beside him, Yulong said, check the forums. He-Jo opened up the forums. Posted at the top was a response from Ass-Kickers United. Playing the video, he recognized Blade Light on the screen at a glance. He was familiar with the faces of Nie Yan and the others as well. However, what surprised him was that they were just as skilled as Blade Light. When did Ass-Kickers United get so many amazing players? Yulong was also taken aback. If any of those 10 were pulled into Victorious Return, they would easily rank among the top 5 players in the guild. He was astonished. It seemed he had vastly underestimated the cloud of Ass-Kickers United. Report the coordinates of where you last saw them. I want all forces over there immediately. Exterminate them. He-Jo was enraged after reading through some of the comments below the video. Yulong wondered how Nie Yan's group got past the Unhindered's tight blockade to enter the inner regions of Kilnfire Woods. Did they have some sort of secret route or special method? Don't tell me they made their way through the underground lava caverns. No, it's not very likely. Yulong shook his head. Not many players dared to enter that place. Several guilds had sent out scouting teams to explore the underground map before, but all of them were wiped out without exception. He felt confident that no one was foolish enough to throw their lives away by entering such a dangerous, unexplored area. Did Nie Yan's group get past them unnoticed by drinking invisibility potions? That was the more likely possibility. Tell the priests to cast Illuminate. They probably have invisibility potions. Yulong said to He-Jo. He-Jo thought for a moment, then nodded, passing down the orders to his subordinates. The 7,000 to 8,000 members of Unhindered at the outer skirts of Kilnfire Woods all moved towards the inner region. In the deepest parts of Kilnfire Woods, the annihilation of the 100-man group immediately alerted the 2 other groups in the vicinity, causing them to become restless. Some of the players wanted to retreat until backup arrived. Others wanted to hunt Nie Yan's group down. However, before any of them could come to a decision, several figures appeared in their vision. After picking up all the spoils of battle, Nie Yan and the others had rushed to the next target. The first to take action were obviously the 2 thieves, Nie Yan and Sun. Nie Yan snuck up behind a level 20 paladin who was at the edge of the 50-man group. Near him was a small group of 6 melee class players. They were about to withdraw from the area with a larger group of players. The awareness of the paladin clearly wasn't very high. He was oblivious to Nie Yan's approach. Nie Yan struck the paladin in the back of the head with smothering strike, stunning him. Vital strike. Nie Yan slashed his throat. -253. -428. The paladin didn't even get a chance to react before collapsing to the ground. Nie Yan smirked. After getting his attack power up, he could even handle plate armored classes with ease. Shit, it's a thief. Surround him. The 6 nearby melee class players finally reacted. Charge. They rushed forward, wanting to murder Nie Yan. A silver armored berserker among them led the charge. Nie Yan pulled back. However, bolstered by the speed boost of charge, the berserker quickly caught up. Tendon break. Afraid of being stunned by this thief with terrifying damage, the silver armored berserker tried to cripple his movements. But who could have anticipated that the opponent was already 1 step ahead of him? Concussive blow. Nie Yan stunned him with concussive blow, then circled behind to avoid the tendon break. Backstab. Eviscerate. The berserker's health disappeared in an instant. The priests and paladins behind the berserker didn't even get a chance to cast a heal. One fighter rushed up to Nie Yan from the front, and 2 berserkers flanked him from both sides. They were attempting to surround him. Nie Yan activated Shadow Dance, disappearing from their sight. Did he run? The 3 warriors were at a loss after failing to intercept Nie Yan. They vigilantly surveyed their surroundings a while longer before finally turning around and giving up. Within a second of them putting their weapons down, Nie Yan reappeared behind one of the berserkers and stabbed him in the back. Blast. Bang. Splitting edge exploded with energy, sending the berserker flying out like a ragdoll. Although there wasn't much energy stored up, Nie Yan's attack power had reached a terrifyingly high degree. Even a weak blast would instantly kill the average berserker. Before any of the berserker's companions could react, Nie Yan melded into their surroundings and disappeared. Several of them nearly wet their pants from fright. Fearing Nie Yan would appear again, they quickly retreated. Only when they joined up with the main group did they feel a little bit safer. Big brother, how many did you kill? Sun also returned safely after carrying out an ambush. 3. I killed 3 too, Sun exclaimed. However, after looking over at the 3 corpses in the distance, his face was tinged with a bit of red. Nie Yan took down warriors and paladins while all his targets were mages and priests. Not bad, Nie Yan nodded in approval. Monochrome, Edgeless, and the others blew the battle horn on the other side of the battle. They charged into the group of players and started a unilateral slaughter. Divine Strike. Blue Yarn Thread sent a berserker flying. Clad in silver-white armor, he could even crush a warrior. Whirlwind Slash. Monochrome spun around like a top, knocking down the 6 players surrounding him. Wearing armor that boosted damage and carrying a great sword that increased critical rate, he was like a heavy-duty tank, tearing across the battlefield. He was invincible. Undying Scoundrel cast spell after spell, causing explosions to go off everywhere, littering the ground with corpses. Blowhard Summer Bug cast the area of effect spell, Firestorm. Immediately, a raging cyclone of fire appeared over the area, swallowing up over 10 players. A group of over 50 players was reduced to a little more than 10. None of the survivors had the willpower to resist. They all fled in every direction. Nie Yan and Sun gave chase, killing another 5 players. In the end, 6 players got away through a fluke of luck. Nie Yan updated the post on the forums. 17 players killed, 201. The last of the 3 groups in the vicinity, which had 60 unhindered players, rushed over while Nie Yan's team was still picking off the survivors. They were here to provide support, confident that the other group would be able to hold out for a while against the attack. However, they didn't expect that by the time they arrived, the situation would be completely different from what they expected. Over 50 members of Unhindered had been utterly annihilated by 10 people. The names of Nie Yan and the others were branded a deep, blood red. It was like walking into a murder scene. Nie Yan suddenly disappeared. With his fastest speed, he dashed toward the group of reinforcements like a lightning bolt before emerging among their ranks. Under the gaze of over 60 pairs of eyes, he streaked the blade of his dagger across a priest's throat with a vital strike. The victim's health bar plummeted to 0 as they collapsed to the ground. The crowd of players were badly frightened. Nie Yan was previously several dozen meters away. In the blink of an eye, he closed that distance and killed one of their priests. It all happened way too quickly. What shocked many of them was the deep crimson of his name. Just how many people did he kill? The immediate reaction of the nearby players was to retreat. The mages cast a shower of spells, whizzing towards Nie Yan. Bang, 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 they battered him ruthlessly, exploding on impact. However, Nie Yan held an overwhelming advantage in both level and defense. The spells from the mages couldn't put a dent on him, dealing only 10 or so damage each. Nie Yan didn't retreat in the slightest, enduring the concentrated bombardment of spells. He dashed forward and mowed down 2 mages with the slash of his dagger. At this point, only a sliver of his health remained. Just as he was about to pull back to recuperate before re-entering the fray, a heal from Leader Young 7 enveloped his body, restoring his health to full. Nie Yan was too accustomed to playing alone. He forgot that a powerful priest was supporting him from the rear. With the aid of this limitless health pack, what was there to be afraid of? Giving his cooldowns a quick glance, he stunned a warrior with concussive blow, then finished them off with a backstab followed by eviscerate. Nie Yan's damage was simply too ferocious. Was he really a thief? Edgeless, Monochrome, and the others finally caught up with him. Like a wedge, they drove themselves into the group of enemies and commenced a slaughter. When the warriors of Unhindered ran into Edgeless, Monochrome, or Blade Light, they could only scatter. Blowhard Summer Bug, Undying Scoundrel, and Miracle Dancer bombarded the enemy with spells, blasting numerous unhindered players into the air. How many have you guys killed? Blowhard Summer Bug asked as he fired an arcane flame burst at a warrior. Boom. The warrior didn't know what hit him as he was sent flying. 22. Monochrome replied, cutting down a mage. I'm on 27, Edgeless said after taking a glimpse at his kill count. I've killed 89. Haha. I'm the king of killing. Undying Scoundrel proudly exclaimed. Freeze. He froze a nearby warrior in place, then moved to finish him off with another spell. However, a holy smite blasted him away. Fuck. Boss, they're kill stealing me. Undying Scoundrel whined. Miracle Dancer shrugged his shoulders. With a smug look, he said, you've already killed the most out of all of us. 1 or 2 less isn't going to make a difference. Blue Yarn Thread cast heal on Monochrome. He didn't particularly care about who had the higher kill count. As a paladin, he was fine with taking down the enemy while providing the occasional support with blessings and heals. The tankiest member of the group, Blade Light, didn't take down as many players. However, he more than made up for this by being a near immovable object, grabbing the attention of many unhindered players. The more attacks he absorbed, the less pressure there was on his companions. Nie Yan and Sun killed fewer players in comparison, but both of them still had kill counts of almost 20. After the slaughter was over, the battlefield was littered with the corpses of unhindered players, and those who were lucky enough to survive had all already fled. It was now eerily empty. Boss, what are we going to do next? Edgeless asked. The players they'd encountered so far were not part of the main force. They were stomping on weaklings. It was as simple as slicing vegetables. Pick up the loot and then we'll leave, Nie Yan said. Unhindered's main force would definitely be arriving soon. They needed to withdraw quickly. They moved across the battlefield, collecting the spoils of battle. Although the drops were all level 15 to 20 equipment with mediocre properties, the lower-level guild members badly needed them. Ass-Kickers United had plenty of high-level items, but it sorely lacked low-level ones, leaving the guild unable to satisfy the needs of the ordinary members. The loot was quickly picked up, and Nie Yan's group re-entered the lava caverns. Not much later, the post on the forums was updated. 25 players killed, 257. The 10-man strike force of Ass-Kickers United was still killing. Moreover, the number of people they killed was steadily climbing higher and higher. Every time the kill count was updated, the players on the forums would be filled with shock and fear. It was truly too eye-catching. Although Ass-Kickers United was expanding at a rapid pace, they were still widely regarded as a newly established guild without a stable foundation. No one believed they could hold up against a behemoth like Victorious Return. However, today's developments caused them to be seen in a new light. Ass-kickers United really did have quite some formidable players. They probably weren't even all that far off from large guilds like Victorious Return. Aside from leader Young 7 who was a priest, everyone else in the group was branded with appallingly red names. They were practically a bunch of killing gods. The guild leader of Unhindered, Hey Joe, was burning with unimaginable fury. After Nie Yan's group had forcefully taken back the initiative, he found himself in a very precarious situation. Now the one stuck in a difficult dilemma was Unhindered. They had no means of an out. If they abandoned their chase on Nie Yan's group and returned to Kalor, then Ass-kickers United could arrogantly proclaim that Unhindered had been scared into retreat by a mere 10 players. Unhindered would lose all face. Hey Joe's only hope was to track Nie Yan's group down and kill them to rid themselves of the disgrace. His anger reached sky-high levels. Under his orders, the area where Nie Yan's group was located was completely sealed off and surrounded. Not even an ant would be able to pass through. Since Nie Yan's group was branded with red names, they wouldn't be able to return to the city. If they were killed, they would drop all their equipment in many levels. Hey Joe's eyes flashed with a cold light. Only with such an outcome would his hatred be abated. The players from Unhindered quickly gathered at the inner regions of Kilnfire Woods. They left no stone unturned, doing a thorough sweep of the area. Almost 8,000 players gathered here. No matter how valiant Nie Yan's group was, if they encountered such a large mob of bloodthirsty players, they would be exterminated. These players inspected every inch of land, but after a full 30 minutes, they still came up empty. All they found were the remnants of the earlier battles. Most distinctly, the large crater created by hellfire that had yet to recover. The entire area was empty, lacking any trace of Nie Yan's group. Where are they? Hey Joe roared in anger. His guild members cast fearful glances in his direction, none daring to reply. They had undoubtedly scoured through every inch of the area. What did they miss? Where did Nie Yan's group disappear off to? Hey Joe was like an enraged lion, roaring at everyone around him, when he received a message Nie Yan's group had appeared to the north. They fled after killing 10 players. Surround them. I want them all dead. Tell the thieves to follow them. No matter what, do not let them get away. Hey Joe immediately led the large crowd of players north. Nie Yan's group traveled through the tunnels of the lava caverns, evading Unhindered's forces. They would ambush an unsuspecting group, then quickly retreat, easily shaking off any pursuers. You guys go first. Wait for me up ahead. Son, act as a lookout for me. If you see anyone approach, immediately report back to me, Nie Yan instructed. All right. Son nodded. Boss, what about you? I'll join up with you guys in a bit. Let me take care of those thieves trailing us first. Nie Yan replied before entering stealth. Nie Yan looked at Young 7 who nodded his head in response. 8 of them ran ahead, leaving Nie Yan and Young 7 behind to deal with the thieves. Nie Yan immediately sensed 7 thieves approaching. He quickly locked down on their positions. When the group of thieves arrived, they found a priest, Young 7, all alone. They stealthily moved toward him. To the left at 7 o'clock, Nie Yan said to Young 7 in the intercom. Young 7 cast Illuminate. A shining ball of light floated up into the air. The dazzling radiance covered the sky like a pool of mercury. Under the flood of light, it revealed 3 silhouettes. Shit, we've been discovered. Kill him. Nie Yan suddenly appeared behind them. With smothering strike followed by assassinate, he instantly killed one of them, then pounced onto his next target. A backstab and eviscerate made short work of them. His methods were direct and efficient. The third thief rushed toward Young 7. However, they came to a halt 5 meters from their target. Nie Yan activated shadow steps. He was much faster than the enemy thief. Within the blink of an eye, he caught up and plunged his dagger deep into their back. The thief didn't expect Nie Yan to be so fast. They activated stealth, disappearing from Nie Yan's view. However, seconds later they re-emerged as a body collapsing to the ground. Both Nie Yan's splitting edge and scarlet poison ring inflicted debuffs that dealt damage over time. Even though they were merely dot effects, these thieves couldn't endure them. At this moment, 4 thieves pounced toward Young 7. Young 7 activated Illuminate, revealing their locations. He cast Fear, causing the closest thief to involuntarily retreat. He cast Cripple and Ache, cursing one of the other thieves whose speed was immediately reduced. Pung, pung, 2 light arrows struck the thief, chunking away half of their health. The 2 other thieves were still closing in on Young 7. Very soon, he was going to suffer the attacks of both of them. Concussive blow. Nie Yan arrived in time, stunning one of the 2 thieves whom he finished off with Vital Strike. Young 7 put up a radiant barrier, then self-cast a resistance blessing, blocking the 4th thief's concussive blow. With a holy flame burst, he sent them flying. Nie Yan raised his dagger, cleaning up the feared thief. The last remaining thief wanted to run but Young 7 didn't give them the chance. He handled the thief quickly. Your PvP skills are pretty good, Nie Yan praised. He was genuinely surprised. He didn't expect Young 7 to be so strong. Who said priests couldn't PvP? It's nothing. Young 7 smirked, scratching his nose. Nie Yan thought highly of everyone he recruited, but he still underestimated the skills of the players under him. Leader Young 7, for example, was normally consigned to the role of a support and rarely ever seen engaging in direct combat. Nie Yan was never clear on how good Young 7 was at PvP. Today, however, he witnessed Young 7's prowess firsthand. In the face of imminent death from an ambush by 4 thieves, Young 7 hadn't shown the slightest trace of panic. He feared the closest thief, crippled the second with curses, and resisted being incapacitated by the third with a shield and a blessing. Relying on skill alone, he had effortlessly dealt with 3 thieves. Nie Yan felt Young 7 even rivaled some mages who were experts at PvP. He previously hoped that Young 7 could hold out for at least 10 seconds, so he could take out the thieves and rescue him. However, Young 7 showed that he was perfectly capable of taking care of himself. Only now did Nie Yan gain a better understanding of what Young 7 could truly do. He was one of the 7 archbishops in the previous timeline after all. It would be strange if he didn't have the ability to protect himself. Only when a priest reached the same stage as Young 7, where they were not afraid of engaging in PvP, would they start to truly grow. If they had to rely on others to save them whenever they encountered danger, they would forever linger in mediocrity. There'll be more of them arriving soon. Let's get out of here while we still can, Nie Yan said. There was no time to pick up the equipment from the ground. The players from Unhindered weren't likely to drop anything good anyway. Relying on his understanding of the terrain, Nie Yan guided the group through the underground lava caverns, periodically popping out of the woods to launch ambushes on the forces of Unhindered. They were playing a game of cat and mouse, and Unhindered was helpless to stop them. Nie Yan and the others were in a murderous frenzy, slaughtering countless players from Unhindered. The post on the official forums was constantly seeing updates. 10:29 players killed, 278. 10:58 players killed, 308. 11:27 players killed, 323. Although the number of players dying in recent updates wasn't as terrifying as the first two, it was still extremely astonishing. While the kill count was steadily rising, Nie Yan's group had yet to lose a single member. If the players on the forums only felt slight admiration for them before, then most now came to genuinely revere Nie Yan and the other members of the group. 10 people were actually able to force an entire guild into such a powerless situation. Ass-Kickers United truly struck dread into the hearts of all. The players of Unhindered grew more and more paranoid after every successive ambush. They were filled with fear and trepidation, not knowing when or where the enemy would strike next. Nie Yan and the others were like specters, taking out anywhere from 10 to 20 plus players every time they appeared. When more forces arrived to surround them, all traces of them would disappear. Shit, how did they keep escaping? Hey Joe cursed. He was consumed by unending fury, while also feeling utterly helpless as he watched the number of casualties continue to rise. Yu Long calmly pondered over the question. What Nie Yan's group was doing couldn't simply be accomplished with invisibility potions. The answer probably lay beneath the ground. Could they have found some method to safely pass through the lava caverns? The forces of Unhindered were too weak and spread too thin, leaving them incapable of controlling the entire map. From the start, they had no way to resist the ambushes. Unhindered was in a precarious position, unable to retreat or advance. If they withdrew from the Kiln Fire Woods, they would become even more of a laughingstock. Since this matter was plotted by Victorious Return, they would undoubtedly be humiliated as well. Even a blind person could tell they were pulling the strings from behind the scenes. After this was all over, the reputation of Victorious Return would reach an all-time low, while their enemy would benefit greatly. If enough time was given to Ass-Kickers United, then Victorious Return really might be forced to abdicate their throne as the top guild in Kalor. Yu Long thought for a moment. If he continued to allow Unhindered to be tormented like this, the number of people killed by Nie Yan's group would only rise higher and higher. Once the total casualties surpassed 1,000, it could undoubtedly be considered a victory for Ass-Kickers United. 1,000 players dead. He could scarcely imagine what sort of reaction the players on the forums would have. Yu Long consulted with Heaven Breaker. When the time came for Victorious Return to act, even if Nie Yan's group couldn't be surrounded, they would at least have to be driven away. They couldn't be allowed to run rampant in Kiln Fire Woods any longer. Nie Yan and the others killed around 10 more players before withdrawing. The safety of every member of the group took the highest precedence. They never lingered around for long, leaving shortly after scavenging the loot. After yet another successful ambush, Nie Yan received a message notification. You guys need to get out of Kiln Fire Woods, quickly. Guo Wai warned. What's wrong? Nie Yan asked. Unless something big happened, Guo Wai would never sound so anxious. A large force of players from Victorious Return is mobilizing in Kiln Fire Woods. They're moving towards in direction. Guo Wai sounded flustered. Right now, he couldn't help but be anxious about the safety of Nie Yan's group. Whatever happened to them would affect the entire guild. Nie Yan's eyes flashed with a desire to commit murder. It wasn't easy for him to create such a large stir, but he finally forced Victorious Return to act. Unhindered was nothing more than a lackey, merely an appetizer before the main course. No matter how many of them he killed, it would never deal a serious blow to Victorious Return. Now that the dog was beaten, the master had emerged. Don't worry, we won't be caught so easily. Nie Yan coldly chuckled. He casually glanced at the guild chat. It was filled with the messages of countless members showing their support for him and the others, as well as telling them to all come back. Boss, please, all of you should return. To everyone in the guild, the safety of you and the others is the most important thing. You've already killed over 500 of those bastards from Unhindered. You guys are the glory of our guild, Paladin of the Elegy. Boss, please come back soon. We miss you, Sugar Cane. Although the guild members no longer had any thoughts of charging into Kiln Fire Woods thanks to the repeated reminders from Guo Wai, they were still extremely concerned about the safety of Nie Yan's group. As Nie Yan looked through all these messages, the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. Victorious Return's forces are coming. Young Seven asked. Nie Yan nodded. How many? Blade Light asked. He didn't expect them to arrive so soon. Around 20,000 to 30,000, Nie Yan replied. With such a large force arriving, he estimated they would be able to cover all of Kiln Fire Woods. It would basically become impossible for his group to launch any more sneak attacks. There were just too many enemy players securing the map. If they dared to mount another ambush, the nearby forces would quickly arrive to surround them. Where could they possibly run off to then? He wasn't foolish enough to use a chicken's egg to crack a stone. Should we go back now? Young Seven asked. Taking a step back was also a type of strategy. They had already achieved great results. Withdrawing now would still be a win for them. However, if all 10 of them were wiped out, then the outside world would view it as Victorious Return turning the tables on them. Each of them killed at least 50 players, some even over 100. If they died now, they would drop at least 5 or even 6 levels. It was a loss they couldn't afford to take. I'll send you guys back, Nie Yan said with a smile. They were the top elites of the guild. Ass-Kickers United would suffer a tremendous blow if they died. Young Seven and the others wrinkled their brows at the meaning behind those words. Nie Yan wouldn't be going back with them. He was planning on staying behind. What are you going to do? Blade Light asked. Nie Yan wasn't planning on dealing with Victorious Return all by himself, right? Don't worry about me. I won't treat my level and equipment as a joke, Nie Yan reassured. He had long since formulated a plan. His previous actions were merely a precursor to the main event. Victorious Return would truly feel the wrath of Ass-Kickers United. Nie Yan, we've located their main team. They're doing the Shadow Marsh dungeon right now, Guo Wai said in an excited tone. It wasn't easy for him to grasp a hold the movements of Victorious Return's main team, but he had discovered them just as they were about to run Shadow Marsh. Has the task force been formed yet? Nie Yan asked. He doubted Guo Wai would be able to work so quickly. No, not yet. But I've already gathered over 50 players. They're all thieves who've shown decent skill in the past. Although the task force still isn't fully formed yet, I think they should be more than enough to deal with Victorious Return's main team. Even if we can't completely annihilate them, we can still peel off a layer of skin. That'll let them know that we aren't so easy to bully. Guo Wai said, brimming with confidence. Every single one of these 50-some-odd thieves was a top-ranking player. All of them signed contracts with the guild, and were already outfitted with the very best equipment the guild had to offer. Their PvP abilities absolutely were by no means weak either. Don't be rash. If you can't find a suitable opportunity, then so be it. We don't want to alert the enemy too early, Nie Yan reminded him. Since Victorious Return dared to move against them, it was safe to assume that the main team of Victorious Return was already on high alert for any counter-offensives. They wouldn't be an easy target to surround, let alone annihilate. If Ass-Kickers United was going to deal a blow to Victorious Return, it needed to be decisive. Alright, I understand, Guowai replied. Nie Yan's group entered the lava caverns, then headed toward an exit outside of Kilnfire Woods. You guys have to be careful. You'll probably encounter victorious return players on the road. It's best if you guys found a safe spot to hide first, Nie Yan cautioned Young 7 and the others. He turned to Sun and said, you have to pay extra attention to your surroundings. You're the only thief in the group now, so it's your job to guide them safely. Be extra cautious when you scout ahead. Sun nodded, a resolute expression on his face. Big brother, you can put your faith in me. If all of us get out alive, I bet the people from Victorious Return will be fuming so much that smoke will come out of their heads. Blowhard Summer Bug said with a smile. The atmosphere around them lightened significantly. We did great on this operation. We killed 567 enemies without a single casualty. Undying Scoundrel exclaimed. As the group traveled through the dark tunnels of the lava caverns, the heat from the churning magma below the ground boiled the very air around them. This place is too damn hot. Monochrome and the others grumbled. It's a great spot. Nie Yan smiled mysteriously but didn't explain any further. The many viper flies backed away as Nie Yan's group passed through. Soon, they left the vicinity of Kilnfire Woods and arrived near the exit just outside of the map. Traveling through the dark tunnels of the lava caverns, the group finally arrived at the exit. Boss, let's take a photo. Undying Scoundrel suggested. What they had just accomplished was a historic moment for the entire guild. Of course he'd want something to commemorate it with. Nie Yan thought for a moment. Sure, but only release the photo after all of this is over. It was best if Victorious Return temporarily didn't know that they had left Kilnfire Woods. The people from Victorious Return definitely won't be happy when they see the photo. I can already see their ugly expressions. They have 20 to 30,000 players digging 3 feet deep into the ground across every inch of the map, searching for us right now. I bet they're not expecting that we're already gone. Undying Scoundrel let out a wicked cackle. Heaven Breaker will be so furious that he'll definitely vomit out blood. Blowhard Summer Bug and the others imagined Heaven Breaker's reaction in their heads. Everybody, gather around. Let's make sure our red names are in plain view. Everyone was in high spirits. 10 people stood together, all of whom were branded red. It was a spectacular sight. Even the name of leader Young 7 was tainted red, although his was the lightest shade out of the entire group. Everyone else was a deep, soul-tremoring crimson. Undying Scoundrel, Sun, and the others made rude poses, as if to mock the people of Victorious Return. Snap, a camera shutter sound rang out. The picture was taken. After this matter passed, it would be uploaded to the web. They would invariably go down in history for the events of today, remembered by the players for a long time to come. Alright, everyone should run along now. Go clear your red names, Nie Yan said. It was too dangerous to stay branded as a PKer for long. Big brother, I'll go scout the path ahead. Sun set off to investigate the situation outside. He would immediately report back if he encountered anyone from Victorious Return. The number of players patrolling the outer perimeter of the map definitely weren't few. So when retreating, they would have to be extra cautious to avoid being discovered. Get in contact with Yao Yao. You guys should join up with her to clear your red names. When I've settled the matter here, I'll take you all leveling with me in Everlasting City, Nie Yan said. With how high all their kill counts were, maybe one of them might get lucky and find a killer's demonic medallion. Alright, be careful too, Young 7 said. Boss, be safe. We'll be leaving. Take care, boss. The members of the group spoke their farewells to Nie Yan one after another. Stay safe on your journey. Nie Yan smiled. He felt more or less reassured about them. Even if they encountered a patrol group, as long as the number of players on the enemy side didn't exceed 100, Victorious Return would be helpless to stop them. The group of 9 players set out. Nie Yan turned around and returned to the lava caverns. Taking advantage of the remaining duration on deterrence, he rushed back toward Kilnfire Woods. In the depths of the lava caverns, the scalding hot air churned and roiled and tongues of flame billowed upward from deep underground. In the previous timeline, only after many players reached level 40 to 50 did the first group of people dare to explore the lava caverns. With the viper flies no longer posing a threat, they traveled through the long and narrow tunnels to the deepest parts of the lava caverns, where they finally uncovered the secret of Kilnfire Woods. Nie Yan smirked. The next phase of his plan would bring disaster to Victorious Return. But to proceed, he would have to lure their forces to the center of the map. Nie Yan left the lava caverns. He activated stealth, then began investigating the surroundings where he found a group of players from Victorious Return. He slowly approached them. The players were currently chatting. They consisted of 5 members, an elementalist, a berserker, a paladin, a holy mage, and a priest. All of them wore decent gear, and were around level 20. Say, how many strong players do you think are in Asskickers United? Those guys in the video are really strong. I feel like they aren't any weaker than you long, skinny dog, and them. The berserker said in a slightly fearful tone. Such a terrifying group of players had a chance of appearing before them. Who knows? Maybe those 10 are all they have, the elementalist replied. He found it almost inconceivable that a newly emerged guild would have so many top-notch experts. Why do you think the guild leader keeps insisting on making trouble for Asskickers United? Isn't that just asking for trouble? The berserker asked in a puzzled tone. Are you stupid? What do you know? Asskickers United has only been around for a few weeks at most, yet they've already grown so powerful. Can you imagine how strong they'll get in the future if we don't do anything about them now? It's basic guild strategy, said the holy mage who was the leader of the group. You're saying Asskickers United will pose a threat to Victorious Return in the future? The berserker asked in a startled manner. Several members in the group sank into deep thought. Looking at the current momentum of Asskickers United, there really was such a possibility. If Asskickers United did surpass them to become the top guild in Kalor, then they would lose all feeling of superiority. Currently, every time they set out, they would hold their heads up with pride. Some of them even loathed the fact they couldn't scribble the words, "We, Victorious Return, are the #1 guild in Kalor," on their faces. However, if Asskickers United took away that position, the glory of Victorious Return would be all for naught. What else would they have left to take pride in? On that day, many members would definitely start having thoughts of departing the guild. And so would begin the demise of Victorious Return. Nie Yan slowly crept up behind them. He was only 5 meters away from the priest. All of them were incognizant of the imminent danger to their lives. By allowing a thief to approach so closely to them, they had basically sealed the fate of their priest. How a thief ambushed a target was similar to the way a cheetah stalked its prey on a hunt. With a cheetah's explosive sprinting power, as long as it could get within a certain distance of its prey, the prey would be taken down in a flash. The priest felt a cold breeze brush the back of his neck. However, the feeling was so faint and fleeting that he simply didn't pay heed. He still leisurely chatted with the other players, oblivious to the nearing threat. After getting within 3 meters, Nie Yan leapt into action. Smothering strike. His dagger struck out toward the back of the priest's head. The priest suddenly sensed the danger. Taking into account the abruptness of it all, he reacted pretty quickly. Just as he was about to dodge, Nie Yan's blow landed and he was stunned. No matter how much faster the priest's reaction speed got, it still couldn't match the speed of Nie Yan's dagger. Nie Yan followed through with backstab, then ruthlessly finished him off with eviscerate. The priest went limp, collapsing to the ground. The 4 remaining players were momentarily dazed. The elementalist snapped out of the shock, firing off an ice shatter at the ambusher. The berserker rushed at Nie Yan with charge. The paladin cast Indomitable Will on the berserker, bolstering his speed even further. The holy mage activated Holy Judgment. An imposing radiance poured down from the sky. Nie Yan could clearly sense this group was much more difficult to deal with than the players from Unhindered. They were probably some of the more highly skilled players in Victorious Return. Nie Yan could kill 2 or 3 more of them and escape, but he didn't linger. With a shadow dance, he disappeared from their sight. The attacks of the berserker, holy mage and elementalist all missed. The surroundings were completely empty without a single trace of Nie Yan. Nie Yan's appearance was abrupt, so quick none of them were able to react. However, in that brief moment, he had left behind a corpse on the ground. I got a good look at him. It was that thief from Asskickers United. All 4 of them felt a cold chill running down their spines. They huddled close together with their backs facing each other, afraid that when Nie Yan emerged again, the next person to drop dead on the ground would be them. A thief could actually be so terrifying. They reported the information back to Yulong. Boss, we've discovered the group from Asskickers United, the berserker went on to explain the encounter with Nie Yan. Where? Tell me the coordinates. 2885.285.332. Yulong thought for a moment. He immediately instructed the 1st and 2nd squadron, which consisted of 6,000 players in total, to move toward that area. Nie Yan's movement didn't simply end there. Yulong soon received reports of Nie Yan appearing in 2885.285.279, 2885.285.239, and 2885.285.202. It was just like with the first group. Right as he emerged, he would kill a player, then disappear. No one could predict where he would pop up next. What is he planning? Yulong muttered to himself. He was struck by an indescribable sense of foreboding. What was the meaning behind Nie Yan's actions? Did he just want to kill the players of Victorious Return, or was there a different, more sinister and heinous purpose? It would truly prove a bit difficult to lock down a top-tier thief in such a complex terrain. Yulong had no choice but to mobilize more of his forces to that general location, especially the priests. He had them cast Illuminate to search for traces of Nie Yan. Nie Yan could clearly feel the number of players in his vicinity gradually increasing. Several times he had been exposed by the light from a priest's Illuminate. Luckily, he was always able to get away in time before he was surrounded. Almost there, Nie Yan's mouth curved into a faint smile. He returned to the lava caverns. When he entered the area where viperflies spawned, he activated deterrence, then dashed toward the deepest region unimpeded. The ambient temperature grew increasingly hotter the deeper down he traveled. Nie Yan drank a fire resistance potion as he darted through scorching blasts of torrid air, venturing even further into the depths. He saw the glow of flames leaping up high into the air, and massive columns of smoke surging toward the ceiling from the magma flowing down below. No viperflies wandered around in this area. However, the extreme heat of the environment made Nie Yan lose 10 health every second as damage values floated up above his head. The effects of the fire resistance potion weren't potent enough to completely nullify the heat damage. If a player didn't have at least 30 fire resistance, they shouldn't even think of exploring any further. Nie Yan scoured through every rock in the area, periodically drinking an intermediate health potion and recovery potions. It wasn't easy for him to maintain his constantly falling health. 3 minutes later, he found what he was searching for. It was a dark gold treasure chest tucked away in a dark corner, embedded deeply among some large rocks. Were it not for him searching so carefully, there was no way he would have found it. Finally, Nie Yan's face glowed with excitement as laid eyes on the chest. He dropped down on one knee and started opening it. Opening treasure chest. Estimated completion, 2%. 17%. 29%. 37%. As the minutes and seconds ticked away, the chest finally opened with a light click. Nie Yan glanced at his health bar, only 27% remaining. He stood up and hastily applied a combat bandages on himself, whereupon his health gradually began recovering. He bent down and started rummaging through the chest. He fished out 2 items. The first was a blood-red pearl, sparkling and limpid. It emitted a bright red glow in the darkness, resembling a ball of burning flame. The second item was a black skill book. Nie Yan appraised the red pearl between his fingers. It was precisely what he had been searching for all along, a kiln fire heart. The legendary elementalist, Countess Alicia, created 10 kiln fire hearts out of the lava from the world's core. A kiln fire heart wasn't an inherently magical item, but it did provide some useful effects such as enhancing the player's fire resistance. It was a rare, special item. In the distant past, Countess Alicia utilized the kiln fire hearts as catalysts to summon a powerful lava titan to kill several tens of thousands of invaders from the underworld, writing down an eternal legend in the kiln fire woods. However, since the lava titan was nigh impossible to control, she herself ended up being devoured as well, buried deep beneath the earth where the lava flowed. Kiln fire heart special item. Properties: fire resistance plus 50, fire magic amplification plus 20%. Kiln fire allows the player to possess the strength of the kiln fire, becoming immune to all fire damage for 30 seconds. The player can survive in lava. Cooldown: 20 minutes. Restriction: cannot be used by creatures of darkness. The kiln fire heart was an accessory, and so it had to be equipped in an accessory slot to take effect. Although it was best on elementalists and arcane mages, it was also a treasure that was hard to come by for Nie Yan. Whether in PvE or PvP, becoming immune to fire damage would give him a huge advantage. Almost a third of all elementalist spells were fire magic, and many relied on fire magic as their primary source of damage. If Nie Yan activated kiln fire while battling an elementalist, a third of the opponent's spells would instantly become useless. Such an advantage grew even more pronounced against arcane mages. More than half of all spells at an arcane mage's disposal dealt fire damage. He would essentially be cutting down the opponent's offensive power by over 50%. The boost in fire resistance was also considerable. It signified that Nie Yan could travel to any map below level 50 that had requirements for fire resistance, and he would gain an advantage when hunting fire-type monsters. The fire magic amplification property, however, was pretty much useless to Nie Yan. He was a thief, not a mage. Nie Yan examined the skill book. Skill book, Cutthroat. Requirements, level 35. Description: slash open the throat of a target from behind with an increased chance of a critical hit. Chance of dealing a fatal blow if the target is lower level than the user. Only effective against humanoid creatures. Properties: deal 130% damage. 20% chance of dealing 200% critical damage. 10% chance of dealing 300% critical damage. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Restriction: thief can be learned by any faction. Cutthroat was a rare, advanced skill with high damage multipliers. Nie Yan still wasn't at a high enough level to learn Cutthroat. He stored away the skill book in his bag, then equipped the Kiln Fire Heart, whereupon his fire resistance increased by a large margin. He no longer needed to be afraid of taking heat damage. He continued traveling deeper down. 2 to 3 minutes later, he arrived beside a sweltering pool of lava. A scalding heat rose up from the pool which covered about 3,030 square meters. As Nie Yan looked toward the center, he saw a woman floating motionlessly in the lava. She wore a fiery red robe. Clasped in her hand was a staff with a fist-sized, flame-red ruby embedded at the top. It was the famed, sealed Grimmar soul staff. Her face was above the surface of the lava. She had smooth, delicate features with skin as white as jade. She was so beautiful it was almost stifling. This woman was Countess Alicia, the legendary elementalist. She was only sleeping, not dead. The lava titan didn't kill her. It was said that the lava titan she summoned grew sentient. It possessed at least some capacity for thought, albeit not much. The simple-minded creature deeply loved the Countess. It only wanted to embrace her closely, protecting her within its own body, and not allow anyone else to touch her. And so, Countess Alicia had been lying dormant ever since. She would only awaken if the lava titan was killed. Most notably, on the body of the Countess was a quest related to the sealed Grimmar soul staff. Its final reward was a legendary set. At the peak of its glory in the previous timeline, Holy Empire once formed a 3,000-man force consisting of only players over level 100 to take down the lava titan. They had a thief lure the creature above ground to the Kiln Firewoods where they slew it. However, Holy Empire suffered one of its heaviest losses in that battle. Of the 170 teams, over a third of them were wiped out. Victorious Return took advantage of that opportunity to lay siege to the strongholds of Holy Empire, forcing them to withdraw from Kiln Firewoods. Afterward, Radiant Sacred Flame swooped in and snatched the reward away for themselves. However, even though Radiant Sacred Flame received the quest line from Countess Alicia, they were never able to finish it in the end. Not a single member of the 1,000-man force they sent to a city in the underworld came back alive. It subsequently became known as one of the most difficult legendary quest lines to complete. In the previous timeline, coming within 2 meters of Countess Alicia or touching any part of her body would cause the lava titan to emerge. However, this posed a bit of a problem to Nie Yan because the Countess was more than 10 meters away from him. If he tried leaping over, 30 seconds was enough time for him to swim there and back, but it was still very dangerous. If he was still in the lava when Kiln Fire's duration ended, he would be instantly incinerated into ashes. Nie Yan looked upward, noticing the large columns of rock hanging down from the ceiling. The nearest one was only 3 meters away from Countess Alicia. He suddenly had a brilliant idea. Activating the ability of the crawler ring, he leapt off the edge of the pool and clung onto the ceiling. He nimbly crawled toward the column closest to the Countess where he slowly slid down until he reached the end. Countess Alicia held her magnificent staff in the center of the pool. Her eyes were tightly closed, a sign that she was in a deep sleep, black hair floating just above the surface, gently drifting along the gradual currents. Countess Alicia was truly a nation-toppling beauty. No wonder even the creature she summoned ended up being entranced by her good looks. The staff in her hands was crafted out of blue crystal which emitted a reserved glow. It was engraved with all sorts of mysterious, runic patterns, and embedded at the top was a fist-sized translucent orb with a ball of scarlet red flame burning within. The Grimmar soul staff possessed powerful flame magic. Even though it was sealed, it still possessed unrivaled power. It was fully deserving of being called a godly weapon. The Grimmar soul staff was only one part of a legendary set. However, even though it was only one part, it was still frighteningly powerful. Such an item was right within reach. Nie Yan shot out a line of webbing from his silk spinner ring which stuck to the Grimmar soul staff. With a jerk of the line, he flung the staff out of Countess Alicia's hands and caught it. A powerful wave of uncontrollable elemental energy surged up Nie Yan's arm, causing him to almost drop the staff. However, Nie Yan was able to endure. He didn't dare to waste any time appraising the staff. Storing it away in his bag, he crawled to the top of the column where he leapt off and landed safely on the ground outside the pool of lava. The entire place started shaking violently. The lava in the pool rose up like a tornado, rapidly condensing before taking the form of a titan. Its lower half was steeped in lava while its upper body was large and intimidating. It was composed entirely of lava and emitted a terrifying heat. Nie Yan rushed out of the lava caverns. In 1 or 2 minutes, the lava titan would bring the entire place down. The lava titan discovered someone had stolen Countess Alicia's Grimmar soul staff. It let out an enraged roar as the walls of the lava caverns cracked and started collapsing. All the rock surrounding the lava titan rapidly melted before being absorbed into its body. It continuously grew in size as it charged toward the surface. Almost 20 minutes had passed since Yulong last received any information about Nie Yan. His subordinates scoured through every area that Nie Yan had passed through, but they hadn't found a single trace of him. A sense of dread gradually seeped its way into his heart. Boss, we found a cave over here. It's an entrance to the lava caverns. Yulong furrowed his brows. Could Nie Yan have already escaped from Kiln Firewoods through the lava caverns? What was the point of them staying here to search for him, then? As Yulong brooded over the matter, the earth beneath him started shaking violently as cracks began opening up. His complexion paled. What was going on? About a minute earlier, the several hundred players gathered around the entrance saw a figure rushing out of the lava caverns at top speed. It's the thief. Stop him. Some players shouted, only to see Nie Yan disappeared from sight. He flitted past several of them while in stealth. Several dozen orbs of light flew up into the air from Illuminate. Under the penetrating radiance, Nie Yan's figure was revealed. Bang, bang, bang. A shower of spells bombarded Nie Yan. He activated Swift Retreat, increasing his movement speed while escaping by 30%. He tightly clutched an unknown transfer scroll in his hand. In case anything went wrong, he would teleport away immediately. No matter how much health he had, he still wouldn't be able to endure such a concentrated barrage from so many mages. Seeing that his health was running low, Nie Yan chugged an intermediate health potion, restoring it back to full. He still had many life-saving measures on him such as the Chapter of Courage which would make him temporarily immune to all magic or the unknown transfer scroll which would teleport him away. However, unless he was backed into a corner, he wouldn't rashly use them. At this moment, the ground suddenly started fiercely trembling. The group of players from Victorious Return started to turn ashen with fright, as they saw red-hot molten rock surging toward them from the lava caverns. With unstoppable momentum, a dozen-meter wave threatened to swallow them whole. It's lava. Quickly run. Shit. Everybody, run. The entire group fled for their lives. Reflected in their eyes was the torrent of lava, framed by their horror as they watched it come toward them. In the next moment, they were all engulfed. Before the 500 to 600 players camping outside the entrance of the lava caverns could understand what was going on, they were swept up by the surging tide of lava, letting out blood-curdling screams as they transformed into rays of light. Lava flowed out rapidly like a ferocious fiery beast engulfing everything in its path. If it was allowed to continue flowing unimpeded, all of Kiln Firewoods would be transformed into a sea of flames in just a few hours. The 7 entrances to the caverns spewed out tons of lava into air, resembling a volcanic eruption. The molten chunks of rock flew for several hundred meters before raining down on the map like a meteor shower. Boom, boom, boom. They carved out giant craters into the earth, igniting the immediate vicinity on fire and creating a red glow in the sky. Over 2,000 players from Victorious Return and Unhindered died in an instant during the first few moments of the eruption. The lava flow was spreading too quickly. Most people didn't even get a chance to react before they were consumed in a fiery inferno. A few perceptive individuals noticed early, but even that couldn't save them. The lava had already gotten too close. It was too late to run, let alone use a return scroll. Return scrolls. Everybody, use your return scrolls. Some players who were escaping the lava frantically called out in their guild chats. Many players didn't understand what was going on. When they tried to get an answer out of the people panicking in the guild chat, they found that the other side had suddenly gone silent. The lava rapidly merged together to form a 40 to 50 meter tall giant. It was sturdy, resembling a small mountain. Even the guardian of order that Nie Yan had awakened after grabbing the chapter of courage was dwarfed by the lava titan. The lava titan was a level 200 lord class monster with almost 3 million health. It possessed a few notable skills: lava field, lava breaker, and lava roar. Lava field transformed all the earth in a 500 meter radius around the lava titan into a sea of lava. Any player with under 120 fire resistance would be instantly burnt into a crisp. Those with 120 fire resistance or higher would constantly lose health every second. Lava breaker sent out a massive wave of lava that would bury every creature in the vicinity of the lava titan. The most terrifying was lava roar. If the magical energy in Kiln Firewoods fluctuated too violently, the skill could silence all mages as well as prevent the activation of any magical item for a short period of time. Even teleportation scrolls weren't exempt from this. It was the same as a silencing field. In the entirety of Kiln Firewoods, the lava titan reigned supreme. In the previous timeline, players discovered the existence of the lava titan when they were only around level 40 to 50. However, it wasn't until later when many players surpassed level 100 did any group dare to challenge the lava titan. Even then, it still required the cooperation of several thousand players to make an attempt. At that time, very few fighters could endure the attacks of the lava titan. Resplendent Blade Light was one of them. Aside from him, there were 2 other such fighters known to the public. One was in Holy Empire, and the other was in Radiant Sacred Flame. Many guilds fought over the lava titan because of some information released on the official forums. The lava titan was related to the Grimmar set, and it was the key to removing the seal on the Grimmar soul staff. It would also drop some highly sought-after materials such as fire essence which could be used to craft legendary items. There were many bosses that had already been discovered and even more that yet to be discovered in the Atlantic continent. Each one was incredibly difficult to deal with. The lava titan was no exception. No matter how great the force, it wasn't an existence that could be touched by players under level 100. Nie Yan was sprinting through Kiln Firewoods at top speed. The enraged lava titan moved in the direction that Nie Yan had fled. It wanted to retrieve Countess Alicia's Grimmar soul staff. Guo Wai, can you tell me where the players from Victorious Return and Unhindered are the most densely concentrated? Hurry up, it's urgent. Nie Yan sent a message to Guo Wai who was back at the guild headquarters. Alright, give me 10 seconds. Guo Wai hastily began gathering the information after receiving Nie Yan's request. Nie Yan madly dashed across the map. Wherever he passed, the surrounding players would discover the lava titan trailing after him shortly, and they would scatter in all directions. There wasn't enough time to use a return scroll. Some foolish people would madly flee in the direction of the several other entrances of the map, only to be met with a surging tide of lava. After a brief moment, Guo Wai replied with the information Nie Yan wanted. 328, 108, and 028, several thousand people are gathered at those coordinates. The guild leader of Unhindered, Hey Joe, is at 2385.225.132. He's together with a high-ranking member of Victorious Return. I think they're called Yulong. Hey Joe, huh? Nie Yan remarked before sprinting toward where Hey Joe and Yulong were located. He would arrive there in 2 to 3 minutes at most. Yulong and Hey Joe were currently chatting while surrounded by over 1,000 mages. The mages were gathered in groups of 3 or 4. Like the stars cupped around the moon, the mages crowded around the 2 leaders to protect them. Almost all the warriors and paladins were escorting the priests as they searched for signs of Nie Yan's group. Only 200 to 300 warriors remained behind to guard the area around the mages. The earthquakes a moment ago calmed down after just a short while. Although Yulong's heart was a little uneasy, it wasn't enough to give rise to any alarm. Mere seconds later, however, the guild chat was flooded with frantic messages. Boss, there's lava. What are you talking about? Speak clearly. Yulong knitted his brows. The lava beneath Kiln Firewoods is erupting onto the surface. Several hundred of our brothers have already died. The player explained what happened to Yulong, but what he saw was only a small slice of the bigger situation. In fact, the number of Unhindered and Victorious Return players who died had already surpassed 3,000. Soon, Yulong received information other locations of the map, 200 to 300 people dead over here, 500 to 600 dead over there. Adding them together, the number of casualties was already at 2,000 to 3,000. I want all Victorious Return troops to withdraw. Yulong realized that the people from Ass-Kickers United were probably responsible for this mayhem. The situation right now was anything but reassuring. He hastily told all his subordinates to withdraw. Afterwards, he turned to Hey Joe. Quickly tell your forces to return to Kalor. Why? Hey Joe asked. He had yet to receive any information from his subordinates. Don't ask why. Just do as I say. Yulong told Hey Joe in a practically snarling tone. He was feeling incredibly anxious. Hey Joe was angered at the sudden outburst. However, seeing how restless Yulong seemed, he soon realized that situation might have taken a turn for the worse. He quickly messaged his subordinates. Teleportation circles began activating across Kiln Firewoods one after another. Swaths of players numbering in the thousands were using them. It was quite spectacular to behold. Numerous flashes lit up the sky. Many Victorious Return players were the first to go back. The magical energy in the atmosphere began fluctuating violently, almost as if some grand, forbidden magic was being cast. At this moment, an earth-shaking roar echoed out from the depths of Kilnfire Woods. A shock wave of energy swept out across the entire map at an unbelievable speed. It was declaring ownership of this territory. All the natural laws that governed this region were under its rule. Countless teleportation circles that had just lit up were interrupted. The crowd of players gathered around the teleportation circles all took several hundred damage from the shock wave as a blanket of damage values rose up into the sky. The players who were a bit closer to the source of the roar were wiped out in an instant. The number of fatal casualties on the side of victorious return and unhindered instantly skyrocketed. Everywhere in Kilnfire Woods was littered with the corpses of their players. Heizuo's teleportation circle was interrupted, and he was knocked flying back by the shock wave. -378, a terrifyingly high damage value floated up above his head. He was badly frightened. What the hell was that? He hastily chugged down a junior health potion and an intermediate recovery potion. Yulong's teleportation was also interrupted, and he suffered similarly. His face instantly turned unsightly. The furious roar just now seemed to come from the depths of hell, proclaiming the advent of their destruction. Of the 1,000+ mages around him, 500 to 600 of them dropped dead on the ground. He didn't know how many casualties the other locations suffered, but it definitely wouldn't be anything small. Everyone, quickly get out of here. Yulong shouted. They had to leave this place as soon as possible, lest they face utter annihilation. Nie Yan was darting toward Yulong and Heizuo's location as a shock wave of energy hit him. He almost lost balance but made a quick recovery. -105, a damage value floated up above his head. He was slightly surprised. He didn't expect a lava roar to emerge so soon. If some special condition wasn't triggered, the lava titan wouldn't activate lava roar. Even though the lava roar of the lava titan only dealt a little over 100 damage to him, an ordinary player from Victorious Return would probably be instantly killed. He wondered how many people Victorious Return had lost this time. As Nie Yan moved toward Yulong and Heizuo, he saw corpses littering the ground. It was an amazing sight. The players that survived were almost all tanky classes with high health and defense like warriors and paladins. The mages suffered disastrous casualties, and practically all the priests died. He never stopped recording. Nie Yan finally reached his destination, appearing at the top of a slope. His eyes scanned over the crowd of players below him before finally locking onto Heizuo and the paladin beside him. The two of them were clearly calling the shots. It's the thief. Before Nie Yan could stealth, a sharp-eyed warrior discovered him at the top of the slope. In a split second, all eyes collectively moved toward the top of the slope and locked onto Nie Yan. So I've been noticed, huh? Nie Yan remarked. He calmly stood at the top of the hill. Under the scrutiny of 800 players from Victorious Return and unhindered, he pointed his dagger at Heizuo. With his free hand, he made the cutthroat gesture using his thumb, then revealed a cruel smile on his face. Not only was Nie Yan blatantly provoking Heizuo in the crowd, he was also expressing the contempt Asskickers United had for them in declaring war. Blade Light, I'll be getting some revenge on your behalf. Nie Yan thought. If he succeeded in taking out Heizuo, Resplendent Blade Light, a top 3 fighter in the previous timeline, would be completely loyal to him. Fuck. Kill him. Heizuo turned livid with rage from Nie Yan's taunting. His expression was warped. Yulong stared at Nie Yan's smiling expression. He didn't know why, but he felt a slight chill run down his spine. Despite being grossly outnumbered, Nie Yan declared Heizuo's death. Under the gazes of almost 800 pairs of eyes, could he really kill Heizuo? Yulong shook his head. It was impossible. Yulong raised his great sword. Clad in silver-white armor, he resembled an iron tower standing beside Heizuo. A thief, huh? Come and try. Let's see if you can get through a mountain pass like me. The players from Victorious Return and unhindered moved to surround Nie Yan. However, in a blink of an eye, they discovered that the top of the slope was empty without a single trace of Nie Yan. Nie Yan had vanished into thin air. With all the priests dead, the only people remaining who could deal with him were the elite paladins who learned Eyes of the Divine. Protect the guild leader. A player shouted. Many players started to gather around Heizuo. Nie Yan was like a specter walking among the shadows. He left his pursuers unable to discover his whereabouts, they had lost all sight of him. Eyes of the Divine. Eyes of the Divine. 5 paladins from Victorious Return activated Eyes of the Divine at the same time, releasing rays of holy light into the area. But even after activating the skill, they were unable to spot even a trace of Nie Yan. Logically, their Eyes of the Divine should be able to see through Nie Yan's stealth, or at the very least reveal a hint of his silhouette, unless his stealthing capability was above the range where they could detect him. As they searched in the direction they thought Nie Yan had gone, a sound came from behind. Their minds trembled. Did Nie Yan already circle behind them? He's behind us, cried out a paladin who spotted Nie Yan after turning towards the source of the sound. Meanwhile, Nie Yan judged the distance and headed for Heizuo and Yulong, his body light and his silhouette blurry as he swept past. What an incredible movement speed. In just under 5 seconds, Nie Yan's elusive figure moved over 50 meters. These players, who had not seen such speed in the game before, couldn't wrap their heads around it. There were still over 70 mages alive after Lava Roar. They wanted to bombard Nie Yan with spells, but as they began chanting, they found their magic disappear before it could even take shape. The magical energy in the area was too unstable. There was no way for them to gather enough for a spell. The warriors didn't stand idly by as they led the charge, only to find that they couldn't keep up with Nie Yan. He was just too fast. With his astounding base speed boosted by Shadow Dance and a haste scroll, he could even outrun warriors that used charge. Even with so many players trying to stop him, Nie Yan thought nothing of the blockade. To him they might as well not be there. It wasn't long before he stood in front of the two leaders. The only thing standing between him and Heizuo now was the paladin, Yulong. Yulong activated Eyes of the Divine, locking onto Nie Yan and firmly blocking the way to Heizuo. Nie Yan, is it? Come, let me see just how skilled you are. Yulong roared. Because the magical energy in the air was so unstable, he couldn't activate any holy magic or buff himself with blessings. Radiating an imposing aura, Yulong fiercely chopped at Nie Yan with Radiant Slash. Meanwhile, Heizuo hadn't expected Nie Yan to arrive so quickly. He tried to cast a spell but found that the magical energy in the area was still too chaotic. He felt powerless. There was nothing he could do but place his hopes on Yulong, praying that the paladin could cut down Nie Yan. Yulong saw his strike easily dodged by Nie Yan, who stabbed a dagger at his forehead in response. To him, Nie Yan was just a flashing silhouette as his strike hit nothing but air. His mind trembled. My attack missed. What incredible speed. Yulong's eyes were blinded by the cold glimmer of Nie Yan's dagger as it rapidly neared. He expected this frontal attack to be a concussive blow, so he quickly entered a defensive stance and moved his sword to block. Since he couldn't activate Indomitable Will, he didn't dare to take such a blow from Nie Yan head on. After he took only a single step back, Nie Yan disappeared from his line of sight. His heart clenched in worry. Not good. Heizuo. With an elegant twist of his body, Nie Yan brushed past Yulong. His speed reached the peak. It was as if he had become one with a deity. He was using footwork that could rival a professional dancer. It was on the level of a shadow dancer. Nie Yan thought back to when he was a level 180 great thief, recalling the feelings of unrivaled speed and life and death in his grasp. In that moment, the experiences of two lifetimes merged into a whole. The resonance formed by the collision of both lives brought together through space and time allowed Nie Yan to enter a deep trance of self-reflection. The shackles which prevented him from breaking through to a shadow dancer in the previous timeline finally melted away. Only after a sudden flash of insight did he finally realize what he was lacking. It was that graceful agility, that preeminent tenacity, and that relentless momentum. This was a shadow dancer. Nie Yan's thoughts were very clear. He completely ignored Yulong, as though the paladin didn't exist. No one could block his movements, not the paladin in front of him nor anyone else. As Yulong felt Nie Yan brush past him in a blur, a feeling of humiliation arose within him. With a horizontal sweep he tried to redeem himself but was only presented with another miss. Nie Yan was like a shadow, intangible and uncatchable. A sense of frustration flooded through Yulong. Even though the inability to cast holy magic was a major handicap to him, Yulong wasn't confident in his ability to stop Nie Yan even without a disadvantage. Nie Yan was just too fast and agile to catch up to. Heizhou noticed Nie Yan rushing towards him and hurriedly tried to retreat. However, the dagger aimed at him was like Grim Reaper wielding his scythe, creating a looming sense of despair. It was undodgeable. Heizhou's mind went blank as the dagger pierced his forehead. In the blink of an eye, Nie Yan circled around to his back and landed a backstab and eviscerate. His actions were crisp and controlled, showing no signs of sloppiness. As his eyes dimmed, Heizhou fell to the ground with a thud. After dealing the final blow to Heizhou, Nie Yan finally stood still, creating a visual contrast with his speed-blurred form from before. Seeing this, the hundreds of players still alive stared blankly at Nie Yan and the corpse of Heizhou. Many of them even forgot to keep moving. Heizhou died. From the time they first noticed Nie Yan to the time Heizhou died, only 15 seconds had passed. It had passed by in just a flash. Nie Yan truly performed an unimaginable deed. Under the noses of nearly 500 players, he had slain Heizhou. By the time Yulong turned around, Heizhou was already dead. It was far out of his expectations for Heizhou to drop so quickly. This speed left a person without time to even think, much less react. For a brief moment Yulong and Nie Yan faced off, staring straight in each other's eyes. Lifting the great sword in his hands, Yulong issued a challenge, "I'm next. Let's see you finish me off." Nie Yan faintly smirked in reply before vanishing into thin air. He couldn't be found anywhere. What did the smirk signify? Disdain, contempt, or something else completely? Nie Yan's final actions deeply struck at Yulong's soul. Yulong suddenly felt the strength drain from his body. He felt cold sweat on his back as he realized that he had lost, completely and utterly. He was cowed by Nie Yan's immense speed. If the two of them crossed blades again, would he even be able to last more than a few seconds? Nie Yan had used a single stunning blow, as if to tell the world he was unmatched. Boss, he left. A paladin walked up to Yulong. He looked at Nie Yan's silhouette dashing in the distance before disappearing among the trees. No one tried to pursue him because they knew it'd be futile. They finally learned just what a thief truly was today. In the face of a massive army, they could effortlessly behead the general and the soldiers would scatter. Even though this saying was normally used to describe valiant generals of the past, it was quite befitting of Nie Yan. Yulong awoke from his stupor. What do we do next? The paladin asked. His voice had barely faded before the blazing lava titan appeared behind them. It roared angrily, giving off an aura of intense power. With a wave of its arm, massive waves of lava rushed forth. It had used lava breaker to cover Yulong's remaining forces. With a crashing boom, the lava swallowed everything in its path, including the 500+ players who had survived the first lava roar. Over several thousand meters away, Nie Yan looked back at the angrily roaring lava titan. No one caught within its lava skills would be able to escape its merciless wrath. As he looked in the distance, he saw that surrounding the lava titan was a sea of lava. Only a few lonely boulders poked out like islands above the water. If he activated an unknown transfer scroll here, he might end up being teleported back into the lava. To avoid this, Nie Yan jumped on a boulder to wait. Lava roar's silencing effect still had around 20 seconds to go before it expired. As the ground beneath him was covered by the surging lava, Nie Yan quietly sat on his boulder waiting for time to pass. Watching the roiling waves of molten rock flowing beneath him and the monster raging in the distance made Nie Yan sink into deep thought. He believed the achievements of today would become a legend, retold countless times in the future. Kiln Fire Woods had turned into a sea of lava, with all the trees burning up and falling in. Just how many corpses were buried under the lava? Nie Yan didn't have any way of knowing. He figured only Unhindered and Victorious Return would have access to these statistics. Of course, they would never reveal it to the public. But was there really a need to know? After a while, Nie Yan stood up and lazily stretched his body. He had a pure smile on his face and muttered in a pleased tone, "I did pretty good." If Yulong saw Nie Yan's expression right now, he would definitely be taken aback. It was vastly different from the cruel smile Nie Yan had shown atop the slope. Above the rolling lava, Nie Yan activated a return scroll. With a flash of radiance, he disappeared from the area. A video was published on the official forums, titled, "The Destruction of Unhindered and Victorious Return." In the second round of the battle, both Victorious Return and Unhindered were defeated. Looking back at Asskickers United, aside from all 10 members of the strike force being branded with red names, they didn't suffer a single casualty. A picture was released as well. It was the group photo of Nie Yan and the others. The image would forever be preserved in the minds of all players. Because of the demise of over 20,000 players from Unhindered and Victorious Return who transformed into brilliant rays of light, the players on the forums would remember the 10 faces in the picture. These 10 people had created a legend. From now on, Asskickers United would rise to even greater heights, becoming a mighty entity that none would dare to offend. All players in the Viridian Empire would know the name of Asskickers United. The Viridian Empire discussion board of the official forum saw more and more of the events as new videos kept emerging. Players were able to watch through the entire course of events. The emergence of the frightening lava titan left everyone breathless. However, what truly captivated them was that unrivaled, graceful strike by Nie Yan. They were thoroughly shocked by such a godly person. Godly thief, Nirvana Flame. Viridian Empire's #1 thief, Nirvana Flame. Mad Rogue, Nirvana Flame. Maybe the final nickname was just a bit more resounding, maybe the arrogant cutthroat gesture Nie Yan made toward Heizhou left a deep impression players, or maybe everyone just felt that Nie Yan was completely out of his mind for daring to charge into a crowd of 500 players for a single kill. Whatever the case, the name stuck and spread like a wildfire across the forums. The name of the Mad Rogue would become the glory of Ass-Kickers United. Nie Yan returned to Kalor. Even though such a large commotion occurred in Kilnfire Woods, the city was still tranquil without the slightest ripple. Yet discussion of the recent events in Kilnfire Woods could occasionally be heard along the bustling streets. A large crowd of players were gathered around the transfer area. When Nie Yan emerged, the players all stopped what they were doing and stared at him blankly. His appearance was now very familiar to the public after the release of the video. The crowd immediately identified him as the Mad Rogue, Nirvana Flame. Some people subconsciously took a step back. His name was a deep shade of crimson just like in the video, and he was still enveloped in a dense murderous aura. The arrogant gesture he made atop the slope along with his cruel smile were still fresh in the minds of the players who saw him. Seeing the reaction of the crowd, Nie Yan knew he had been recognized. Under the heavens, who does not know of the king? Nie Yan knew that he would no longer be able to stay low-key even if he wished to do so. With that being case, he didn't see the point of trying to hide himself anymore. He confidently unblurred his name, revealing it to the public. Under the stares of the players, Nie Yan strolled out of the transfer point area toward the guild headquarters of Ass-Kickers United. Kalor was flourishing as before with players passing Nie Yan to and fro on the streets. On the way to the guild headquarters, many players cleared the path for Nie Yan when they spotted him. However, they didn't go away. Instead, they followed behind him some few meters away and discussed in hushed tones. That's the Mad Rogue, Nirvana Flame. He's one of the top executives of Ass-Kickers United. I watched the video. I heard over 20,000 players from Unhindered and Victorious Return died in Kilnfire Woods. The scene of Nie Yan killing Hey Joe was deeply engraved in the mind of these players. It was almost impossible to forget. What a strong thief. Since the release of the video on the forums, the name of the Mad Rogue had a profound impact on the players of the Viridian Empire. Many people recall the declaration Nie Yan made on the official forum, 10 of us are enough to massacre Unhindered. Who would have thought that even Victorious Return would be massacred as well? It was precisely Nie Yan who lured out that frightening lava titan. The trailing onlookers stared at his deep crimson name. Just how many players did he kill? They were filled with even greater reverence. Nie Yan rubbed his nose. He didn't expect to gather such a large crowd of admirers. I'm almost at the guild headquarters, Nie Yan sent a message to Guo Wai. Huh, so fast. Just wait. We'll be ready in a moment. Guo Wai replied in a rushed tone. Question mark. Nie Yan was taken aback. Guo Wai was normally pretty measured in his speech. Why did he suddenly become so incoherent? A long street about 5 to 6 meters wide ran parallel to the guild headquarters. It was lively on most days, filled with the voices of players from the guild. Quite a few non-guild players passed through the area as well, since the location wasn't too far away from the Starry Night Potion Shop. At this moment, the pedestrians dispersed one after another. A procession of players from Ass-Kickers United walked out and sealed the area off. More and more players emerged, lining themselves up neatly on either side of the street. Between them was a path that led directly to the entrance of the guild headquarters. Familiar figures began entering Nie Yan's eyes. 2 Oba Time, Very Forthright, Yu Lan, Bai Kaishui, Natural Fiend, Beginner Student, One Strike Bao, and a lot of people from Withered Leaf. Many among them signed contracts with the guild. Very Forthright and 2 Oba Time could be considered guild members as well. Yu Lan and Bai Kaishui were part of the auxiliary teams. Natural Fiend was a sword saint in the previous timeline. He only recently joined the guild. Beginner Student was a magister in the previous timeline. He was already a longtime member of the guild, joining close to its inception. He was relatively reserved. One Strike Bao was a beautiful female thief player. She was invited to the guild by Resplendent Blade Light. According to rumors, the two of them were very close. At that time, Nie Yan was given a big shock because One Strike Bao was the sole female shadow dancer in the previous timeline. She was a goddess in the hearts of countless players. Who would have thought that she and Resplendent Blade Light were actually friends? Nie Yan was more than happy to welcome such a player into the guild. The first row was composed of 1,000 fighters and berserkers, all of whom were clad in brilliant sets of gold or silver equipment. Grasping great swords in their hands and covered head to toe in heavy armor, they gave off a powerful, stifling pressure. Behind them were groups of mages and priests. They stood in an orderly fashion to welcome Nie Yan's return. Their dazzling equipment was stunning to behold. Nie Yan looked on thoughtfully before understanding what was going on. Guo Wai, that sly fox, wanted to take advantage of his return to show off the might of Ass-Kickers United to the public. Since this was all arranged by Guo Wai, he wanted to make sure everything was perfect. Nie Yan had only recently taken out over 20,000 players from Victorious Return. Such an ostentatious display would almost certainly strike a nerve with them. Not bad. This was what you called showing off your own might. If Victorious Return wasn't convinced of their loss, then they were free to bring everything they got. Nie Yan strolled over, hearing whispers behind his back. Damn, they're all wearing full sets of gold and silver equipment. Ass-Kickers United sure is rich. Some players sighed in admiration. This was their first time seeing so many sets of high-grade equipment. They really have high-spec equipment. Isn't that Beginner Student? When did he join Ass-Kickers United? I heard he's really amazing. He's ranked 3rd on the mage leaderboard. That's One Strike Bao. I've seen her before. I saw a video of her wiping out a 10-player party all by herself on the forum. She's in Ass-Kickers United too. The players began to inquire about how many known experts were in Ass-Kickers United. Some individuals even compiled a detailed list of all the powerful players in the guild, then shared it on the forums, so netizens could add anyone that might have been overlooked. Slowly but surely, an unprecedented colossus was revealed to the public. It came to light that the apex of Ass-Kickers United far outnumbered that of several major guilds. Only now did everyone become truly aware of the strength of Ass-Kickers United. Even now, Ass-Kickers United had no more than 50,000 members while major guilds like Victorious Return were approaching 100,000. It seemed Ass-Kickers United held true to the declaration made on the forums. They wouldn't rely on an advantage in numbers. The elites of Ass-Kickers United wouldn't lose out to any major guild. The position of Victorious Return in the minds of all players was quietly being lowered as Ass-Kickers United ascended the altar. As the crowd of bystanders looked on, the entire street was lined with Ass-Kickers United players. They displayed discipline and might like a giant military parade. As Nie Yan passed by, the warriors all held their great swords to their chests. Their movements were timed accordingly. A martial aura filled the air. This was how the Viridian Empire welcomed the return of a hero. We welcome Boss Nirvana Flame on his triumphant return. Glory, might. The players of Ass-Kickers United cheered so loudly even the deaf could hear them. Nie Yan was the hero of Ass-Kickers United. He had brought glory to the guild. The cheering grew more and more frenzied. The deafening voices caused Nie Yan to become fired up. It was a grand occasion. The guild members all wore stunning equipment. Powerful players appeared one after another, allowing onlookers to directly experience the strength of the guild. This kind of shocking feeling was just like the scene when Nie Yan's group of 10 massacred the forces of Unhindered in victorious return. All of Kalor was shaken. All the Asskickers United members proudly displayed the guild emblem on their chests. It was their glory. From now on, they would share the guild's honor and disgrace. Seeing Nie Yan approach, Guo Wai and a few others greeted him. So how did I do? Guo Wai asked. With this display of might, from now on, no one would dare to look down on the guild. You did a good job. It's too bad Blade Light, Young 7, and them can't be here to see this, Nie Yan said with regret. It can't be helped. They're barred from entering the city. Tang Yao sighed. It'll probably take them at least 3 or 4 days to clear their red names, Nie Yan said. Excluding Young 7, the kill counts of the others were all above 50. Boss Nirvana Flame is formidable, shouted the guild members on either side of the street after seeing Nie Yan. All of them were quite emotional. Watching this group of impassioned players, Tang Yao smiled. It's better if I hand over the position of guild leader back to you. My so-called title of number 1 on the leaderboards isn't nearly as resounding as your mad rogue. Nie Yan's original intention of letting Tang Yao become the guild leader was so that he could keep a low profile. However, he was now already known to everyone because of the nickname of the mad rogue spreading like wildfire on the official forums. It was no longer possible for him to stay hidden. I also feel that it's more appropriate for you to be the guild leader. Your name is already known to everyone, anyway. The name of the mad rogue has more rallying power. It'll be beneficial to the guild's growth in the future. Besides, it's the same no matter which one of his brothers take on the role of guild leader. It's just a position, nothing more, urged Guo Wai as well. Nie Yan thought for a moment, then nodded his head. Alright, I'll be the guild leader. Tang Yao transferred over the position to Nie Yan. When the rest of the guild members discovered that the guild leader changed to Nie Yan, they let out loud cheers. Boss Nirvana Flame is formidable. The guild leader is formidable. Nie Yan becoming the guild leader was only natural. The entire course of events of Nie Yan's welcoming ceremony was recorded and posted online, giving the people on the forums another huge shock. This was Asskickers United flaunting their strength. Truthfully, the formidable strength Asskickers United revealed was extremely stunning. Netizens started to get into heated discussions about Asskickers United. Their position in the eyes of players had already surpassed established major guilds like Victorious Return and Holy Empire. Many experts even expressed their intentions of joining Asskickers United. For them, a guild filled with powerful experts was extremely attractive. They would have more strong guildmates to compare notes with, so they could improve themselves. Otherwise, the gap between them and the top-ranking players would grow wider and wider. Even some professional players who had no interest of being tied down by a guild starting having thoughts of joining Asskickers United. The people who inquired about entering the guild included relatively famous players like Hapless Frog 1 and Arya Sorrow, the rank 16th player on the professional leaderboards. Guo Wai was responsible for negotiation with these players. Asskickers United had very lax restrictions for players of such caliber, offering them extremely generous terms. Because the guild had attracted so many well-known players, thereby bolstering its presence, the recruitment of ordinary players was also progressing smoothly. Due to the number of member slots in the guild being limited, Guo Wai found himself continuously raising the minimum requirements. However, the guild headquarters was still packed as ever, being flooded with an endless stream of new applicants. Expand, 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 after which they would ruthlessly crush Victorious Return. Asskickers United was growing into a powerful entity that no one dared to offend. Meanwhile, their sworn enemy, Victorious Return, was unusually silent. They didn't release a single statement. In the past, their players would frequently hurl abuse at those from Asskickers United on the forums. However, now, they had completely disappeared. Even their presence in the game became extremely scarce. However, beneath this tranquility lay a strong undercurrent ready to surge forth. It was simply the calm before the storm. Even though Victorious Return had been ruthlessly beaten down, and they wouldn't do anything for the time being, Nie Yan knew that they would never let this matter go so easily. While celebrations at the guild headquarters kicked into full gear, Nie Yan was leisurely doing his business. He glanced at his kill count, 155. Before he sent Blade Light, Young 7, and the others away, it had already surpassed 80. Later on, in order to draw the forces of Victorious Return to the center of Kilnfire Woods, he killed no small number of players. At that time, he was consumed in a murderous frenzy. Coupled with his frightening attack power, almost no one from Victorious Return or Unhindered could survive more than 3 exchanges with him. Nie Yan's biggest harvest from the war with Victorious Return and Unhindered was the flash of insight which allowed him to finally understand the fundamental difference between a great thief and a shadow dancer. He broke through that layer of restraint, improving greatly in skill. In order to become the first to receive the Shadow Dancer title in the future, he would have to lay down a solid foundation. The first Shadow Dancer would receive additional rewards. It's about time I start clearing my red name, Nie Yan mused. He still had to fulfill his promise of getting Blade Light, Young 7, and the others to level 30 as well. Nie Yan sorted out his inventory. He tossed any unneeded equipment into the guild treasury, then took out the Grimmar Soul Staff to appraise. Sealed Grimmar Soul Staff Legendary. Requirements, 1000 intelligence, 100 strength, 100 dexterity. Description, the sealed Grimmar Soul Staff still possesses incredible destructive power. You must find all other pieces of the set to remove the seal. Set items, Grimmar Soul Staff, Grimmar Necklace, Grimmar Ring, Grimmar Elemental Robes. Properties, Magic Power 3602 to 3703, Willpower plus 50, Focus plus 50, Ignore level plus 30, Mana plus 300%, Mana Recovery Rate plus 300%, Cooldowns minus 80%, excludes, Forbidden Magic. Elemental Remerge, activate to increase all elemental magic damage by 300%. Consume mana to summon an elemental familiar. The capability of the summon is determined by the caster's willpower. Note, the owner must have the approval of Countess Alicia to take full advantage of the staff, otherwise, the properties of the staff will be reduced by 50%. Countess Alicia has the right to retake the staff. It was exactly what you would expect out of a legendary staff. Even mages with above average stats would still have wait until they were level 70 to 80 before they could equip it. 1000 intelligence was no joke. Its magic power was equally frightening too. However, if the Lava Titan wasn't slain, the staff's properties would be greatly reduced, making it no better than an ordinary high-level weapon. The final line was also something to take note of. Countess Alicia has the right to retake the staff. In other words, whoever awakened Countess Alicia would be able to obtain the Grimmar Soul Staff. So Nie Yan couldn't truly be considered the owner of the staff. It couldn't be equipped by anyone for now. Even the strongest mages at present were a far cry away from meeting the 1000 intelligence requirement. Nie Yan thought for a moment. He placed the staff in the guild treasury, then set its price to 3 million merit points. As soon as the Grimmar Soul staff entered the treasury, it was plastered right at the top, available for everyone in the guild to see. The players immediately went into an uproar when they saw the properties of the staff. What the hell? You can even get something like that. My god, that's a legendary item. The Grimmar Soul staff had a frightening requirement of 1000 intelligence. It was simply looking down on all elementalists with contempt. As for the sky-high price, the players were rolling their eyes so much they could practically see inside the back of their heads. Just how much would they have to donate to amass 3 million merit points? The guild chat was flooded with complaints. Boss, you're really too much. A person really shouldn't behave so shamelessly. You put up such a godly staff in the treasury, knowing full well that none of us can come up with the merit points to afford it. Isn't that just plain bullying? Whined an elementalist in the guild chat. Yeah, boss, where did you get an item like that? What a godly staff. Guild leader, you really can't tease us like this. Ever since Nie Yan returned, the atmosphere in the guild showed drastic improvement. Add this to the fact that Guo Wai had swept through and booted out a bunch of people who harbored malicious intentions from their ranks, and the guild as a whole reached an unprecedented degree of unity. After a nation weathers a storm, its people will grow ever stronger and united. These words were perfectly suited for describing the current state of Asskickers United. Nie Yan chuckled before replying in the guild chat. I didn't put the Grimmar Soul staff in the treasury simply to tease you guys. It was to tell you all that if any elementalist in the guild becomes a magister, the staff will go to them. Getting the approval of Countess Alicia shouldn't be anything difficult either. When the guild grows more powerful, we'll even help that person collect the entire Grimmar set. You have my word. The Grimmar Soul staff was a legendary item, and despite being sealed its properties were still much higher than those of an ordinary sub-legendary item. It fully deserved to be called a godly staff. If the seal was removed, it could unleash even more devastating might. Any elementalist wielding it would possess the power to annihilate an entire city. Geared up with a set of legendary equipment, just how amazing would that be? The properties of the Grimmar Soul staff were seen and shared by the players of the guild. All the elementalists couldn't help but feel their hearts throb. Their new goal was to become the first magister in the guild. Boss, these are your words. You better keep your promise. I've already remembered the boss words. Magister, piece of cake. The players in the guild chat began joking with one another. My word doesn't only apply to elementalists. As your guild leader, if any of you can reach to the peak of your respective class, I will help that person obtain a set of godly equipment. Nie Yan said in the guild chat. He understood full well the gravity of his statement. Although he knew where to get godly equipment, actually obtaining them was a different story. If Nie Yan waited until players in the guild developed into Templars, Sword Saints, Magisters, Archbishops, Shadow Dancers, and so on, it still wouldn't be too late for them to slowly amass godly equipment. The potential of the players in Asskickers United was much higher than those in any of the other guilds. Back then, it was precisely because Holy Empire had a Templar and Sword Saint that they dared to challenge the Lava Titan. When Asskickers United truly grew into a powerhouse in the later stages of the game, why would they fear not being able to deal with a mere Lava Titan? Nie Yan, should we organize an expedition? Guo Wai asked. Now was the best time to start a guild activity. The conditions were already ripe. Although they would probably suffer some damage, they would still make some decent gains, not to mention tighten the bonds between the guild members and improve everyone's cooperation. Every so often, many large guilds like Victorious Return and Holy Empire would set out on an expedition to hunt a Lord-class monster. Lord-class monsters often drop decent dark gold grade equipment or skill books which could greatly increase the strength of the guild's top players. An expedition was also a good excuse for the guild leader to dish out some merit points. Asskickers United still hadn't carried out a large-scale guild activity. In the past, every time someone suggested one, they would immediately be shot down due to lingering fears of being ambushed by Victorious Return. However, at the present moment, the morale of the guild members was at its highest and new recruits were constantly flowing in. Their rising momentum simply couldn't be contained. It would be a little inappropriate if they didn't start a guild expedition now. No, not yet. Don't worry, I'll consider the matter. Tell the guild members to focus on leveling for now. Those who haven't reached level 25 by the time we set out won't be able to participate. We start when 600 guild members have reached level 25 or higher. Every participating player will receive 500 merit points. I'll be taking part in the expedition as well, Nie Yan replied. He already had an idea of which Lord-class monster the guild would hunt. As for giving out so many merit points, thanks to the efforts of the guild members, the treasury had grown to become as abundant as Mother Nature. The current Asskickers United didn't lack gold or resources. That's a pretty good method. It'll encourage the guild members to diligently level. When they find out you're going to be participating in the expedition, they'll definitely go wild with excitement. Guo Wai smiled. He passed down Nie Yan's words to the rest of the guild. Guo Wai's announcement immediately triggered shock waves throughout the guild. The boss is participating too. The guild leader is taking part in the expedition. How could I miss it? At present, very few players in the guild were level 25 or higher. Even though many low-level guild members were far from reaching the cutoff mark, they still held a little bit of hope in their hearts. As a result, the entire guild sank into a leveling frenzy. I'm still 6 levels away from level 25. Which big brother wants to carry me? The players of Asskickers United began leveling like madmen. Right now, the guild was far from having 600 players who were level 25 or higher. It would take at least 3 or 4 days before the expedition could be carried out. What about Victorious Return's main team? Did we catch them? Nie Yan asked. If Asskickers United could deal them another decisive blow, not even a large guild like them could recover from such a huge setback. No. After they were defeated in Kilnfire Woods, they grew even more cautious. Our thief task force had an almost perfect opportunity to surround them. But we still chose not to act in the end. We still aren't at full fighting strength yet, Guo Wai replied. They were still in the recruiting phase, and the entire framework for the 100 Thief Task Force wasn't completed yet. It wasn't too suitable to act at this time. He was extremely prudent regarding this matter. If they didn't act, they could always continue waiting. However, if they did act, they had to achieve their goal perfectly. Not acting right now was the correct decision. If we can't ensure success, we're better off waiting for another opportunity. Asskickers United is on an upward trend while Victorious Return is on a decline. Just hold in our resentment and keep waiting. Sooner or later, we'll crush them. It's not necessary for us to go at them with everything we've got right now, Nie Yan said. Guo Wai was still quite reliable at handling affairs. While chatting with Guo Wai, Nie Yan entered the Starry Night Potion shop. Its size had grown larger and larger. Under his directions, Bird spent another 60 gold to upgrade the shop to tier 5, adding another floor to shop for a total of 5 floors and greatly expanding the size of every floor. It now resembled a magnificent mansion. The main floor was capable of holding 600 to 700 players. The second floor was turned into a warehouse. The third, fourth, and fifth floor were filled with workshops. There were now over 800 well-known alchemists working at the Starry Night Potion Shop. Each one was given a 50 square meter workshop. For the time being, it was already more than enough for them to use. Nie Yan looked at the money inside the Starry Night Potion Shop. According to the report in the information window, the shop had made more than 500 gold over the past few days. Nie Yan thought for a moment before withdrawing 300 gold from the shop. If he wanted to honor his promise to Blade Light, Young 7, and the others, he would need to spend at least this much. Upon seeing Nie Yan, Bird promptly came over to greet him. He wore silvery white alchemist robes with an ornate design on the collar, a golden redbud beneath a silver feather. This special symbol was the mark of an intermediate alchemist. Boss, you've come, Bird said with pleasant surprise. You've been promoted to an intermediate alchemist. Nie Yan was slightly surprised as well. Bird had plenty to do every day just managing the Starry Night Potion Shop, but he somehow still found the time to raise his alchemy skill to become an intermediate alchemist. My intermediate alchemist proficiency is already at half. In the entire shop, only 3 people are at a higher proficiency than me, Bird proudly reported. Considering he had less time to practice than the dedicated alchemists in the shop, not falling behind the pack was already a remarkable achievement. The alchemy king had finally begun to rise. Maybe he would give Nie Yan a nice surprise in the future. Business seems to be booming, Nie Yan commented as he looked upon the hundreds of players crowding the Starry Night Potion Shop. Potion sales have been especially high these past few days, netting 300 gold in profits daily. Additionally, we have provided over 600 gold's worth of potions to Asskickers United. Our 3 branches in Kalor have also begun to earn over 100 gold each day. According to your instructions, we've also begun opening 32 Starry Night Potion Shop branches in 6 other cities. After we contacted the local bosses of those cities, they all agreed to not disrupt our business for now. We've already started recruiting alchemists, but those branches won't be bringing in profits for quite some time. Bird diligently reported on the profits and expansions of the store. Nie Yan nodded and praised, very good. He was extremely satisfied with Bird's work managing the store. You've given me so much, boss, so I naturally have to produce good results, Bird replied seriously. Solely due to Nie Yan's benevolence, he had completely reversed his previous situation. The complete turnaround from being cast out from Dark Hero as a failed apprentice alchemist to his current position as both an intermediate alchemist and the manager of the Starry Night Potion Shop caused Bird to feel deeply grateful towards Nie Yan. Just a few days ago, Dark Hero's guild leader had come in person to invite him back to the guild, but Bird had unhesitantly refused his very generous offer. People should not forget their benefactors, after all. How many intermediate alchemists do we have now? Nie Yan asked. We have 11 now. According to my best estimations, there are only 16 intermediate alchemists in all of Kalor, so we employ 2/3 of them, Bird responded. Kalor currently had both the highest number of players in the Viridian Empire and the most robust economy. Therefore, even from the perspective of the entire Viridian Empire, the Starry Night Potion Shop was still the undisputed leader of the potion industry. Do you want to meet our intermediate alchemists? They've all been extremely curious about the secret backer behind the Starry Night Potion Shop. Not right now, Nie Yan answered. Nevertheless, he was impressed with how good Bird was at doing business. As long as Asskickers United kept gathering high-level recipes, the Starry Night Potion Shop would continue to grow. When I have more time in the future, I'll meet with them. All right then, Bird nodded. Having chatted for a bit, Nie Yan left the Starry Night Potion Shop. He withdrew another 200 gold from his share of the Union of Assassins' profits and headed to Tasoi village, where he bought 1,000 basic magic bombs and some smoke powder. This time, they would grind mechanical golems in Everlasting City to their heart's desire. Damn, Undying Scoundrel just got a killer's demonic medallion. Why is my luck so bad? Tang Yao sent a message to complain to Nie Yan. He had farmed scaled frogs for so long without one ever dropping, but Undying Scoundrel got one to drop almost immediately. How could Tang Yao not feel frustrated? It could even be said he was saltier than the Dead Sea. I think your kill count might not have been high enough. Undying Scoundrel killed over 100 players. Nie Yan was finally certain that the killer's demonic medallion required a red-named player to have killed over 100 players in order to drop. Of course, even then, luck still played a factor. If I had known that earlier, I would have just killed a few more dog bastards from Victorious Return. Tang Yao sighed. Back when he unleashed a massacre outside the Black Flame Forest dungeon, his kill count had only been a little short of 100. Thinking back now, it was really such a pity. Share the properties of the killer's demonic medallion for me to look at. Killer's demonic medallions were different for each class. Because Undying Scoundrel was an elementalist, his medallion should be for a mage. Tang Yao grunted as he shared the properties of the medallion. Killer's demonic medallion, special item, magic. Rank, junior, kill 1000 players 2 levels higher than you to upgrade to intermediate. Description, level up the killer's demonic medallion by killing players. The owner will suffer a curse that reduces defense. Properties, attack plus 20%, defense minus 20%, willpower plus 5, ignore level plus 3, armor pierce. Junior elemental blast, fire an elemental missile that deals 3 times your magic power as damage. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Junior elemental drain, drains 60 mana per second from a single target, up to 50% of their maximum mana. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Restrictions, can only be used by the original owner. Automatically bound after being picked up. Cannot be traded or dropped. Can be destroyed. The killer's demonic medallion would bind itself automatically, so only the player who got it to drop would be able to use it. Other players could only look on in envy. It counted as an accessory, and took up an accessory slot. This item was very good, and considered by many to be one of the absolute best. What a perverted item. Willpower plus 5 and ignore level plus 3, with an armor-piercing property that deals 120% damage to light-armored enemies to boot. Such a pity. Tang Yao was completely green with envy over this item. A thief's killer's demonic medallion would be different from that of a mage. Nie Yan looked at his own kill count. It's more than enough. I'll first go to a scaled frog spawn area to grab my own killer's demonic medallion, then. You can go with some guild members to kill some more Victorious Return players before you try again at getting a killer's demonic medallion. Killing some Victorious Return players is nothing to you anyways. We can't let unhindered off either. They ought to be slaughtered until they never dare to show their faces again. After a bit of consideration, Nie Yan advised Tang Yao to go after this highly useful item. The boost to ignore level was especially important to him. If Tang Yao could equip more items with ignore level, they would be able to jump levels to fight more high-level monsters in the future. That works too. Anyways, Heavenbreaker shouldn't even dream about passing my level anytime soon. To Tang Yao, the killer's demonic medallion was truly a great temptation. You be careful then. I'm also going to go grab myself a killer's demonic medallion. Your kill count is high enough. I killed over 150 players in Kilnfire Woods. You sure are fierce. A shame I wasn't there. Tang Yao sadly complained. Nie Yan laughed as he replied, that was for safety. We still have to go to a quest. He had been planning this operation, which required the use of both the Adjudicator of God and Steel skills to complete, for quite some time. Now that he had the Kilnfire heart, he had even more confidence. It was also a legendary item fragment, but the Grimmar soul set was even better. He couldn't possibly let this opportunity go. As for the Silent Bay and the 10 Holy Paladins legendary questline, those had to wait until he was a higher level. Trying to complete it now would just be suicide. Nie Yan exited the city, heading towards the area where scaled frogs spawned. After a while, he got another message, this time from Sleepy Fox. Your move this time was massive. You sure are amazing, burying over 20,000 victorious return players under Kilnfire Woods, Sleepy Fox exclaimed. He had expected Asskickers United to be suppressed because of Victorious Return's absolute advantage. He hadn't expected Nie Yan to find a lava titan from who knows where to completely massacre Victorious Return. It instantly flipped the situation, silencing Victorious Return and setting Asskickers United on track to grow even more prosperous with each passing day. It was just luck. Nie Yan lightly chuckled. What are you saying? How could it just be luck? I really admire your ability, especially that part where you dove into that crowd of 600 players to kill Heijo. You displayed a godly level of skill. Sleep Fox gave his heartfelt praise. He wasn't trying to butter up Nie Yan. He sincerely believed what Nie Yan had accomplished in Kilnfire Woods could be performed by no other. With all this flattery, it can't be that you have some kind of hidden motive, can it? Nie Yan laughed. From his understanding, Sleepy Fox was an extremely cunning figure who would never visit a temple without a cause. Sleepy Fox blushed as he coughed to hide his embarrassment before continuing. I came with good intentions to tell you about some news I got. Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame have been making frequent movements lately. Their leaders are often in contact with each other, and there's even hints of them being in contact with Angel Core from the Satrine Empire. Do not look down on Victorious Return. Nie Yan, after hearing Sleepy Fox information, wrinkled his brows. He wasn't worried about Angel Core because the Satrine Empire was just too far from the Viridian Empire. It was simply impossible for them to mobilize a large-scale force here. Radiant Sacred Flame, on the other hand, was truly worrying because it was a major guild comparable to Victorious Return or Holy Empire. I contacted you today to talk of an alliance. If Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame make a move, we can stand united, both advancing and retreating together. Sleepy Fox finally brought up the real purpose behind his words. Both advancing and retreating together, huh? Nie Yan's cunning eyes gleamed as he questioned, could it be that you're on bad terms with Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame and are now trying to drag Asskickers United into the mess? Having been exposed, Sleepy Fox chuckled wryly and admitted, only a minor conflict. Asskickers United can't just passively defend itself forever, right? I heard they're going to open a small stronghold soon. Are you guys interested in it? Sleepy Fox had taken the initiative to contact Nie Yan about an alliance, showing that Holy Empire had begun to recognize Asskickers United's strength. After carefully considering for a bit, Nie Yan responded, I agree that Holy Empire and Asskickers United should cooperate, but we need to flesh out the details of such an alliance. Although Asskickers United was on the rise, the guild was only a single entity. If it could find some trustworthy allies, not only would morale be boosted but their future development would also be smoother. Nie Yan needed to find some reliable allies, and the interests of Asskickers United and Holy Empire were already intertwined due to the existence of the Union of Assassins. On top of that, both guilds had faced pressure from Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame in the past. He also had similar thoughts. In order to stand a chance against Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame, Asskickers United and Holy Empire would inevitably have to form an alliance. The crucial point was what kind. We can cooperate together in many ways, and mutual trust can be established by exchanging shares of our respective guilds, Sleepy Fox suggested. He was trying to probe Nie Yan's attitude toward an alliance. In exchange of shares, when Cao Shu started investing in conviction during the previous timeline, he was able to seize control of Victorious Return, Radiant Sacred Flame, Alliance of Mages, Divine Protectors, and Bloodlust Blades in a short time specifically because he owned a stake in all of them. This brought the 5 major guilds all under the umbrella of the Cao Shu Century Financial Group, giving birth to an unparalleled colossus. Because Holy Empire, Sapphire Shrine, and the other major guilds weren't willing to be acquired by Cao Shu, they were forced to take a passive stance. Owning a stake in each other's guilds really was the best way to establish trust. Seeing as Nie Yan was taking his time to reply, Sleepy Fox continued, the Victorious Return you've encountered so far is merely the tip of the iceberg, nothing more. They aren't isolated to Kalor. They have many other branches in other cities. It's just that it isn't feasible to mobilize those forces from so far away. However, when everyone gets mounts later on, they'll be able to quickly reinforce each other from various locations. At that time, the strength of Victorious Return will increase by several fold. The same also holds true for Radiant Sacred Flame. As for how many members they really have in reserve, even I can't say for sure. It isn't simply because of luck that these large guilds can exist for so long without being toppled by others. Sleepy Fox's words contained an element of warning. No doubt, Asskickers United had become an almost unrivaled existence in Kalor by defeating Victorious Return at Kilnfire Woods. However, if Nie Yan believed Asskickers United could suppress Victorious Return right now, then his way of thinking was too naive, and he would bring about the destruction of his own guild. Nie Yan naturally understood the point Sleepy Fox was trying to get across. He had experienced for himself just how overbearingly arrogant Victorious Return could get during the previous timeline. However, he was confident that Asskickers United would surpass them in the future. How do you propose we form this alliance? Nie Yan asked. He wanted to listen to what Sleepy Fox had to say. I'm willing to exchange a 10% stake in Holy Empire for a 30% stake in Asskickers United, Sleepy Fox replied, pausing slightly before continuing. When I say a 10% stake in Holy Empire, I don't just mean the main branch in Kalor but rather the entire guild spread out across the Viridian Empire. He was reminding Nie Yan that Holy Empire possessed a deep foundation in the game. Taking a 30% share of Asskickers United wasn't him trying to short-end Nie Yan. Nie Yan faintly smiled. How many branches does Holy Empire have? How many members? 33 branches. Altogether there are over 300,000 members scattered throughout various cities. They won't be mobilized until some time in the future, Sleepy Fox replied. These branches were the reserve forces of Holy Empire, and he could call on them when the scope of conflict inevitably expanded later on. On the other hand, all the forces of Asskickers United were focused solely in Kalor. Nie Yan naturally had his own considerations. Kalor was the capital of the Viridian Empire, the focal point of most conflicts. Over 90% of the elites were gathered here. What he wanted for Ass-Kickers United wasn't frantic expansion like Victorious Return or Holy Empire. So what if the other side had more people? On the path to dominance, what ultimately mattered was which side possessed more elites. Otherwise, in the previous timeline, how could the 50,000 members of Battle Craze Alliance have resisted the 600,000 players from Victorious Return and Bloodlust Blades? In the future, 100,000 members were enough for Ass-Kickers United to contend against all the other guilds. Nie Yan didn't express any opinion on the information Sleepy Fox provided. Instead, he smiled, changing the subject yet again. You don't feel like you're losing out. Ass-Kickers United only has 50,000 members while Holy Empire has over 300,000. Even down the road, the number of players in Ass-Kickers United definitely won't exceed 100,000, but I assume Holy Empire's force will probably surpass 1 million. In the future, Victorious Return, Radiant Sacred Flame, Holy Empire, Sapphire Shrine and the rest would all become massive guilds with over 1 million members. However, Nie Yan's end goal was to temper 100,000 players into a mighty elite force that could rival 1 million players. This was what he wanted to accomplish. Ass-Kickers United isn't planning to absorb a large number of players. Sleepy Fox asked in shock. Based on the current development speed of Ass-Kickers United, he believed they would soon break through the 70,000 member threshold. Amassing 1 million players a few years from now would be no problem for them at all. The future Ass-Kickers United absolutely won't surpass 100,000 members. In fact, it might even have fewer. Guild size doesn't necessarily equate to strength, Nie Yan replied. Fewer members meant everyone could enjoy more of the guild's resources. And with his strong financial backing, every member would become elites among elites. Sleepy Fox paused for a moment to gather his thoughts. Ass-Kickers United had the perfect opportunity to greatly expand, but why were they not taking it? Just what was Nie Yan planning? He had a hard time understanding what was going through Nie Yan's mind. In my opinion, you alone are worth a 5% share of Holy Empire. I'm willing to take a step back. A 10% stake in Holy Empire for a 20% stake in Ass-Kickers United. What do you think? Sleepy Fox didn't know why, but he got the feeling Nie Yan was confident in defeating Victorious Return. Although he didn't know where this confidence was coming from, he was willing to make a gamble on Nie Yan. Nie Yan shook his head. You still don't get what I'm trying to say. In the future, Ass-Kickers United will be an unrivaled and unique existence among the major guilds. I'm definitely not willing to sell a large number of the guild share. Even if you offered me a 30% stake in Holy Empire for a 10% stake in Ass-Kickers United, I still wouldn't agree. As for the topic of exchanging shares, I'm willing to transfer over 3% of my guild to you at most, nothing more. We can still discuss an alliance. After all, both our guilds already share numerous interests. We go through adversity and prosperity in tandem. Sleepy Fox didn't expect his offer to be turned down. Did Nie Yan really have that much confidence in his guild? He began re-examining the worth of Ass-Kickers United. After a while, he finally came to a decision. Since you're not willing to transfer over too many shares of your guild, I can offer a 5% share of Holy Empire for a 3% share of your guild. Other than that, you'll have to take an honorary executive position in Holy Empire. How does that sound? An exchange of 5% and 3% shares in each other's guilds was merely a token gesture. What would take place next was the most important. Sleepy Fox wanted to borrow the name of the Mad Rogue to give a boost to Holy Empire's prestige. He felt Nie Yan's reputation was worth much more than a 5% share of his guild. Nie Yan considered the offer for a moment. Since he wouldn't have to assume any responsibility, he didn't mind accepting the position of an honorary executive. All right, I agree. Nie Yan nodded. He and Sleepy Fox ironed out the details for the proposed cooperation of the two guilds, including things like a mutual defense pact. If one side suffered an attack from an enemy, the other side would be forced to intervene. In order to avoid provoking a response from Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame, both guilds didn't reveal the alliance to the public for the time being. However, news of Nie Yan holding an honorary executive position in Holy Empire would definitely spread rapidly. On a different note, Nie Yan also exchanged some information with Fall Lan and Kill Love, the respective leaders of Sapphire Shrine and Battle Crazed Alliance. However, no substantial talks toward cooperation were made. Nie Yan took a quick look at the Union of Assassins chat server. It had grown quite large with over 5,000 members, of whom more than 3,000 were barons and over 20 were viscounts, generating over 100 gold a day. He, Sleepy Fox, Fall Lan, and Kill Love all received a decent profit. His own earnings already surpassed 300 gold in total. He had withdrawn 200 gold for himself. The rest was given to Guo Wai to develop the guild. Guo Wai got started on the relevant arrangements after being informed of the alliance with Holy Empire. Nie Yan arrived at the scaled frog spawn area where he met up with Yao Yao, Yulan, Undying Scoundrel, and the others. Boss, you've finally come. We were all waiting for you to take us leveling, Undying Scoundrel said after spotting Nie Yan. Nirvana Flame, you're here. Yao Yao's mood brightened. She didn't know why she felt so happy when Nie Yan was around. Yao Yao's rosy cheeks were bright like red clouds at sunrise. For some inexplicable reason, whenever Nie Yan saw Yao Yao's brilliant smile, he couldn't help but think of Xie Yao. He fell into an absent-minded daze. It was almost as if Xie Yao was standing in front of him right now. Shaking his head, he dispelled his mind of such strange thoughts. Recalling that he would be able to see Xie Yao again in a few days, his heart was steeped with longing and anticipation. I watched the video of you guys in Kiln Fire Woods. You were really amazing. Moonchild even told me that you were her new idol. Many of my classmates also recognize you. You're famous. Yao Yao exclaimed. She couldn't help but feel proud of Nie Yan. The Mad Rogue was now already known to everybody. Nie Yan felt a tinge of warmth at seeing Yao Yao's enthusiasm. What level are you now? I'm level 25 now. The experience here is really great. She raised an eyebrow in surprise after noticing Nie Yan's calm expression, and exclaimed, hey. Now that you're so popular, aren't you even a little proud? What's there to be proud about? Nie Yan smiled. Yao Yao immediately pouted. Bah, you're just as boring as an old uncle. She berated him in a dissatisfied tone. What Yao Yao didn't know was that while Nie Yan had the appearance of an immature adult, he really did have the mind of an old uncle nearing his 30s. He truly didn't feel this matter was worth getting excited about. Blowhard Summer Bug and the rest arrived. They dropped what they were doing after hearing Nie Yan was in the area. One by one, they walked up to greet him. Boss. Hey, boss. Good to see you guys again, Nie Yan greeted back with a smile. Yao Yao's limpid eyes stared at these players, then back at Nie Yan in surprise. When she first met up with Blowhard Summer Bug, Undying Scoundrel, and the others, she could tell that they were competitive individuals who weren't willing to submit to others. After seeing Nie Yan, however, each one of them had a spark in their eyes, clearly they respected him deeply. How else could Nie Yan have taken in such a group of unyielding characters as subordinates? He was truly a mystifying person. She felt another twinge of curiosity toward him in her heart, as well as a growing admiration. You guys should stay here a while longer to clear your red names. When we're all good, I'll take everyone to go leveling with me, Nie Yan said. He could only wait until they were no longer branded as PKERs to bring them to Everlasting City, otherwise, they would be besieged by guards as soon as they set foot in Kalor. There weren't enough sub-elite and elite scaled frogs to go around, so many of them could only hunt the ordinary scaled frogs. Boss, you have a red name too. How come you can enter the city without being attacked? Summer Bug voiced out his doubts. When your influence in Kalor reaches 30 points, you can walk around freely with a red name, Nie Yan replied. A person would have to complete many high-difficulty quests to accumulate that much influence. He felt such an undertaking was too difficult for the vast majority of players at the current stage of the game. It's that difficult. My influence in Kalor is only at 2 points. I got them from helping an NPC in a quest, but completing that damn thing nearly drove me mad. Undying Scoundrel couldn't help but lament, rolling his eyes back in shock. The others also felt exasperated at Nie Yan's revelation. Unless they encountered some sort of quest with amazing rewards, getting 30 influence was temporarily out of the scope of their ability. Keep farming scaled frogs. We'll set off when you've all cleared your red names, Nie Yan said. He specifically bought 1,000 magic bombs to power level them directly to level 30. It was enough to let them level to their heart's content. Most of the group dispersed to continue grinding on scaled frogs, leaving behind Nie Yan, Yao Yao, Yulan, and Bai Kaishui. Nie Yan chatted with them for a while about the previous incident outside of Black Flame Forest. Because Yulan had died as a PKer after killing multiple players, she dropped several levels as well as all her equipment. The guild was able to provide her with a new set of equipment, and she was now level 23 thanks to the efforts of Yao Yao. With this, the strength of the Blue Feather team also slowly recovered. I still haven't personally thanked you for last time, Nie Yan said to Yulan and Bai Kaishui. It's nothing, boss. The incident last time only happened because a member of our team sold you out. Even though that person is gone, it was still our fault to some degree, Bai Kaishui said in a serious tone. Yulan nodded in agreement. The calamity that befell her team, especially the betrayal, caused her to be deeply aggrieved. Fortunately, her team had fully recovered by now, and with the backing of Ass-Kickers United, they achieved even more success than before. Joining Nie Yan's guild could also be considered a good outcome birthed from a setback. Alright, let's not linger on unpleasant matters. Nie Yan laughed. He glanced at the surroundings, then turned to Yao Yao and asked, why didn't I see Sun? He went scouting for sub-elites and elites. I'll send him a whisper, Yao Yao replied. Only now did she realize that she hadn't seen him in quite a while. It's fine. Let's go hunt scaled frogs for the time being, Nie Yan said. He wanted to see if he could get a killer's demonic medallion to drop. The group of players scattered around the map to hunt monsters. With their strength, they were picking off the ordinary scaled frogs like it was child's play. However, this was only to be expected. After all, the quality of their equipment wasn't any bit inferior to that of the top players from the large guilds. Nie Yan found a corner where he holed himself up in to fight scaled frogs. After comprehending the mysteries of a shadow dancer, he started applying some of the techniques he had seen from his past life in combat. Under the frightening onslaught of Nie Yan's attacks, scaled frogs collapsed to the ground one after another. He was simply too fast, leaving behind only after images whenever he attacked. None of them could even get close, let alone land a hit on him. After downing his 16th scaled frog, Nie Yan moved toward a clearing up ahead where he discovered 5 scaled frogs gathered in close proximity. He pondered for a moment before revealing a fearless smirk. He switched to a forward grip with the dagger in his hand, then dashed toward them. Nie Yan suddenly re-emerged behind one of the scaled frogs. He struck it in the back of the head with smothering strike, then followed up with assassinate and lacerate. The scaled frog let out a miserable croak, as a huge chunk of health was shaved away, before turning around and pouncing on its assailant. Alerted by Nie Yan's presence, the other 4 scaled frogs sprung on him as well. Nie Yan's silhouette was ethereal like a ghost as he passed through the opening between the 5 scaled frog. With a vital strike followed by a combo of stabs and slashes, he took down the already less than half-health scaled frog. One down. Nie Yan spun around, dodging the attacks of the 4 remaining scaled frogs in quick succession as he darted forward. Locking onto a target, he smashed one of them in the forehead with a concussive blow. His silhouette blurred into motion, then reappeared behind the stunned scaled frog. Backstab. Eviscerate. Without pause he sped back a few paces, avoiding the tongue lashes of the other scaled frogs. Despite being surrounded on all 4 sides, Nie Yan effortlessly evaded the attacks of the scaled frogs. His face showed no trace of panic. It was almost as though he were merely taking a leisurely stroll. The 4 scaled frogs hadn't landed a single hit on Nie Yan. He was as slippery as a louch, perfectly taking advantage of every opening between each attack to evade. The difference between a shadow dancer and a great thief was that while a great thief could display 100% of their ability, a shadow dancer could display 200% or even 300%. They were able to utilize every single stat point to its fullest to bring about the greatest effect. Even with the same speed, level, stats, and gear quality, a great thief wouldn't even hold a candle against a shadow dancer. Damage values continuously floated up above the scaled frog's head until only a small chunk of health was left. The creature collapsed to the ground as Nie Yan finished it off with a few attacks. 2 down. All of Nie Yan's skills were already on cooldown. He employed simple steps to avoid the attacks of the remaining 3 scaled frogs, simultaneously stabbing and slashing as he left behind several wounds on them before rapidly retreating again. The 3 scaled frogs continuously lunged at Nie Yan as a string of damage values rose over each of their heads. However, regardless of how hard they tried, they couldn't touch so much as a single hair on his body. It was like a player with only 10 accuracy trying to land a hit on an opponent with over 100 evasion. Even if they pulled out all the stops, all they'd end up seeing would be a continuous row of miss. Nie Yan finally understood why the magisters of his past life always looked down on great thieves but were so deathly afraid of shadow dancers. It was simply that the latter belonged on a whole nother plane of skill. He had heard of many cases where a magister would still end up dying to a shadow dancer on the battlefield, even under the protection of several hundred players. However, he had never heard of a great thief accomplishing a similar feat. The boundary between a shadow dancer and great thief was like the difference between heaven and earth. When the bleed and poison effects on the 3 scaled frogs ended, Nie Yan attacked them again, causing them to continue losing health every second. After a while, the scaled frogs couldn't endure the torment any longer. Succumbing to the continuous damage, they dropped dead on the ground. Yao Yao, Yulan, and Bai Kaishui rushed over to Nie Yan's location. As they reached the clearing, they all stopped dead in their tracks. They arrived just in time to witness the scaled frogs collapsing to the ground. Unexpectedly, all three died from being bled out by continuous damage. It was already considered incredible for a warrior to come out on top after taking on 5 equal-leveled monsters at the same time. However, a thief pulling off something similar. That was basically impossible, unless they possessed some really top-notch equipment. Yet not only was Nie Yan somehow alive after such a battle, he was still at full health. Did he really only rely on simple sidesteps to evade the attacks of 5-scaled frogs? Yu Lan and the rest could hardly contain their shock. Although Nie Yan was widely renowned as the Mad Rogue, until now they had never personally witnessed him accomplish something so outrageous with their own eyes. The feeling they got was completely from watching a video. Employing the techniques of a shadow dancer to deal with level 30 monsters was practically akin to having an adult fight a 6-year-old child. There was no challenge at all. After killing the 5-scaled frogs, Nie Yan bent down to pick up the drops. He saw Yao Yao and the others walking over to him. What's the matter? Did something happen? Sun said he accidentally bumped into a Lord class scaled frog while scouting for elites and sub-elites. It chased him for a long time, and he nearly ended up dying. He barely managed to escape just a moment ago. Yao Yao was also amazed by what Nie Yan had done, but she was already more or less accustomed to these kinds of occurrences. He was precisely the type of person who achieved the impossible. Nie Yan's mind trembled. After so long, they finally found another Lord class scaled frog. He wondered just what kind of good items would drop this time around. Where's the Lord class scaled frog now? 238.282.287, Sun is watching over it. He's telling us to get over there quickly. Yao Yao paused before asking in an anxious tone, do you think we can kill a Lord class scaled frog? Tang Yao and I have killed one before. Let's go over and take a look, Nie Yan replied. They rushed over to Sun's location. As for exactly how Nie Yan killed a group of 5-scaled frogs without taking any damage, no one asked. It was a mystery best kept unprofaned, like never asking a magician to reveal his secrets. Before long, Nie Yan and the others met up with Sun, who was in a very sorry state. With only a sliver of health remaining, he was recovering his health by eating a bread loaf under the shade of a tree. Noticing Nie Yan's arrival, Sun hastily stood up to greet him. Big brother, you guys came. Nie Yan patted Sun on the shoulder. You did well. In all of Kalor, I can count on one hand the number of players at around your level that can survive such an encounter with a Lord class scaled frog. Where is it? Bai Kaishui asked after looking around. Over there. Sun pointed at a place in the distance. Nie Yan and the others looked over, spotting an enormous scaled frog towering above the forest, even while crouched. Its entire body was an unusually dark shade of crimson, slightly different from the previous Lord class scaled frog. Even so, Nie Yan could confirm it was still a lord no doubt, although the skills of variants did differ to some extent. Can we use the smoke powder to deal with that scaled frog? Sun asked. He believed they could take down the Lord class scaled frog in a similar fashion to the sub-elites and elites. Nie Yan shook his head. The vision range of a Lord class scaled frog is greater than elite or sub-elite. If they adopted the same strategy he and Tang Yao used before, it would be just as effective. However, he had a different plan in mind. He wanted to kill the Lord class scaled frog by employing the techniques of a shadow dancer. It was much slower than him, so he definitely felt this was feasible. So long as he took care to avoid its skills, he would be alright. What should we do then? Do we call Big Brother Blade Light over? Sun asked. In the entire group, only Blade Light was capable of enduring the attacks of the Lord class scaled frog. They were all in the same general vicinity anyway. If everyone fought together, they could definitely kill it. No need. Let me give it a shot, Nie Yan said. After comprehending the mystery behind a shadow dancer, he had the utmost confidence in being able to dispatch this Lord class scaled frog. Just you alone. Sun, Yao Yao, Yu Lan, and Bai Kaishui stared at him in shock. Yeah, I'll be fine by myself. Nie Yan turned to Sun and said, watch my actions closely. It'll definitely be helpful to you. If Nie Yan demonstrated the techniques of a shadow dancer in this battle, Sun's naturally high aptitude for playing the thief class might allow him to comprehend them to some extent. Nie Yan was absolutely confident in his ability to kill a scaled frog. After leveling up, his speed had increased a lot, and he could completely disregard even a Lord class scaled frog. Now that there was only a 1-level gap between them, he could do massive damage to it on his own. Under the cover of stealth, Nie Yan crept up to a Lord class scaled frog until he was only 10 meters away. The monster still hadn't noticed Nie Yan, who then scanned it with transcendent insight. Scaled frog, Lord, level 30. Health, 50,000 50,000s. Nie Yan estimated that it would only take 20 minutes for him to whittle down this scaled frog's health with his current damage output. Back when Tang Yao had first taken down one of these, it had taken him a full 10 hours. Although his lower level and damage output at the time was part of this disparity, no mage's cast speed could compare to the rapid-fire offense of a thief like Nie Yan. Additionally, Nie Yan could now induce high amounts of continuous damage using the splitting edge to cause bleed and the scarlet poison ring to inflict poison. With these items, just a casual attack could cause an enemy to lose 50 hit points per second, which would increase to more than 70 or even 80 health per second when stacked with a bleed skill like Eviscerate. Just the continuous damage alone would take a huge chunk of the boss's health. Unlike attack damage, continuous damage ignored defense. This made it especially effective on high-level monsters with tough defenses. You be careful then, Yao Yao fretted. She was worried about his safety. Don't worry. With a faint curve of his mouth, Nie Yan snuck up behind the Lord class scaled frog. The monster had just felt something and was about to turn around to investigate when Nie Yan suddenly rushed at him with a burst of speed and struck out with a concussive blow. The scaled frog froze, having been stunned for a couple of seconds. Nie Yan's dagger stabbed into the monster's back with an eviscerate, cutting it open and causing blood to spurt out. -151. -32. -12. -20. -32. A stream of damage values floated up from the scaled frog's head. First came the damage from his attack, followed by bleed from splitting edge, then poison damage, and finally eviscerate bleed damage. This frighteningly high damage output was even greater than that of a mage wearing a high damage set. Continuous damage was extremely terrifying, especially against monsters like the scaled frog with strong defense. With Nie Yan's current damage output, he could rightfully look down upon anything equal to his level. Even fighting creatures above his level wouldn't be much of a problem. The Lord class scaled frog turned its head and, looking almost like a massive tank, charged towards Nie Yan. Accurately predicting where its attack would land, Nie Yan's figure flashed as he circled behind the giant frog once more. The dagger in his hand once more easily pierced its hard scales as he quickly used backstab. His dagger stabbed into the scaled frog's back repeatedly despite its attempt to turn around and face its foe. Damage values continued to stream into the air above its head one by one. Nie Yan's movements were as moving clouds and flowing water. He was so fast that each time his adversary tried to attack him, he could immediately predict the trajectory of its attack from its starting movements and dodge just enough to avoid the attack. These flexible maneuvers weren't much worse than what a true shadow dancer could do. This was what shadow dancing was all about. This level of skill allowed a thief to look down upon all magic users. Even fighters without impact skills that did area of effect knockback would only die before a shadow dancer. His dagger released a dazzling light, as blood gushed out into air like flowers blooming. The Lord-class scaled frog's health quickly fell, chunk by chunk. Nie Yan's damaging capabilities were simply too fierce. Even though the boss was recovering 20 hit points per second, that measly healing was no use in the face of massive bleed and poison damage. As Sun watched Nie Yan's actions closely, his eyes took on a wolfish glint. This level of skill was exactly what he needed to achieve. Such accurate judgment, and such gorgeous dodges. His mind suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he saw what a true thief was supposed to be. The master opened the door, but the step was his to take too. Nie Yan had already shown Sun what shadow dancing looked like. It was now up to him to comprehend it for himself. Nie Yan's damage output alone was enough to kill this Lord-class scaled frog. There was no need for others to intervene. However, Yao Yao still waved her staff and cast Holy Smite. The spell struck the scaled frog's body, dealing 15 points of damage to its health. Although this bit of peanut damage wasn't much, any bit helped. With Nie Yan doing so much damage to it, she had no fear of accidentally shifting the enemy's aggro onto herself. Yu Lan, Sun, and Bai Kaishui also took out their weapons and began attacking the boss. Even though they could only do 1 or 2 damage per hit, it was still better than doing nothing. After about 10 minutes, the Lord-class scaled frog still had not landed a single hit on Nie Yan. Suddenly, its mouth opened and spat out a scarlet cloud of toxins, which quickly billowed through the air. When Nie Yan saw this poisonous cloud, he quickly retreated. Because of his excellent timing, the toxin didn't affect him in the slightest. Despite the Lord-class scaled frog being obscured by the toxic red fog, continuous damage values could still be seen floating up non-stop from its head. Its recovery speed had increased somewhat, but that still couldn't keep up with the incredible continuous damage inflicted by Nie Yan. Backing up 10 meters, Nie Yan put his dagger away. He replaced it with his crossbow of blood and began to shoot a flurry of bolts. With a succession of sounds, 3 bolts found their mark. However, their damage was minimal. Each bolt only did 5 or 6 damage to the monster, which now had only 23% of its health left. This had gone even faster than Nie Yan had expected. The cloud of poison quickly spread to cover a 50-foot radius around the boss, albeit somewhat diluted. During the time, the continuous damage effects wore off and the boss's natural regeneration began to slowly restore its health. If this was allowed to continue, their efforts for the last 10 minutes would have gone to waste. With a bottle of junior antidote in his hand, he stepped forward to test the venomous cloud. 5 points per second. It seems that it has truly diluted after spreading this far. However, even though the effect was greatly weakened, 5 points per second was still alarming. At that rate, Nie Yan would lose 300 points in a minute and die in 2 if he didn't drink a health potion. Seeing this, Nie Yan chugged the bottle in his hand. Because it had a cooldown of 5 minutes but only lasted for 30 seconds, the junior antidote was not particularly effective against sustained poisons like this one. Luckily, they hadn't called over Resplendent Blade Light and the others. Otherwise, they would have had trouble dealing with this powerful poison released by the Lord-class scaled frog. After all, Resplendent Blade Light wasn't high enough level yet. It wouldn't be until he was around level 30 that he could safely tank this boss. Nie Yan did a roll to evade the attack of the Lord-class scaled frog, then darted through the cloud of poison to continue his assault. The Lord-class scaled frog rushed fiercely at Nie Yan, but his body flashed to the side. His movements were like the wind as he once more got behind the boss and attacked it with a backstab followed by eviscerate. The giant frog's leap once more missed. Its bulky body just couldn't keep up with Nie Yan's agility. Nie Yan instantly unleashed his strongest attacks, bursting the Lord-class scaled frog down to 5% in 2 minutes. The boss became enraged, increasing its speed greatly. Now that monster's speed was higher than Nie Yan's, he could definitely feel the difficulty spike. He couldn't just casually run circles around the boss anymore. When the Lord-class scaled frog tried to ram sideways into Nie Yan, who could only hastily dodge, he retreated backwards at full speed with swift retreat. The scaled frog angrily chased after Nie Yan. Although his flight through the woods seemed dangerous, he had careful over the distance between them. Even at its closest, the frog never had a chance to land a hit on Nie Yan. Yao Yao and the others began to step up their attacks. Although their damage didn't actually increase, the previously insignificant damage now began to take chunks out of its remaining health. After all, the boss only had less than 5% of its health left now. Nie Yan's continuous damage effects also continued to chip away at the monster's health. It was almost dead. The Lord-class scaled frog suddenly leapt high into the air and descended towards Nie Yan. Just as it was about to crush him, Nie Yan used Shadow Dance and suddenly disappeared. With a massive thud, the gigantic frog slammed heavily into the ground. Nie Yan suddenly reappeared behind it with a blur, striking out with Assassinate. Immediately, he added yet another eviscerate to its back and watched the monster's health rapidly fall from 4% to 3%. By the time the Lord-class scaled frog turned around to attack Nie Yan, he had already retreated over 5 meters away. His plan was exactly to chip away at the boss' health with continuous damage until it died. With only 1% health remaining, the creature continued to furiously storm after Nie Yan. Yao Yao's spells and the others' arrows continued to land on the massive frog. The Lord-class scaled frog chased after Nie Yan, catching up bit by bit until he was almost able to attack him. -12. Suddenly, its final sliver of health was drained away. Its plump body, having lost support, hit the ground with an immense thud. It's dead, Sun said. During the entire fight, the others hadn't done much at all. The fight was basically carried entirely by Nie Yan. A level 29 player soloing a level 30 lord was truly hard to believe, but Nie Yan had done it right in front of them. Nie Yan looked at his experience bar, which had risen by 12%. While this was still a significant sum, the gains were clearly incomparable to the ridiculous leveling speed brought about by killing monsters many levels above him. Look at what it dropped. Bai Kaishui curiously sent over through team chat. What would a lord-class monster drop? Nie Yan bent down to pick the items up. There was a skill book, 2 gems, and a blood-red medallion. The metal medallion was unadorned, with only a fiend totem engraved on it. It looked extremely eerie and exuded a bloody stench. Nie Yan's heart leapt. He got a slaughter fiend medallion. In the previous timeline, he had seen pictures of the medallion as well as its properties, so he had a vague recollection of it. Once he picked it up, a crisp system tone rung out. He opened the message. System, are you sure you would like to bind the slaughter fiend medallion? There were 2 options below it. He could either hit confirm or destroy. Only he could use this particular slaughter fiend medallion. Nie Yan naturally picked confirm without any hesitation. After so long, I've finally gotten my hands on a slaughter fiend medallion. Nie Yan couldn't help but feel a little excited, as the two supplementary skills for the thief version of the medallion were both really good. Slaughter fiend medallion thief rank, junior owner must kill 1000 players at least 2 levels above them to upgrade to intermediate. Description, can be upgraded through slaughter. However, the owner will grow more vulnerable with each subsequent upgrade. Properties, attack plus 20%, defense minus 20%, dexterity plus 20, ignore level plus 3, armor pierce. Junior berserk transformation, enter a berserk state when health drops below 50%. Increases attack and movement speed by 30%. Gain 10 attack for every enemy slain. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Junior mind immune, defends against all mind magic for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Restrictions, can only be used by the original owner. Bound after being picked up. Cannot be traded or dropped. Can be destroyed. The thief version of the medallion was a bit different from the mage version. Its properties weren't bad, but it was the two supplementary skills that really made the item so great. Berserk transformation would give a substantial boost to the player's offensive power when health fell below 50%. However, the most important was mind immune. Any thief who frequently engaged in PvP was very clear on what type of skills posed the greatest threat to them, crowd control skills. In the previous timeline, the official website once did a study of what thieves died the most to during PvP, 52% warriors tendon break, 35% mages control magic, 9% high burst damage. The tendon break skill of a warrior ranked at number 1. Warriors restrained thieves, this was without a doubt. Whenever a thief suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of a mage, it was almost always because of control magic which posed a far greater threat to them than frightening burst damage. Whether in large-scale wars or group battles, priests were a favorite target of thieves. As a cloth armor support class, they were the most vulnerable. Not to mention they possessed annoying skills like Glimmer Mark and Illuminate. It was no surprise the vast majority of thieves chose to take them out right off the bat. And the type of control magic that priests were most proficient with was precisely mind magic. So having something like mind immune would give an immense advantage when dealing with them. Another reason Nie Yan wanted the Slaughter Fiend medallion was that between Black Heaven and Black Hell, one was a holy priest and the other was most likely a shadow priest. He couldn't discount the possibility of them having mind control magic. With mind immune from the Slaughter Fiend medallion and holy descent from the medal of the 10 holy paladins, he didn't believe the two of them could pose any sort of threat to him. Nie Yan had already made preparations for his encounter with Black Heaven and Black Hell. Since Black Heaven was one of the 7 archbishops in the previous timeline, he still hadn't abandoned his goal of recruiting them into Asskickers United. Although they were currently members of Dark Hero, it was in a state of decline, so that would probably change soon. However, if he mobilized a force to snatch the chapter of Harmony away from them, it was the same as gifting an archbishop to another guild. He assigned some subordinates to track Black Heaven and Black Hell down, but those two were exceedingly cautious, changing location every hour or so. His subordinates had no way of finding them at all. Since Black Heaven and Black Hell couldn't be found, Nie Yan could only wait for them to come knocking at his doorstep. He had already prepared a response for them, and the Slaughter Fiend medallion emerged at an exceedingly opportune time. The 2 gems that dropped were both fortune gems. Nie Yan examined the skill book, Poison Mist Cloud. It was an area of effect spell for arcane mages. All creature caught within the spell would take 10 damage every second. With a range of 3030 meters, its effects were very potent. This skill book would definitely be given to a guild member who signed a contract. Aside from the thief version of the Slaughter Fiend medallion, a skill book dropped, Nie Yan announced before sharing the properties of the medallion for everyone to see. Sun's eyes sparkled. If I kill over 100 players, will I be able to get a Slaughter Fiend medallion too? You'll have to spend a long time getting your kill count up to 100, then coming back here to farm a Slaughter Fiend medallion. Even then, it's not a guaranteed drop, and if you don't get it, you'll have to start all over again. Can you imagine how much time you'd be wasting? You're better off leveling up some more and collecting better equipment during that time. Nie Yan poured cold water on any ideas Sun might have gotten in his head. Oh, I guess that's true. Forget it, then, Sun said in disappointment. The guild has many sets of level 30 gold equipment for thieves. You'll get to wear them when you get to level 30, so you should hurry and level up. Nie Yan said. Although Sun was a bit childish, his talents were absolutely unmatched. Even so, he still needed careful guidance. When Sun watched how Nie Yan killed the Lord-class scaled frog alone, he had a profound realization. Deep in his heart, Nie Yan became even more of a goal he secretly strived towards. He wanted to be a godly thief just like Nie Yan. Alright, everyone, let's get in a bit of extra leveling before the servers shut down for the day, Nie Yan said. They still had about half an hour of game time remaining. Nie Yan and the others continued hunting the scaled frogs. Calor transfer area, 2 figures stepped out of the transfer point. Both of them wore black cloaks to conceal their appearances. They were precisely the owners of the chapter of Harmony, Black Heaven and Black Hell. Black Hell checked the system notification and said, Nirvana Flame's last location just updated. He's south of Calor, probably clearing his red name. I don't think he'll be moving too far for now. Big brother, do you think we can beat that guy? Black Heaven said with a hint of nervousness. He recalled the video of Nie Yan killing Hey Joe. It had really left a deep impression on him. He previously had absolute confidence in Black Hell. Out of everyone he had met so far, none of them were stronger than his big brother. However, after watching the video, his heart started to waver ever so slightly. Mad Rogue Nirvana Flame. He really did seem awesome. Now, if people heard someone was preparing to find Nirvana Flame to look for trouble, they would definitely think that person was overestimating themselves. If you asked what type of a person Black Hell was, not many people could give you an answer. However, if you brought up the name Invincible One, then plenty of people would know. Invincible was a very famous figure in the popular virtual reality games of the past. When Dark Hero was considered one of the best guilds, it was under his leadership. He once ranked number 1 on the professional player leaderboards for 3 years in a row. Later on, however, the Dark Hero gaming organization disbanded and Invincible disappeared. From then on, the guild went on a continuous decline. The top experts of Dark Hero all left one after the other, scattering to other guilds. With so many people gone, only a few old members chose to remain. None of them knew that Invincible, the former leader who had brought them to glory, was actually Black Hell. Unfortunately, he was already an entirely different person from the Invincible of long ago. What's more, he had chosen to renounce the warrior class to play a shadow priest. However, no one forgot the heyday of the Dark Hero Guild. Quite a few experts among the major guilds were former members of Dark Hero. Many of them would still frequently reminisce about the former glory of the guild, only to start endlessly sighing. Whenever they chatted about with someone new, a certain question would still occasionally be asked. I used to be part of Dark Hero. Do you know whatever happened to our guild leader, Invincible? However, no one would know the answer, causing them to feel deep regret. Black Hell's eyes glowed with determination. I want to test out just how strong that guy is. The current him no longer pursued money and fame. All he wanted to do was use his own unique method of playing to enjoy the game. From his perspective, Mad Rogue Nirvana Flame was an interesting opponent, nothing more. Black Heaven knew Black Hell's competitive spirit was reignited. His big brother's nature was always like so. Although Invincible had changed his name, in some respect, he was still walking alone under the heavens. One can only imagine just how brash, just how amazing he considered himself when he first picked the name. Black Hell knew just what kind of opponent he was going to face. He wasn't suicidal. His goal was to defeat Nie Yan, then seize all the chapters from the Book of Order in his possession. Let's go to the Starry Night potion shop to buy some potions, Black Hell said. Before he faced off against Nirvana Flame, he had to make ample preparations, and good potions were absolutely necessary. As for buying potions from other places, he could think of a few other shops, but none of them surpassed the Starry Night potion shop. When are we going to find him? Black Heaven asked. Since his big brother had made his decision, he wouldn't say any more superfluous words. Black Hell thought for a moment before replying, early tomorrow morning, we'll go find the guy together. Mad Rogue Nirvana Flame, let's see if your skills really match that name. The two chatted as they walked into the Starry Night potion shop together. After Nie Yan and the others leveled for a while, they checked the server clock. It was almost time to log off. Nirvana Flame, I'm logging off now. Yao Yao bid farewell to Nie Yan, waving her hands. Let's meet tomorrow. Boss, we're leaving. Big brother, I'm getting off. Listening to these simple, ordinary farewells, Nie Yan couldn't help but give rise to a melancholic sigh, recalling how he spent almost all of his time alone in his past life. His daily routine had consisted of hunting monsters for most of the day, returning to the city just before the servers shut down to put all the unneeded drops in the auction house or maybe convert some of his in-game gold to credits, then silently logging off. Only very occasionally would a few people go out of their way to say goodbye to him, like Yao Yao, Tang Yao, or strangers he leveled with on that day. This life was a far different from his past one. Nevertheless, he rather liked the feeling of his present circumstances. Nie Yan logged out of the game. He could hear a few relatives, who were on fairly good terms with his parents, helping pack stuff downstairs. From what he could gather from the conversation downstairs, since they were about to move away to the capital, his parents had invited these relatives for dinner at a restaurant tonight. Then, the Nie family would be living in their new villa by tomorrow. Little Yan, we're going to be moving to the capital. Go say goodbye to your classmates, Mother Nie stroked Nie Yan's head and said in an affectionate tone. Nie Yan didn't have many friends in his hometown high school. Although he got along fine with many people, he wasn't very particularly close to anyone. They're probably busy with their own things. I'll give them a phone call to let them know. That's fine too. Mother Nie nodded. Nie Yan called up several classmates, informing them that he was transferring to another school in Huahai City. All of them were quite surprised. From what they recalled, Nie Yan's family wasn't particularly well off. Could his family's finances even support a move to the big capital, let alone transferring him to a school in the city? Nie Yan didn't bother explaining. In any case, they were only nodding acquaintances. It was fine to just let them know he was moving and say goodbye. Nie Yan spent most of the day visiting a couple of relatives with his parents. Afterwards, the whole family moved everything to their residence in the suburbs of Huahai City. They still had a lot of unpacking to do. Nie Yan's new home was a luxurious villa beside a crystal clear lake near the mountains. It had an enormous courtyard filled with all sorts of plant life with numerous flowers in full bloom. The scenery was beautiful. The villa in his memories, however, wasn't this one but rather a different place a few hundred meters away from here. The situation in this life somewhat differed from his past one, so there were bound to be minute changes. His rebirth produced a tiny butterfly effect which gradually proliferated outward, altering the world in a distinct but subtle way. He suddenly had a strange thought. Was it possible for his tampering with events to even influence the upcoming election? Maybe so. No one could predict the future. Even as a reincarnator, he could only drift along the currents of time. The future was forever out of his control, just like the unpredictability of the stock market. All Nie Yan could do was slowly raise his personal strength, to let himself wield some power to ruthlessly strike at the rails of destiny in the face of an uncertain future, altering the direction of history. At the very least, he couldn't allow the events of his past life to recur. That much would be enough. Nie Yan enjoyed the warm happiness of being together with his parents. To him, having a dull, ordinary life like this again was a gift from heaven. Nie Yan gave Guo Wai a phone call. Your family moved to Huahai. Where? 27 Ping, in one district, Nie Yan replied. In his past life, he had once ridiculed the name of this district for being so lame and boring. Only later on would he come to realize just how precious the words safe and peaceful were to him. That's a neighborhood with all villas, right? Even the cheapest place in that area is at least 50 million yen. Wow. Not bad, brat. You're a rich and loaded prodigal son now. By the way, my old man assessed various places in conviction. The valuation of a single plot of land in Kalor is ridiculously expensive. You know those properties you had me buy on your behalf in the other cities? Their value can't even be estimated. Guo Wai said. Nie Yan's current net worth was high enough to leave people speechless. As for exactly how many properties Nie Yan owned, even Guo Wai was unclear. When stronghold sieges start in the future, if we can occupy a stronghold and create our own city, you'll find out what it really means to be rich in the game. Nie Yan laughed. I'll wait for that time to come, then. I heard in-game currency conversion will be released in 5 or 6 days. Reportedly, an auction of virtual properties is going to begin soon. A portion of them will be auctioned off on the transaction platform. The time still hasn't been announced yet, Guo Wai informed. Many powers would definitely be looking to invest into conviction in the future. Even his old man was starting to get a little restless. Only now did Nie Yan recall such a matter. His heart turned cold. Financial bigwigs like Cao Zha were finally about to enter the playing field. The auction houses, NPC potion shops, and so on of every major city would be auctioned off. Many financial institutes would definitely convince players to sell all their in-game currency for real-world money, then divide up the virtual assets among themselves. When Nie Yan's father entered conviction during the peak of its craze, he sadly discovered that he had already missed the best time to join. Sometimes, opportunities were fleeting. Once missed, they would never appear again. What Nie Yan wanted to do was purchase as many virtual properties as he could. During the next few weeks or so, he would no longer dare to be so extravagant as to spend 500 gold on magic bombs. The 1,000 magic bombs he had now were enough to power level Undying Scoundrel, Sun, and the others to level 30. Make an announcement to the guild members that we'll be exchanging in-game currency with guild contribution for the next few days. 1 silver for 25 merit points will be the rate. This will tentatively last for 3 days. In addition, for every silver contributed to the guild, the player will receive an additional 20 merit point discount when exchanging level 30 equipment. If a player contributes 10 silver in one go, when they reach level 30, they can redeem one piece of level 30 silver grade equipment, 30 silver and it'll be gold grade, Nie Yan said after thinking for a moment. He wanted to rely on this method to quickly amass in-game currency. 1 silver for 25 merit points. Aren't we taking too big of a loss? Guo Wai asked in shock. In Ass Kickers United, 1 silver was roughly equivalent to 20 merit points. If they went with Nie Yan's conversion rate, wouldn't the guild's treasury be swept clean in no time? It's fine if we take a bit of a loss in the short term. Besides, during this time, the value of in-game currency will definitely increase. We're gathering gold now in preparation for the upcoming virtual property auction. After it's over, we can replenish the guild treasury, Nie Yan said. This was a tactic to get all the guild members to give their money to the guild. After the virtual property auction was over, the future profits from the properties Nie Yan acquired would be used to help give back to the guild members. Those contribution incentives are pretty good, Guo Wai said. He was a natural businessman. With a simple glance, he could tell how good those incentives were. For the sake of having good equipment to wear when they reach level 30, the guild members would definitely do their best to raise money to give to the guild. The guild wouldn't have to expend too much effort to obtain a great amount of gold. When the virtual property auction ended and the real-world currency exchange opened, the profits they'd earn would definitely be at least 1,000-fold. When the guild members reached level 30, the guild would naturally be able to provide them with silver and gold equipment. I'll leave you to handle this matter. Let's see how much gold we can gather in the next few days, Nie Yan said. The property he was eyeing the most was the auction house at the heart of Kalor. Even though other auction houses had been established in all parts of Kalor, fragmenting player attention, it was still a landmark structure. It was the most prosperous auction house in the entire Viridian Empire. If he wanted to purchase it, he would need to bring out at least 2,000 gold. In the previous timeline, it was sold for a final bid of close to 3,000 gold. If Nie Yan could buy the auction house at the center of Kalor, it would have an extremely far-reaching impact on the future of Ass Kickers United. The various financial institutes were also amassing funds. Their network of contacts went far deeper than Nie Yan's. While the bigwigs were fighting with each other, if he could bite out a piece of juicy meat for himself, it would already be considered a success. Don't worry. I'll definitely help you manage this matter well, Guo Wai said, full of confidence. There's one other thing I want you to help me with. How deep are your contacts in Huahai? Can you help me look into a certain person? Nie Yan hesitated for a moment before asking. Who? Guo Wai asked in surprise. A girl called Xie Yao. She's a second year in class 3 at University of Huahai affiliated high school. Nie Yan said. He decided that it was still best for him to find out about Xie Yao's background first. Know thyself, know thy enemy, or a crush in this case. In the previous timeline, he didn't know anything about Xie Yao's family circumstances. All he knew was that her family was well off. In this life, he was finally enlightened. He knew where to start. Oh, a blockhead like you has finally fallen in love, huh? So this is going to be my future sister-in-law, I see. Don't worry, I'll immediately help you investigate. Even if I have to go down a meter deep, I'll still help you dig the information up. Guo Wai chuckled. It was quite rare for Nie Yan to have his eyes set on a girl. How could he not help out? Don't trouble her. Of course, I know that, Guo Wai said. What about you, huh? How goes your progress with our former class prez? Nie Yan teased. Guo Wai dryly coughed to cover up his embarrassment. It's still more or less the same. I only took her out on a date once. Nie Yan laughed. You dared to ask her out. That's already good progress. Haha, Guo Wai awkward laughed. The two chatted for a while longer before hanging up. Nie Yan's father had already left to manage the company, while Nie Yan accompanied his mother as they walked around Huahai. Around dinner time, his relatives from Ninjong would come over to have dinner. The travel time between the two places wasn't that long anyway, only around 30 minutes. Everything had already been unpacked in the villa. They had finished one day earlier than expected. Nie Yan's room was located at the southern part of the villa. If he opened up the curtains, he could see a beautiful landscape outside. His father had already had some people deal with the formalities of transferring to a new school. He would start classes in 2 days. The gorgeous red clouds on the horizon caused by the setting sun were quite dazzling. A cool breeze blew in from outside the window, clearing Nie Yan's head. Nie Yan took a deep breath of air. His mood had gotten a lot better lately for some indescribable reason. He was about to relive his final year of high school. It was something he was really looking forward to. In the previous timeline, he was basically a nobody in his class. At least half of his own classmates weren't even able to recognize him. In this life, he wanted to genuinely fit in with everyone. Damn, you've moved to Huahai. Which school? Tang Yao asked in excitement. University of Huahai's affiliated high school, Nie Yan replied. Tang Yao went to school at Huahai High School. The two schools were quite far from each other. University of Huahai's affiliated high school. Tang Yao paused for a moment to think. Let me ask my old man and see if I can transfer over. Nie Yan recalled his past life. Tang Yao had also said similar words back then, but later on, nothing came out of it. We're both only a year from graduating. Forget it, save yourself the trouble, Nie Yan said with a light laugh. Do you still remember that brat, Wei Kai? Tu Tang Yao suddenly asked. Yeah, why? What about him? Nie Yan asked. Wei Kai was a person who walked the path of a criminal. The less he made contact with that type of person, the better. He just took over a guild called Shatter Gale. It's a pretty decent-sized guild with around 5,000 to 6,000 members. That guy knows I'm young Sparrowhawk and your Nirvana Flame, and that we both established Ass Kickers United. He says wants to rely on us for help. Dao Yao said in high spirits. Tang Yao recalled just how insufferably arrogant Wei Kai had been in the past. Now, he was like a subservient dog as he approached them for help. Shattered Gale. Nie Yan had heard of such a guild in his past life but didn't really have an impression of it. 5,000 to 6,000 members could be considered not bad. Wei Kai had actually sleazed his way to a bit of success with 2,000 subordinates who were willing to throw their lives away for him. However, from what happened to him in the previous timeline, evidently, that still wasn't enough. Before he could bask in the limelight for long, he ended up disappearing to who knows where, while his fate was unknown. Nie Yan weighed the matter over. A person like Wei Kai was a double-edged sword. If Nie Yan took Wei Kai in, there was a chance he might bright some unsavory trouble with him. However, at an essential moment, having the power of someone from the criminal underworld would still prove useful, just like the relationship Cao Shu had with Heaven Breaker. Heaven Breaker did have a bit of fame in the criminal underworld. Let me carefully think this matter over. Don't give him a definite answer for now, Nie Yan said. This sort of thing had to be carefully deliberated before making a decision. Nie Yan decided it was best to first have Wei thoroughly investigate Wei Kai and understand his circumstances before making a decision. Wei Kai was like a ferocious tiger cub. When carefully groomed, he would prove to be a highly useful helper. However, if they weren't careful, he might come back to bite them in the ass. Nie Yan had to hold enough over Wei Kai to ensure absolute loyalty. He left Wei in charge of this matter. Looking at the time, he saw that it was almost time to log in. He put on his game helmet, then entered the game. Yao Yao, Sun, and the others were already online. Mornin, Nirvana Flame. Good morning, big brother. Boss Nirvana Flame, morning. After greeting them, Nie Yan suggested, let's continue farming elites. With the new day, all the elites and sub-elites in the area had respawned. For this group of people, killing elite-scaled frogs was an easy task. Taking care of all of them only took half an hour, after which the group split up to go farm ordinary scaled frogs on their own. After killing a scaled frog, Nie Yan's head suddenly snapped up to look around the forest. He had felt something looking at him for a while now, and the feeling had gotten stronger after the group split up. However, despite scanning the forest multiple times, he hadn't seen anything of note. He understood that he was being targeted. He had both a good sense for danger and a high awareness stat, which allowed him to vaguely feel the other party watching him. Since he hadn't seen anything, the other person was probably in stealth. It might be a thief. Nie Yan's left hand subconsciously touched the hilt of his dagger as he delved deeper into the woods, further and further from the rest of his team. Nie Yan guessed that whoever it was probably was afraid to appear if his teammates were nearby. Therefore, he left the group to try and lure the snake out of its hole. Looking down at his skills, he made sure they were all off cooldown. As he made his way through the forest, he eventually wandered a few thousand meters from the rest of his team. Save for some croaking, the forest was silent. The morning mist drifted slowly, adding a graceful feeling to the tranquil woods. A cold morning breeze blew gently, gradually clearing the fog. Seeing a scaled frog in front of him, Nie Yan snuck up behind it and attacked, but refrained from using his skills. He absent-mindedly fought the frog as his focus remained on the tree line, scouring for movement. Their stealth is rather high. Even with my high awareness, I still haven't been able to locate them. After a while, the scaled frog fell to Nie Yan's ordinary attacks and weapon bleed damage, collapsing onto the ground. Still not going to act. Nie Yan headed toward another scaled frog. The stalker still refused to attack, despite Nie Yan leaving some false openings on purpose. They just kept following behind him, unshakable but also not doing anything. Their patience is amazing. They're probably going to be a strong opponent. As Nie Yan searched for more scaled frogs, he suddenly became alert. The presence behind him was gone. Could he have left already? Nie Yan told his suspicions to his teammates, instructing them to be careful and reminding the red-named players not to move about on their own. Additionally, he told Wei about this development and asked him to keep watch on Victorious Return's forces. They had to be prepared well in advance in case Victorious Return sent people to the scaled frog spawn zone. However, according to the current average level of Victorious Return's troops, they probably wouldn't take the risk of coming to this level 30 area. Nie Yan also might have simply come across a random player. Thinking that his stalker might have gone away, Nie Yan loosened up a bit. Shifting his thoughts, he once more went through the motions of trying to send Black Hell a message. He hadn't expected it to actually go through this time. Hello, Nie Yan sent. Hello, Black Hell sent back, secretly thinking that Nie Yan was obviously after his chapter of harmony. Black Hell had a rather deep voice. Nie Yan took his age to be around 30 years old. I want to purchase the chapter of harmony from you. What do you think is a reasonable price? Nie Yan got straight to the point. Having played the game for a while, everyone could be considered to have come to a common understanding. Instead of exchanging pleasantries, it was better to just cut to the chase. I refuse to even consider selling the chapter of harmony unless you can beat me in battle. Even with Nie Yan's background as the guild leader of Ass-Kickers United, Black Hell didn't even consider the trade. From his words, Nie Yan realized what kind of person Black Hell was. He seemed to be one of those conceited types. Beat him in battle, is it? Nie Yan toyed with the dagger in his hand for a bit, his eyes glinting coldly. I don't want to sour our relationship too much. Gaining a friend is better than making an enemy. As the guild leader, strength was a prerequisite, but he couldn't make too many enemies either. This was especially important for a fledgling guild like Ass-Kickers United. He still had thoughts of recruiting both Black Heaven and Black Hell. After all, Black Heaven would become an archbishop with equal fame to leader Young 7 in the future. He had no choice but to consider things from the guild's perspective. After a moment of silence, Black Hell proposed, how about we make a bet? He wasn't afraid of Nie Yan, but he just wanted to quietly play the game. Having to fend off wave after wave of Ass-Kickers United players would make that impossible. That would completely defeat the point. What kind of bet? Nie Yan asked. I think the winner of our duel should get the chapters. Afterwards, we wouldn't be allowed to find each other about this matter, Black Hell suggested. He believed this to be the best solution. If they couldn't come to an agreement, just have a bet. With the system overseeing the bet and forcibly enforcing the terms, there wouldn't be any worries about the other side refusing to pay up afterwards. Nie Yan chuckled, yeah, right. Don't you think that such a simple bet is unfair when there's 4 chapters in my hands and only 1 in yours? Plus, you've restricted me from using my guild while not limiting yourself in any way. Their strengths were not equal. Nie Yan could potentially send Ass-Kickers United players to look for Black Hell afterwards and retake the chapters, but Black Hell wouldn't be giving up anything. This bet was clearly not balanced. You tell me what you think is fair, then. Black Hell wanted to hear what Nie Yan wanted out of a bet. If this matter could be settled with a gamble, all the better. If not, then he wouldn't hesitate to fight. He never feared anyone. Do you have a companion called Black Heaven? Nie Yan inquired. Black Heaven and Black Hell would theoretically be together. Black Hell's heart turned cold. In a chilly voice, he demanded, how did you know? He and Black Heaven had been extremely discreet, with almost no one knowing their habits. Even most of their fellow guildmates had no idea who they were. For Nie Yan to be able to investigate them was truly no easy feat. I naturally have my own sources. Nie Yan was very satisfied with the effect he had created. How about we change up the stakes a bit? If I win, the two of you have to quit Dark Hero and join Ass-Kickers United as well as hand over the chapter of harmony. In return, if you win, I will give you all 4 of the chapters I hold. Additionally, I won't use my guild to get them back, and will even help you complete Volume 1 in the future. This should be fair for both of us. Although he felt that Nie Yan's offer was already pretty generous, Black Hell still refused, leaving Dark Hero as unacceptable. Dark Hero has long since been declining. With your skills, is staying there even worth it? Nie Yan was puzzled as to why Black Hell was so adamant about staying in his guild. It's not a question of worthiness, Black Hell answered. Although I refuse to leave Dark Hero, I can agree on behalf of Black Heaven to have him join your guild as part of this bet. Nie Yan considered the counter-offer for a bit before deciding that Black Heaven was enough. Black Hell might have some kind of trouble that prevented him from leaving Dark Hero. Plus, he had never heard of Black Hell in the previous timeline. In contrast, Black Heaven's name rang like thunder with his status as one of the 7 archbishops. For the latter to join Ass-Kickers United was enough. An archbishop. That was a character with utmost power in the game, someone who could single-handedly change the course of a battle. Nie Yan had to recruit Black Heaven no matter the cost. If Black Hell is able to decide for Black Heaven, does that mean that, of the two, Black Hell is more powerful? But even if Black Hell was stronger, he was still just a shadow priest. In terms of what he could do for the guild as a whole, a shadow priest couldn't hold a candle to a holy priest. I accept. Although he would only get Black Heaven, that was enough for him. This ought to be amusing, putting an archbishop and 5 chapters of the Book of Order on the line in a single PvP duel. Nie Yan sent over a copy of the betting contract, and both parties signed the agreement. Since they had signed a system-enforced contract, both sides were at ease and didn't need to worry about the other party reneging. I'll go find you. I'll be there within 20 minutes, Black Hell said as he cut off the call. Within 20 minutes. It seems like he's already in the area. Nie Yan continued to wander the forest, killing a scaled frog every so often as he waited for Black Hell to arrive. Deep in the forest, a shadow priest and a holy priest were currently in the midst of a conversation. Big brother, if you lose, will I really have to join Ass-Kickers United? Black Heaven asked. His heart was filled with sadness as he understood that Black Hell agreed to do this in order to not hinder his future progress. Remember this, no matter where you go, you must be a person who keeps his word. The current Dark Hero is no longer the guild we remember. Those who left are all wretched bastards. Every single one of them. Alas, back then, I should never have left Dark Hero to Murky Grey 1, Black Hell lamented. Black Heaven sighed lightly. He understood how Black Hell truly felt about Dark Hero as it was right now. However, within Dark Hero there was still a certain someone. Although she was already a married woman now, Black Hell had still sworn to protect her for a lifetime. Whether it was the promise or just his emotions was already a moot question. Little brother, you deserve more room to grow, like a dragon soaring into the heavens. You shouldn't limit yourself by just following me around, Black Hell encouraged as he patted Black Heaven's shoulder. However, his lonely voice just sounded bleak. After felling 2 more scaled frogs, Nie Yan detected the peculiar presence yet again. He could clearly sense that someone was trying to approach him. However, when he turned around to look, the forest was tranquil without any signs of activity. Just as Nie Yan walked over to another scaled frog, he felt a violent resonance of magic being cast behind him. In the blink of an eye, a dark power descended on him. Enfeeble. Grief. Curses that took effect instantaneously were especially frightening. If caught without a corresponding potion or a priest or paladin who could cast a spell, you would be left in an extremely precarious situation. Nie Yan's heart clenched in alarm. It wasn't a thief that was after him but rather a priest. A name immediately popped into his mind, Black Hell. He's probably using an invisibility potion. Nie Yan took a quick glance at his character information. His stats were reduced by 60%. What powerful curses. Ordinary curses that could reduce a target's stats by 20% were already quite dreadful, but these 2 curses had directly cut down his stats by almost 2/3. Not giving Nie Yan the chance to activate stealth, a bright orb of light flew up into the sky, illuminating the ground below with an unveiling radiance. Without delay a ray of light flew out from between the trees and struck him. A bright floating mark appeared above his head, exposing his position completely. Finally, a dark corrosion spiraled toward Nie Yan at a matchless speed. Dark corrosion was one of the most formidable spells belonging to a shadow priest. A target struck by the spell would suffer damage over time, as well be inflicted with an extremely powerful curse. Shit, that's a really nasty combo of spells. Nie Yan inwardly cursed. So many spells were fired off in quick succession. Black Hell wasn't letting him catch his breath at all. Nie Yan rolled to avoid the dark corrosion. Boom, the spell whizzed by him and struck a nearby tree. Its leaves dried up and fell to the ground. Its branches withered and blackened with rot. In almost an instant, the frightening curse power corroded it into a decayed husk. Nie Yan shot a glance at an area beside a tree about 30 meters away, where he spotted a shadow priest in ash-gray robes brandishing a staff and chanting out a line of incarnation syllables at a rapid pace. The magical energy in the air fluctuated violently for a brief instant. Before he could get back on his feet, a giant spider web dropped directly out of the sky above him. It was web, although clearly a higher rank. He had previously relied on the junior version of this uncommon spell to trap many an unsuspecting target. Swift retreat. Nie Yan gained a sudden burst of speed. He bounded backward like lightning which put him beyond the reach of web. The web fell on the ground but failed to ensnare Nie Yan. Not just his speed, but his reaction time is pretty fast too, Black Hell muttered, as he calmly held the staff in his hand. He had to admit, Nie Yan's speed was really astonishing. Even after being hit with such powerful curses, he was still able to move so quickly. Black Hell recalled the awe-inspiring strike Nie Yan used to incapacitate He Zhou. It was no wonder even Yu Long couldn't stop him. If he hadn't made the first move, it would have truly been difficult to get the upper hand on Nie Yan. Black Hell raised his staff, firing off a shadow arrow at Nie Yan. Nie Yan took advantage of time for web to end to drink a cure potion, removing the status effects of enfeeble and grief. Shadow Waltz. He took cover behind a tree to avoid the shadow arrow, then darted toward Black Hell. Even though Nie Yan activated Shadow Waltz, Black Hell could still determine his position thanks to Glimmer Mark. He repeatedly waved his staff, letting loose an unending torrent of spells. However, Nie Yan's speed was too great, and Black Hell could only spot the fleeting afterimages he left behind as he darted through the gaps between the trees. Black Hell calmly retreated until he arrived at a wide open space in the forest where no trees were growing. The clearing covered about 100 square meters. He and Black Heaven had already been tailing Nie Yan for quite a while. He could have engaged Nie Yan at any time, but he didn't want to fight on disadvantageous terrain. If he failed his ambush in a densely forested area, Nie Yan could take advantage of the cover to dispatch of him effortlessly. This was why he decided to take action just a moment ago, when he discovered there was a patch of open land nearby. Black Hell had always been prudent. Even if success was almost guaranteed, he would still make sure to take every little advantage he could get. Truthfully speaking, Black Hell was still much more accustomed to playing a warrior. He still wasn't particularly comfortable playing a class like the Shadow Priest. However, if you've seen the playstyle of one caster, then you've seen the playstyle of all casters. He often PvP'd against casters at the professional level in the past, so he still more or less understood how to play one proficiently. Let's see just how strong you are. Come. Black Hell waved his staff, calling forth a shadow which slowly took the form of a person, devoid of any features. Nie Yan gasped in alarm when he saw Black Heaven's actions. This guy's no joke. He already has a shadow familiar. Shadow familiars were the summoned guardians of shadow priests. They possessed good attack and defense. Nie Yan left the cover of the forest and dashed into the clearing. He was going straight for Black Hell. Waving his staff, Black Hell cast a slow curse on Nie Yan, then quickly retreated before releasing another shadow arrow. Nie Yan immediately grew sluggish. His figure paused slightly as the shadow arrow shot directly toward him. The timing of these two spells was practically perfect. Nie Yan activated Holy Descent from the metal of the 10 Holy Paladins. The slow debuff on his body disappeared, and he reached top speed in a flash. Without the slightest hesitation, he rushed toward Black Hell. Bang! The shadow arrow exploded upon coming into contact with him, but it failed to deal the slightest bit of damage or inflict any debuffs. At the bat of an eyelid, Nie Yan was directly in front of Black Hell. Concussive blow. His dagger sped toward Black Hell's forehead like a streak of lightning. Nie Yan's speed seemed even faster than in the video where he killed Heijo. Black Hell was startled. Waving his staff, his figure blurred as the shadow familiar moved from the side to intercept. Nie Yan couldn't help but secretly admire his opponent. Black Hell really did have some ability. In such a short span of time, he was able to smoothly control his shadow familiar to block. Shadow familiar, summoned creature. Health, 1200. As Nie Yan struck the shadow familiar, it tenaciously clung to him. The 3 seconds of holy descent were almost up. Nie Yan's dagger pierced into the shadow familiar. With a ruthless slash, he activated Lacerate. The shadow familiar's health fell by over 500 points. It clawed out with both arms, striking out at Nie Yan. His body blurred into motion, evading the attack. Just as he wanted to sidestep the shadow familiar to get to Black Hell, he felt a dark power bind him. It was Shadow Bind. Shadow Bind only lasted for a second, but that brief respite gave Black Hell the opportunity to retreat several meters. A bright radiance washed over him. His robes fluttered violently, and his entire body emanated an incomparable radiance, as if a god had descended down to earth. Black Hell brandished his staff which shone with a dazzling brilliance. It was the Empower status magic from the chapter of Harmony. All blessings would be bolstered, while all curses would transform into something much more terrifying. That guy is finally taking out his trump card. Nie Yan's gaze turned solemn. Would he be forced to activate Adjudicator of God? If so, it would go on cooldown for 10 days. Nie Yan was struck by the shadow familiar. -106 A damage value floated up above his head. Ignoring the shadow familiar, Nie Yan dashed toward Black Hell. Just as Black Hell was about to wave his staff to cast a curse, Nie Yan threw a pouch of intermediate flash powder directly at him. Poof! An intense, glaring radiance stabbed at Black Hell's eyes like a million tiny needles. Inundated by the intense light, Black Hell was temporarily blind. Nie Yan rolled to the side, evading the enfeeble curse Black Hell had just cast. Under normal circumstances, Black Hell's powerful curses could already reduce a target's stats by 60%. He could scarcely imagine the consequences if he were struck by them while Empower status magic was active. After suffering the effects of the intermediate flash powder, Black Heaven lost all ability to see. However, thanks to his excellent mental fortitude, he didn't sink into a panic. With both hands brandishing the staff back and forth, he shot out curses one after the other according to his judgment. After which he lowered his staff, then took out a bottle of eye drops. Black Hell's curses were simply too frightening. If Nie Yan was hit, his stats would be reduced by at least 90%. To top it off, even while in a state of blindness, Black Hell's movements hardly slowed down at all. He cast curse after curse, each one more terrifying than the last. His judgment was truly exceptional. If Nie Yan was slow by even half a step, he would have been struck down by a hail of curses. Nie Yan activated Shadow Waltz as his speed reached the apex. He evaded Black Hell's attacks, quickly circled behind him, then struck toward the back of his head with smothering strike. Howl of terror. An ear-piercing shriek escaped from Black Hell's throat. Just as Nie Yan's smothering strike was about to hit Black Hell, he suddenly felt something off as a strange resonance pass through him. It was Howl of Terror. Howl of Terror was the most frightening skill of a shadow priest. It was mind control magic. The number of thieves who had died to the spell were by no means few. It was simply too hard to defend against, and its cast time was very brief. If a thief was struck by Howl of Terror, they would lose all control over their body, allowing the shadow priest to easily dispatch them. Nie Yan hastily activated Mind Immune from the Slaughter Fiend medallion. As the eerie shriek entered his ears, his mind swam with numerous chaotic illusions. His movements halted, and the dagger stopped mid-strike. Fortunately, Nie Yan activated Mind Immune just before the spell could fully wrest away control of his body. As the illusions in his mind disappeared, he plunged his dagger into Black Hell's body. However, Smothering Strike was no longer active. Nie Yan followed up with Backstab and Eviscerate. Black Hell's health instantly fell to critical levels, as a steady stream of poison and bleed damage floated up above his head. Waving his staff, Black Hell self-cast a lesser heal, restoring a large chunk of his health before hastily fleeing. Nie Yan effortlessly caught up to Black Hell, then struck him in the back with Vital Strike. As Black Hell's health finally plummeted to zero, he collapsed to the ground. Black Hell was truly a difficult opponent. Were it not for the fact that Nie Yan possessed several skills that countered the skills of a shadow priest, it would have taken a lot more effort to take him down. I win, Nie Yan muttered. He bent down to pick up the items Black Hell dropped, the chapter of Harmony and the Dark Priest's shadow robes. He would unabashedly take the former for himself. But as for the latter, after thinking for a moment, he decided it was best to just return the item to its original owner. A rustling sound came from the trees beside Nie Yan, who spun around just in time to spot a player in white robes stepping out from behind the undergrowth. I'm Black Heaven explained, after seeing Nie Yan tightly gripping his dagger. He walked up to Black Hell's corpse. He never thought his big brother would lose. Because in his mind, his big brother had always been invincible. He couldn't help but spend a little while longer observing Nie Yan. The mad rogue, whose name was renowned across the entire Viridian Empire, didn't look much older than him. Because his big brother had told him not to interfere in the duel, Black Heaven had stayed off to the side, observing as a spectator. Black Heaven had watched the entire battle, and he had to admit Nie Yan was really strong, one of the very few people that was a match for his big brother. The only thing that left him feeling puzzled was why Nie Yan remained unaffected despite having been plainly struck by Howl of Terror. In such a short span of time, just what could Nie Yan have done to block the effects of Howl of Terror? Black Heaven didn't bother taking any precautions as he directly got to work on resurrecting Black Hell. Because of the bet his big brother made with Nie Yan earlier, he was confident Nie Yan wouldn't act against him. A gentle radiance gradually poured out of Black Heaven's palm. Nie Yan sheathed his dagger, then stepped off to the side before sizing up Black Heaven. This person was a revered archbishop in the previous timeline. Black Heaven still looked a little immature, with the appearance of a 17 or 18-year-old. Clad in pure white robes, he carried a redwood staff which glowed with a dull radiance. Nie Yan took particular note of the golden falcon stitched to the side of Black Heaven's collar. It was the symbol of the Temple of Light, which signified that the owner had learned the Templar magic for their class. Almost all Templar magic for the priest class were blessings. Only at the later stages of the game could they learn other skills like formidable group revival spells. Black Heaven was a priest who could cast Templar magic. If Black Heaven really was willing to join Asskickers United, then Nie Yan would have truly picked up a treasure. The rarity of a priest who could cast Templar magic even surpassed that of a mage who could cast advanced magic. Due to a limited cast range, most mages would have no choice but to get close to the action when they wanted to cast advanced magic. All advanced magic required at least one set of incantation gestures and syllables to cast, with many even requiring 2 or 3 sets. Who knows what might happen during that time? A paladin could rush up to the mage with a low-level silencing spell and stop the advanced magic mid-cast. Priests were different as they could cast Templar magic in the relative safety of the backline or under the protection of numerous players. Even the lowest-ranking Templar magic blessing would be able to raise the stats of an ally by 30%. At the later stages of the game, if a priest learned rank 6 Templar magic, they would be able to increase the fighting strength of their allies by over 200%, allowing even the most average of warriors to transform into unstoppable tanks. As such, priests who knew Templar magic were highly sought after by numerous large guilds. If Nie Yan wanted to win the loyalty of a priest like Black Heaven, he would have to do much more than winning a simple bet. Let's wait for him to join first. Nie Yan thought it might be a good idea to have Black Heaven mingle with Young Seven's group. Once he grew closer with everyone, he would naturally become more willing to serve the guild's interests. As Nie Yan gazed at Black Hell's corpse, a sense of regret overtook him. It was a pity Black Hell wasn't willing to join Asskickers United. His usage of anti-thief spells had reached the cusp of perfection, and his overall PvP ability was truly deserving of admiration. If he hadn't honed his reaction speed over 2 lifetimes, he would have definitely fallen today. Black Hell was certainly an expert among experts. For such a player to appear only several weeks after the game's release was really rare. He might have been an obscure figure in the previous timeline, but it absolutely wasn't due to a lack of skill. Nie Yan felt confident Black Hell would go on to accomplish many amazing things in the future. As for why Black Hell wished to stay low-key, he had no way of knowing. Since Black Hell was unwilling to leave Dark Hero, Nie Yan was helpless in the matter. All he could do was sigh with regret. As a bright radiance descended on Black Hell, he was returned to life. Black Hell opened his eyes and got back on his feet. Spotting Nie Yan off to the side, he said, "I lost. You're really strong." He was magnanimous in defeat. "You as well," Nie Yan said with sincerity. "I fulfilled one part of our bet. The chapter of Harmony is already yours. As for Black Heaven, I'll let him withdraw from Dark Hero to join Asskickers United." Big brother, Black Heaven wanted to say something. However, Black Hell waved his hand, cutting him off. "You'll have a much better future in Asskickers United. I'll continue staying in Dark Hero. Besides, we can still level together, even if we're in different guilds." He'd been wanting to find a guild for his little brother for quite some time now, and he originally settled on Sapphire Shrine as well, because he had an old friend there. However, with Nie Yan's intervention, it seemed that was no longer possible. Nevertheless, Asskickers United wasn't a bad option either. Seeing as nothing would be able to change his big brother's mind, Black Heaven could only drop the subject. Even if he joined Asskickers United, he could still meet with his big brother often. "I'm entrusting Black Heaven to Asskickers United. I hope you guys won't mistreat him, otherwise, no matter how powerful your guild grows, I, Black Hell, will personally annihilate it. I'm a man of my word." Black Hell's eyes flashed with a cold light. He absolutely possessed the ability. Even though Dark Hero was in decline, so long as he revealed himself, he could immediately gather a powerful force that was capable of uprooting any guild. "Don't worry, I've never treated any of the people under me unfairly," Nie Yan said with a faint smile. Black Hell didn't respond with words but simply nodded his head. "This is your Dark Priest Shadow Robes. I'm returning it to you," Nie Yan said before handing over the piece of equipment to Black Hell. "I have a question. How did you escape my Howl of Terror?" Black Hell asked. He couldn't figure out where he had gone wrong. "I have an item called the Slaughter Fiend Medallion. It has a supplementary skill that allows me to become immune to mind magic for 3 seconds, Nie Yan explained. No wonder, Black Hell nodded. So that was where he had miscalculated. When he PvP'd in the future, he would definitely have to take note of such skills. However, for Nie Yan to be able to use a skill like that to counter his Howl of Terror was really impressive. His Howl of Terror lasted for 2 seconds. If Nie Yan's timing had been off by even a little bit, the battle would have ended very differently. The reputation of the Mad Rogue was well deserved. At the urging of Black Hell, Black Heaven withdrew from Dark Hero, and Nie Yan invited him into Asskickers United. "If there are any guild expeditions, you can whisper me." Black Heaven understood that his big brother valued honor above everything else. He also couldn't do anything to go against his big brother's principles. Nie Yan nodded. "Aside from the occasional guild expedition, we don't restrict the freedom of our guild members." When they held a guild expedition later on, he would invite Black Heaven, so he could get more familiar with his fellow guild members. Black Hell and Black Heaven bid farewell and departed. Staring at Black Hell's back, Nie Yan couldn't help but sigh. Just what sort of background did Black Hell have? Why was he so low-key? It was truly a mystery. The duel with Black Hell was quite exhilarating for Nie Yan. Black Hell really did have a lot of curses. On top of several crowd control skills, he was really difficult to deal with. With skills like that, it would definitely be a cinch for Black Hell to class advance into a Shadowmancer. Nie Yan reminded himself there were still many powerful players in Conviction. Just because he comprehended the mysteries of a Shadow Dancer didn't mean he could look down on all the outstanding heroes of the world. After settling his mind, Nie Yan examined the Chapter of Harmony. Chapter of Harmony. Description: the 5th chapter of Volume 1 of the Book of Order. A fragment of a legendary item. Whoever shall possess this chapter will receive the inheritance of the God of Light. Your mission is to spread the glory of light. Properties: receive 2 intelligence and 1 mastery point every 5 levels. Focus plus 15, willpower plus 15, reflect plus 15, strength plus 15, dexterity plus 15. Circle of healing: heal surrounding allies, up to a maximum of 100 players, by 1000 health. Cooldown: 5 days. Empower status magic: increase the effects of all curses and blessings by 200%. Ignore all stun, paralysis, petrify, and similar crowd control effects. Cooldown, 2 days. Restrictions, can only be bound by a member of the Righteous Guardian of Order. Note, item effects are applied immediately upon entering the player's bag. The chapter of Harmony was most useful on priests. Nie Yan checked his bag. It had a total of 5 chapters from the Book of Order. He now only needed the chapter of Honesty, and he'd have collected all 6 chapters from Volume 1 of the Book of Order. He already knew the exact location of the last chapter. However, he could delay retrieving it until after he finished power leveling Young 7, Undying Scoundrel, and the others in Everlasting City. It was hidden in a level 35 map, so he didn't have to worry too much. How's the progress on clearing your red names? Nie Yan inquired in the party chat. Very good. At our current pace, we'll be able to return to Kalor by tomorrow morning at the latest, Undying Scoundrel replied. That fast? How? Nie Yan asked with a hint of surprise. Back then, it had taken Tang Yao quite a few days to fully clear his red name. We're rounding the scaled frogs up into a giant horde, then killing them all at once. Our red names go down pretty fast, Summerbug explained. Nie Yan almost forgot. With several mages using area of effect spells to kill large numbers of scaled frogs at once, of course their red names would be cleared pretty quickly. After Nie Yan and the others spent a day mobbing scaled frogs, the entire group finally cleared their red names. All of them activated return scrolls and returned to Kalor. Is everyone here? Nie Yan asked. Everyone did a headcount. Off to the side, Undying Scoundrel said, everyone's accounted for. With the 9 brothers who participated in the Kiln Fire Woods operation, plus Nie Yan, Yao Yao, and Tang Yao, there were 12 people altogether. Nie Yan nodded. Since everyone is here, we can all set off. The goal this time is to get you all to level 30. It was about time he fulfilled the promise he made back at Kiln Fire Woods. Their destination was Everlasting City. The group of players all let out excited cheers. They would finally get a taste of what it was like to level up, Nie Yan style. Everlasting City was still as tranquil as before, with mechanical golems in groups of several dozen wandering aimlessly through the streets. However, that tranquility was broken when a group of players entered the city through the main gates. Sun and I will go round up the mobs, then take care of them. The rest of you can just sit back and enjoy the free experience, Nie Yan said. The 2 of them were the most suitable for the task. A few warriors could fill the role as well. However, mages were simply too slow. Boss, we don't have to do anything at all. Yeah, nothing. You guys can be responsible for picking up the drops, Nie Yan lightly replied before dashing towards a group of mechanical golems in the distance. Sun also followed behind, only a tad bit slower than Nie Yan. Boss, Heaven Breaker withdrew from the level leaderboards. Summerbug informed in the group chat after noticing the change on the leaderboards. Nie Yan checked the rankings. Heaven Breaker had indeed disappeared. What was his level before? 28, Summerbug replied before taking a final glance at the leaderboards. Level 28, Nie Yan knitted his brows. He didn't expect Heaven Breaker to level so quickly. As the guild leader of Victorious Return, Heaven Breaker enjoyed the luxury of having his subordinates find fast leveling spots on his behalf. Even though he made his level private, he wouldn't easily give up on trying to reclaim his throne. In fact, he might be trying to overtake Tang Yao with even greater fervor. Forget it, it's nothing to worry about. Nie Yan and Sun ran while simultaneously throwing basic magic bombs. Boom, boom, boom. As the basic magic bombs detonated over the crowd of mechanical golems, powerful blasts swept through the surroundings. Their destructive power was nothing short of breathtaking. Boss, where did you get those bombs? They're so powerful. I got them from an NPC shop in Tasoyi village, Nie Yan replied. They're so awesome. Next time, I'm gonna buy some too. Boss, how much do they cost? Edgeless interjected. He saw through the crux of the problem. With how great the basic magic bombs were for power leveling, they could easily get a player up to at least level 35 in 2 or 3 days. However, Nie Yan and Tang Yao didn't bring too many people with them to Everlasting City. There was probably a very good reason for this. 2 for 1 gold, Nie Yan replied before throwing another magic bomb. Boom. It unleashed a fiery explosion that wreaked havoc on the mechanical golems. The group drew in a cool breath of air. Just what did 1 gold signify? Even level 20 gold grade equipment, save for 1 or 2 pieces of very specific warrior and priest equipment, generally couldn't be sold for 1 gold. Didn't that mean tossing out 2 basic magic bombs was the same as tossing out a piece of level 20 gold grade equipment? Even rich tycoons couldn't afford to be so frivolous. Although this method of leveling was very quick, the price was too steep. Watching Nie Yan chucking magic bombs like tossing pebbles, the group members couldn't help but feel intense pain gripping at their hearts, like flesh being flayed off, piece by piece. Just how much money did he waste? The boss had spent so much money all for the sake of helping them level up. They were extremely touched. Many guild leaders were extremely miserly. They would detest doling out even the tiniest amount of merit points, for fear of depleting their guild's treasury. In stark contrast, Nie Yan was as magnanimous as the god of fortune. Nie Yan understood that money was secondary. Young 7, Sun, and the others were all figures who could call the wind and summon the rain in the previous timeline. The money that he spent on them now could be considered an investment to ensure their loyalty down the road. As for the other promising individuals in the guild, as long as they were willing to serve the guild, he would also think of ways to help them soar in level. The effectiveness of the magic bombs was evident as close to 400 mechanical golems collapsed to the ground. Quite a few members in the group lit up with a flash of radiance. Of the 12 members in the group, Nie Yan and 5 others leveled up. Nie Yan glanced at his status bar, level 30. He didn't need to switch out his equipment just yet. He didn't touch his free stat points for now. If he obtained a piece of equipment with high stat requirements in the future, he could just allocate them then. As for his mastery points, he learned 2 new masteries, magic item proficiency and kicking.